Travelers, welcome back yet again to the Cat's Tail. Yes, you have been here before. In fact, many of you joined us yesterday for the beginning of our fantastic tournament over here, the Astra Carnival, the Prince Cup Atlantic. There's Prince, indeed, and there are some cups. But no, we're not just talking about normal cups. We're talking about a tournament, my friends. In fact, this is, again, the knockout stage. 2 of our 8 contestants were sent home yesterday. And today, we got even more action for you. 3 contestants will be going home. We're going to start things off with 2 elimination matches. Then we're going to go to the upper bracket to find out who is our first player in the grand finals. And then we'll send 1 more player home. So it's going to be an exciting day where everything is on the line for our competitors. And you are going to see the greatest Genius Invocation decks out there for your own use. But before we get into it, I figured, why not talk to our competitors that are still in the building here today to remind you who they are and get a little feel of how they're feeling. So follow me over here in the beautiful, beautiful cafe. I have to say, Prince, you've done it absolutely fantastic. Gosh. Thank you, Prince, again for sponsoring this tournament. You're the best. Runa, you're still here. You survived. What was your favorite moment of yesterday?
I like the stall deck I played.
Oh, is that like a common thing still, or is that kind of crazy to be bringing out?
I think it's kind of crazy. I'm gonna lose today.
No, Runa, keep your confidence. You're up for elimination. Jibu, big day yesterday. You saw a lot of games. You were the first one, but you stuck around for the whole day. What was impressive to you? What'd you like?
I think Ting playing Kenki and getting the most high roll game of all time was very exciting.
He's the high roll king, right? What do you expect to see today? Anything interesting?
I hope so.
All right, well, we'll see. Gotta be secretive. Don't let anyone know. Ladies and gentlemen, this man, a lot of people were sleeping on Mr. Pillow. They thought he was an underdog, but today he survives and he is up against the honored one himself. How you feeling, Mr. Pillow?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah? Did you get a good sleep?
Yep.
Yes. Are you ready to absolutely dumpster today?
Maybe.
Maybe, he says. Mr. Pillow, do not let this guy fool you, okay? That's a common strategy for these folks. They commonly pretend like they don't have the power or the strength to win, and then at the last second, bam, we're in game number 5, coming down to 1 HP. Speaking of which, a powerful man himself. Kevin Z, welcome back, my friend. How are you doing?
I wish I was doing better.
Wish you were doing better. Listen, you're an upper bracket man, okay? Upper bracket, lower bracket. I've been in esports a long time. A lot of people go to lowers just for the thrill of it, Kevin Z. You seem like you're one of those guys.
I wish that was the case.
Well, today is not the ending of your story. You excited to play?
Yeah.
All right, we'll get down to it. Robot Wizard. We're going up today, potentially going to be going into that grand final yet again. We saw it last time. Be potentially seeing it today. You feeling rested?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Now, I watched this guy yesterday. Everybody else was having fun, eating little treats, you know, drinking some waters, but this man was in the darkness. He was sitting on a couch alone, staring at every single game. What were you doing yesterday all day?
Oh, I fell asleep on accident.
Okay, great. Well, that's fine. No problem there. And then, of course, we have Mr. High Roller himself, Ting. Ting, what an impressive show that you had yesterday. Absolutely dominating. Will we be seeing something like that again?
Of course.
Of course! Ah, Mr. Ting, you always fill me with such determination. What was your favorite moment of yesterday since you got through your match pretty easy?
Absolutely high rolling Kevin.
Okay, that is what I like to see. Well, we'll see some more of that action here today. Thank you so much to our competitors, and I hope you got a good look at them, because reminder, 3 of those guys and gals might be going home here today. And then we will be left with only our top 3 tomorrow. So today is sure to be an exciting day with the best decks you have ever seen. So why not get into it, my friends? We have a full day ahead of us of excitement and joy, and I will send it over to our fantastic casters of Rin and Black to get us through our initial elimination matches. See you soon.
Thank you, Slacks. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Prince Cup Aster Carnival. Other way around. Aster Carnival Prince Cup Atlantic. I'm the Ambermain Rin Tai Cho.
And this is Blep Vacation Academy, and it is such a pleasure to be back here on day 2 of the Prince Cup.
And we get the cast together.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been kind of out during another specific tournament, but we come back for this one, and we're very excited to get into these matches, especially from yesterday.
Yes. We had quite the day yesterday. I mean, this was the first day, the inaugural day of the new meta game that we got to see. You know, the decks were revealed. We saw them played on stream. And there's a lot of overlap between what the players brought, but there's also some very unique choices there. And I'm really excited to see how they play those today, because we will be seeing the same decks from yesterday as today.
Yeah, so we're going to look at the tournament bracket now to go over things. We're just having a quick interview with the players right now. Everyone seems super relaxed, actually, now.
Yeah.
Got the nerves shaken out, and they're ready to go here. So I believe we're doing the lower brackets first, right?
Correct. We'll be starting off with the 2 lower bracket matches. You see Jibu versus Runa Tobio, and then Kevin Z versus Mr. Pillow. And we will be eliminating 1 player in each of those matches, as the lower bracket, they only have their 1 life left.
And then the next round where Sumi and Leah will take over, they will cast Robot Wizard versus Ting. And between those 2, we'll get sent down. And I believe we'll be facing off depending on who makes it out of the top 4 earlier, correct?
Not quite. So the way that's going to work is that the 2 winners from our 2 matches today will be playing in the afternoon.
Oh,
so we won't be, so only Robot Wizard and Ting will only play once today, but 2 of the players from the morning matches will face off in the afternoon, and then one of those will get eliminated.
Well, that'll be really fun. Speaking of, QR code on screen. If you have any feedback about the tournament so far, about us, how it's run, anything at all, make sure to let us know through the link that you can find through the QR code, and follow all of the socials on there as well, just to keep up with events like this going on.
Yeah, and we also have raffles today, right, Rich?
Yes, we do. So yesterday we're giving out Primo Gems. Today we are doing it again. So I believe you can just like enter anytime when there's games not playing, and then maybe like a little bit before that, because there isn't really a clue when to like enter. I believe there's a mod, but sometimes the mod gets overwhelmed, so go easy on them, right?
Yeah. Make sure you follow instructions in chat, but it'll be on the YouTube channel, I believe.
YouTube channel only, yes. So you can hang out on Aster Carnival and Twitch to chat, but everyone should be over on YouTube if you want to win Primo Gems. And how to enter it, I believe it's let's go, no apostrophes, the player you want to win, followed by your UID.
Yeah, it's complicated, just like Genius Invocation. And of course, if you're watching here from the Genshin Impact official main, welcome. This is your first time tuning into competitive Genius Invocation TCG. That is what we're watching today. These are players playing for real prizes. Now, we sent home 2 players yesterday, and each of them already walk away with $1,600 coming, for 7th and 8th. But we are here to play for the top prize of $16,000 for our winner.
Yeah, $1,600, and like top prize in like one of the tournaments before this, like 1,000. Wow.
Yeah.
Deck win rate, Sayu, 100%. No surprise there.
Yeah, I believe these looks like the statistics from day 1. That's why it's a little bit even here. But yeah, I mean, the Herald Claymore deck, as some people like to call it, maintaining 100%. I think it was only played once. Not many people brought it. It was, I think Mr. Pillow was the only one to bring it. But we see a lot of, we're going to see a lot of these decks later, especially the Bennett deck. Bennett Sino, kind of the highlights of the tournament scene right now.
Yeah, the Sino deck, everyone knows, obviously, Sino is the king of invocations, finally making it back in, because we just had like this massive update with TCG, and Sino kind of got pushed in. So we will go over all those details as we go throughout the day. But yeah, seeing the deck spread right here, right now, I personally like the Whale deck. Still making an appearance even after like some nerfs with its original team.
Yeah, we're definitely hoping to see more Whale, because with Whale comes Serene, the new Melusine card.
Oh, yes.
We also have the most played action cards. A lot of these should be familiar to people. You know, we have Strategize still maintaining the top rate. Card storage is so important right now. And of course, at 4th place, I want to point out, countdown to the show. I like to call it 3 Strategizers in a trench coat. Or a top hat, I guess. I guess it's a Linny card, so maybe... Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
The 3-card Linny is holding,
Yep.
they're 3 strategizers.
3 strategizes.
That is exactly what it's
Could be
holding.
it.
Oh, wait, I just came... Okay.
Okay. Well, you're cooking right now for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you can see, the first 4 cards all have to do with draw power for sure.
Yep, for
because
sure.
a great way or a great strategy, always you got to build your deck up is like you're gonna put cards in your deck. You want to play them all, right?
Yeah.
Right. But if they can't come out, then like half your strategy is not gonna be there.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
anyway, we are gonna go with right into the game. So let's go back to Slacks.
Thank you so much to our wonderful casters. I love Professor Blip, man. Every time that he starts talking, I feel like I'm learning something, and it's very hard to teach me anything. But we do have one person that has been educating people around the building, in fact, and we'll see if she has some lessons for us today. Let's get ready to meet up again with Runa. Ladies and gentlemen, our first contestant to the stage, Runatobio! I love saying your name. Thank you so much for coming back up. How you feel? Now, yesterday, you were one of my favorite matches to watch because I was watching your heartbeat monitor, consistent 145 for 3 hours. That was quite a day for you.
I think today is gonna be higher.
No way! You passed the 152 mark. That is the highest heart rate monitor that we saw so far. Today you're against Jibu. How do you feel about that matchup?
I think I'm probably gonna lose.
No, Runatobio. You gotta stay calm. You gotta stay ready. Don't be afraid because he's coming right now. Jibu will be coming very shortly. Let's see some Jibu action. Ladies and gentlemen, to the stage, Jibu! Hello, Jibu. Absolute pleasure to see you here yet again. For those of you who weren't joining us yesterday, Jibu has been to every single one of these events and now faces potential elimination. Jibu, how are you feeling? Are you ready to go here today?
I think I'm ready to go. I took a pretty bad loss yesterday, but I think I'm back and ready.
Now, did you watch her game?
I did. They were very long games.
They
and so
were.
I am prepared for long games today.
Okay. Did you take any advice, any notes for her?
You could say I did.
All right, fantastic. Well, we're about to get this thing started. Any final words before you go against Mr. Jibu?
Good luck.
Good luck. Very, very official. Any words, Jibu?
Have fun.
Have fun. Always so heartfelt, you guys. Well, please, to your stages, to your seats, as we will begin this match. Now, I remind you over there, we call this the knockout stage, okay? Prince has gotten very serious, and he wants some people out of the cafe. So, we will be knocking out the loser of this match. So pay attention, they'll be fighting for their lives, and I couldn't be more excited. So, let's throw it back to our fantastic casters and get this party started.
Thank you, Slacks. Nerves up.
Yeah.
100% today. Runatobio coming in from a win, Jibu coming in from a loss, both knowing that they have to survive this match to proceed. How do you think they're going to play through this?
I mean, Jibu definitely has a lot more stage experience, and I think that definitely helps. Runatobio is no stranger herself, of course, coming in, both of them actually making top 8. These are very evenly matched players, I think. Runatobio, again, and Jibu both made top 8 of last year's North America Prince Cup right here at this stage 1 year ago, both being knocked out very early. I think, first of all, they're very happy to make it past the first day. You know, I was talking to a lot of players after yesterday, and a lot of them are happy to be here, but the one thing that they really want to avoid was being knocked out on that very first day. So making day 2 already, I think their nerves should come down a little bit, and as Jibu was saying, they're really here to have fun at this point, but that doesn't mean, you know, as competitive players, having fun also means winning.
Right. But they're obviously being very nice to each other.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they're being very humble about it, saying good luck, have fun. I don't think I'm going to win, right? But truly, they got it. So if you're just new here, we have some fun profile facts about each player. So we have Runatobio up here, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And also, she wants to place top 8 in all 3 servers. TCG right now.
Yeah, you can play in multiple regions on Cat's Tail, and it is something you can do to really train yourself. I mean, a lot of the best players play hundreds of games in in like a day, right? We're not talking like it's insane the amount of practice these players get in. And Runa Tobio, you know, after taking North America Prince Cup, didn't make a lot of Cat Tail appearances for a while, took a bit of a break, but now is really back in full force. You know, most recently getting top 8 in the North America Season 4 of Cat's Tail, the one just last patch, and actually had to play against Kevin Z, who is in this tournament for that top 8 spot.
And then now Jibu. I have a lot of history with Jibu myself as participating in my own personal tournaments, but yeah, has attended every GITCG live event in North America. And yes, I was there at least one of them, and you've been up there for a few too.
And all of them right here, like he's been back to LA 4 times. This is his 4th time on the very stage behind us. So at the very least, he's so comfortable just being in that scene. And that really makes a difference.
Definitely.
Right? Like, I don't want to understate just how much mattered the mentality and the nerves of being with like the lights are hot, all the pressure is on you. Your opponent's sitting right across from you, and you can see them.
That's different because before they would sit at like opposite ends of the arena, so you can't really get a read on them.
Yeah.
But now they're so close, like in game, where you'd be sitting at a table.
Yeah.
And now you can kind of like get a visual on like what they're sweating or they're whatever, right? So,
yeah. It's also very different when you're like playing online versus someone. You don't see them.
Right,
You know, you
yes,
get to
yes,
be
yes,
just in your own headspace, and here you just have everything around you. But again, these players are pretty used to the stage, so we're probably not going to see that come into play. It really will come down to how well they can each play their decks. And you know, Jibu's lineup, very much I would say reflective of what most players think of the current metagame. But I like Runa Tobio's matchup deck list is very unique. It's very targeted at the metagame. So it's kind of like a counter pick to the common deck. So I have to see if that pays off. It's a very risky strategy. Because if you guess wrong, then you may be at a disadvantage. But if you guess right, like it could pull you through all the way to the top.
Definitely, yes. Because a lot of people will run meta decks through tournaments like this, right?
Exactly.
So to kind of bring in these like different picks that you wouldn't normally play in, could kind of play into the meta. And Runa Tobio did mention yesterday they do prefer certain characters over certain metas, and they will make it work out.
Yeah, you can make a lot of things work, especially like I said, we're really pretty fresh into the version 4.8 metagame. Came with a lot of changes to existing decks and brought out some new ones. You know, we've seen Sino quite a lot. We saw Kazuha on camera yesterday quite a lot. Didn't perform so well.
No.
But I think, you know, we'll see in the second set, Kevin Z really believes in that deck. But it's really funny. I was pointing out to Leah yesterday, but, you know, we have Sino and Kazuha as the two featured players in that intro video.
Yeah, I think in the story, Kazuha really got into TCG at some point and actually was really good at it, right? So
I think they planned that.
Kazuha TCG, maybe he's
like you think they planned those buffs and changes like in anticipation of that?
So you think they're thinking that far ahead?
Maybe,
right? Yeah.
I mean, it's not only working. I mean, we see a lot of Sino, and it's been great because he's been out of the metagame for quite a while.
For a long time, he hasn't really been that relevant.
Right.
Since I don't even think he was relevant when he came in. Not too much. No.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure we'll be sending. I think every single player here did bring a version of that Sino deck. So we'll probably see it quite a lot on camera. So plenty of opportunity to talk about it later. But I'm very excited because I think most of the new characters are represented. You know, Runa Tobio is the only player with a Navia deck, which I'm really excited to see.
I absolutely love how the Navia deck has been brought in after just getting added. It's such a wonderful deck. I've talked to you about this and how the shrapnel works. I personally think it's kind of OP still, but hey.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
I think it's like a high risk, high reward strategy where against certain opponents, they can really make it hard for you to get those shrapnel.
Yep.
Especially at this competitive level where these players are very used to playing around reactions.
Yeah.
But once you do get those shrapnels, it's just like I said, pew pew pew. Just like shooting down.
I think the double Hydra is actually a wonderful setup with that Navia.
Yeah.
Exactly how it works.
Oh!
Speaking of,
hello.
we have it here. We have to give a name for this deck.
All right, I'll leave that to you. You have a really good naming sense, actually.
It's just the Spina di Rasula to me. That's it. That's all we're just going to call it. Any deck with Navia, Spina di Rasula.
That's, you know, that is okay. So
everyone's in uniform still, technically.
Everyone is in uniform. So a couple of highlights I want to talk about. Of course, we do have Serene. This is one of the few decks running the new Melusine Gacha, as I like to call it. 10 Melusines in a trench coat. But it will pull a bunch of random cards that have different effects. We'll go over them once we see them, but a lot of those cards will be used to fuel that new Claymore, which works by, you have to play cards that you don't originally include in your deck.
Right.
And they all have to be different names, which Serene is perfect for.
Does Mamere work with this as well?
With the Claymore, it does, except Mamere, you need to, if you happen to pull a card you already have, it won't count. But in
Okay.
general, it does. But Serene gives you so many cards already
see.
that you really don't need.
I mean, like, does Mamere count as a Melusine too?
Oh no! Well, she counts as a Melusine, but the sword doesn't count Melusines themselves. And ooh,
Oh,
Bennett aged to her cube.
this was different. It's
Yeah.
not- yeah. Okay.
It's a little different. So a lot of the players
Yeah.
have been favoring Herald in that
Right,
age to
right.
her slot,
Yeah.
but the deck still plays very similarly. And this is gonna be a tough matchup for Runa, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bennett traditionally is very good into slower strategies because you can't punish that burst. You can't push him off in round one. So Jibu's gonna have a very easy time getting that Bennett burst off.
Yeah.
So the main question is, if he draws that talent, it's gonna be very hard for Runa to recover.
Exactly. Yeah, we've seen it a lot yesterday, especially between Mr. Pillow and
Yeah.
Chan.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bennett just couldn't get started.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
He needs that talent, turn 2 for sure, to really get going, right? That like it will increase his chances by a ton. But Bennett living up to his name, unlucky, right?
Unlucky,
So,
yeah.
yeah, we'll see how his luck goes here.
What's kind of funny, I feel like in the upper bracket, all the Bennett players were lucky. Like, I think we saw a lot of round 2 talents. Even like there was a Bennett mirror matchup where both sides drew their talent round 2.
yeah.
And then when we got to the lower ones, Sean was trying to play the deck. You just couldn't find that Bennett talent. And
Yeah,
it was so frustrating to watch. But, you know, that's how these TCG decks go. And that's why, you know, we talk about card draw.
Right. Also, a lot of people think like it's kind of unfair because a lot of this is like gotcha and just left up the dice. But there is the game is still a lot of strategy. Like you still have to build your deck a certain way so you can increase your odds of drawing cards in a specific order.
Exactly.
Right? So there's a lot of skill to TCG, right?
I mean, I think that's evident by if you look at the players that qualified here. I mean, we didn't mention that because some of them were in limited day 1, but 6 of the players here did come from the original North America Prince Cup, right? Like,
Right.
They have shown not only that they are good players, but they're consistently good even a year later, and that kind of shows you that it isn't all RNG, right? You do need some level of skill, quite a lot of skill, to be able to perform consistently like that.
It's so much to think about, so much to track, right?
Yeah.
I believe the players do get like some notes just to write down.
They do.
Control, right? And they're also aware of the other deck. I guess especially now, because you can't change your decks actually today, right?
Yes.
Until about the finals.
Correct.
And they get to start cooking some more things. So, yeah.
Yeah. What?
I just remember Jibu get out of the cup earlier.
Oh yeah.
You start. Kind of wonder what juice he's drinking today, but hey, yeah. Anything else that stood out to you between these two?
Not specifically between these two players. Like I said, I don't think they've played all that much. So Jibu's been playing quite a lot on the Cat's Tail Gathering circuit, but hasn't placed very high in like any top finishes, but a lot of top 16. So he's qualified a lot for these events and the knockout stages for Cat's Tail, but never quite be able to make it to the higher like top 4 or getting
Has
first. I
Jibu
think.
won championships actually?
Hasn't got any firsts.
Really?
Yeah. So he's played again. He's appeared a lot, played a lot of games, but has not quite gotten there at the very high level. So a consistent player,
Right.
But like has a hard time beating like the very, very practiced the top tier of players. So I think he'll definitely, you know, he's definitely itching to get a win here.
Yeah.
On stage to finally break maybe that record.
Right.
So we'll have to see if he can hold in and do that. And
So truly, Jibu lives that underdog name. So if you want someone to root for that's like a true underdog, Jibu is. But Runa Tobio, the history between Runa Tobio and Yahida yesterday, right? Yahida always has beaten Runa Tobio at any given point, but Runa Tobio finally got over those demons, and now let's see how much further they can go here. So there's a lot on the line for both of these players.
Yeah, and I know Runa Tobio, especially like I said, she took a bit of a break, I think, from TCG, same as Yahida, but really has come back recently, done a lot of practice. And like I said, for these competitive level players, I mean a lot of practice, just like hundreds of games, like always, you know, trying to make sure you have these matchups. And especially in these top, like high level events, getting practice against familiar decks is very important because you need to know what to do in different situations.
Yeah, we were just hanging out with the players yesterday, and like most of them were always like on their phones practicing and studying and making sure they, you know, stayed in top form here. Looks like they're about to get ready here though, as they set up on their PCs. Oh yeah, I heard Bennett right there.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Game we do have raffles, of course, going on.
Right, yeah. I believe the mods will let chat know when to enter. If not, I guess a safe bet is to just enter when nothing's happening, right? So you can do that too. But the mods will let you know when to stop. And try to respect that so people can, you know, talk in chat.
Yeah.
Farina just yelled right in my ear.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And of course, if you're watching on either Genshin Official or the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, make sure to go over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, which is where the raffles are happening.
All right, let's see here.
Yeah, jumping in. Bennett start, no surprises from Jibu there.
Nope.
Ooh.
both sides have decent rolls here too.
Yeah, decent openings. Runa opening with, that Navia talent in hand is going to be very crucial, actually. So one of the weaknesses, again, of Navia is you can generate those crystal shrapnels, but there's not many ways to draw it. But with that talent, it changes a lot. And actually, that talent lets you do something very specific, which is once you crystallize the first hit with that talent, you immediately draw the 2 shrapnel.
Yeah.
And that lets you threaten a 5 damage skill. Of course, each shrapnel in your hand increases Navia's skill by 2 damage.
Yep.
And that combination of 3 damage into 5 damage is often enough to KO a character outright.
Especially if you're whittling them down with like a stall deck like this, right?
Exactly.
Freena's abilities to help bring things down. Veterans Vistage compared with the Silel members, you know, helping draw more dice. Do you think it's a good idea to bring Shrapnel in early, or kind of like wait till you draw a bit more of the deck out before you do that?
Generally, you want to wait a little bit, but again, that talent changes a lot. When you have that talent, you actually want to generate as many as possible, because every time you use a skill on Navia, it doesn't have to be her elemental skill.
Yeah.
Her normal attack is fine, her burst, you will draw 2 shrapnel once around.
Right.
And that is so good at fueling the shrapnel draw that you can just start crystallizing.
Right.
If you don't have the talent, you actually do want to wait a little bit before triggering that crystallize. And that's why we see
Here we
that
go,
swap.
yeah, right there. We're gonna turn 1, make some shrapnel ready to go here. And then I guess with a team like this, yeah, you can just kind of drop them right away if you can get set up.
Yeah, and Jibu doing something very smart here. Notice he went for a normal attack on Bennett first because he knows, look, he's actually just going for a normal. I was going to expect a skill out of
Yeah,
Bennett.
like a skill maybe, yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is we haven't seen Barbara decks in quite a while. So this is basically playing around the Barbara heal.
Right.
Jibu is specifically making sure he doesn't start with any pyro applications so that there's no opportunity for Runatobio to use Barbara's cleanse.
Right. Jibu is especially good at keeping an eye out. That his playstyle is very much focused on avoiding as few elemental reactions that would go against him. I've seen him do this a lot, especially.
For sure. I'm actually not sure. I think personally I would prefer just using the skill there for Navia specifically, because Navia's the character in this lineup that you want to threaten as much as possible. And your opponent already used up their dice and didn't swap to Barbara.
Yeah.
So next turn you're going to apply Pyro anyway with Burst, which maybe is why it doesn't matter. But I would actually... Oh, hang on.
Would absorb the Hydra. Well, it wouldn't yet.
No. Yeah, this is a really interesting switch. Normally, you do want to stay on Bennett to burst right away. Oh, okay. I wonder. Yeah, it is turn 2, but I wonder if Jibu, because he didn't start with a talent, wanted to delay the Bennett burst until he drew it. But now getting punished a little bit because having drawn the talent just now, would probably really like to be on Bennett already for burst.
I swear he had that talent already earlier, and then he threw it back. But maybe.
Yeah. The other thing he could be trying to avoid, again, is that Navia talent, because if Jibu had stayed on Bennett, he'd be at 8, and then Navia's skill with the talent would bring him down to 4, and then the shrapnel would actually take out Bennett after he burst. So that could be trying to playing around by tanking damage a little bit on H-Tahar. It lets Bennett solo longer, because one of the ways that Jibu can win in this matchup is simply by just staying on Bennett and chaining burst after burst after burst.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's see how the rules go here. Utopia's got a decent hand that they can stall with, but they're kind of pushing a little bit here, for sure. They want to get that shrapnel out now, but Navia is going to be left open to some damage.
It is, but this is why that talent's so threatening. I'm going to see 3 shuffled in here, but immediately drawing 2.
Draw 2, yep.
And now H-Tahar is in range of another Navia skill doing 5 damage.
Yep. Also, the shrapnel you can just play and do a damage too, and maintain your turn with this.
Yeah. We saw Runa actually do that yesterday, even through a passing of judgment, I believe, to snipe off a character.
Right. I kind of want to see Runa just pick up 5 and just start throwing them at them, so chat can kind of witness like how ridiculous this Navia card can be.
It's definitely a sight to behold. I'm sure if you've been playing TCG recently, Navia is, I think, one of the most popular characters released recently.
Yeah. And
has been terrorizing the co-op queues with her shrapnel for sure. So you've probably been on the receiving end of this.
I've been on the receiving end and been providing shrapnel to a lot of people in many different Navia comps myself. All right, off to Bennett we go.
Yeah.
That could be a big sign to Runa that we have talent, so watch out.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
We need to tune something, though, in Jibu's side, though.
We will, yeah. I'm actually surprised Jibu also hasn't deployed that parametric transformer. So the 3 cards on the right, we have 2 seed dispensaries there, which of course would discount that parametric transformer to 0. So Jibu could have deployed it last round, but you want that to pop on the same turn as you have Bennett burst up. So we'll probably see it deployed at the end of this round, but making sure to make it doesn't trigger until the beginning of next round.
Right. All right, off to Barbara to counter any kind of application. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good move from Runatopia here. Barbara not only has that tenacity shield, you know, if you're playing at home, if you have a character equipped with that shield, you do want to try and break it every turn because it does refresh.
Right.
But if you don't use up those shields, it does go to waste.
Yeah. Plus you get that free Omni die, well, not Omni, matching dice, right?
Yes,
yeah,
it's a matching
dice
die.
on the hit, yeah. Are we ramping?
We are ramping. I was going to wonder if so one way that Jibu cannot play into this strategy is because he has that Lieben in hand and Transformer. Yeah, we're going to see that Vanarana go down as well.
Yeah.
This is really deadly for Runatopia.
Really, really, really big coming up here. That is going to be at least, what, 12 dice potentially, and then 3 more once the thing props.
Right. So Jibu is playing this matchup, I think, very well, trying to slow down his own game plan and not trying to rush.
Yeah.
Because the main thing that threatens a slower deck like the double Hydra and Navia deck is getting a bunch of dice in one round and piling on all that damage before you can make use of the shield here.
Yeah.
And as you can see, Runatopia now doesn't get to make use of that 2 shield, right? No, it's very tempting to Bennett burst there, but 100% the correct thing to do is ramp those dice into the next round and delay the burst.
So yeah, Jibu has up to 4 actions per turn, but that Golden Troop did go on Electrocube there,
It
I
is.
believe.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, that's actually even more ramp, right?
That's going to be, yeah, especially when you're going to do the combo.
2, 4,
Yeah.
7. So Jibu is basically carrying over 9 dice into the
Yeah.
next turn. He's going to have 17 dice next round.
Yeah, he's going to pop off next turn with Bennett Burst activated.
Bennett Burst
There is
active,
nothing that can stop the cube, and you got Bennett Burst, and it will trigger off every punch during that skill too.
Yep. You can see
Right.
Runatopia really having to think hard because this
Yeah.
is a really threatening position.
Right.
Right. It looks like not much has happened as of now, but Jibu is setting up so hugely for the next turn because, of course, if you're not aware of the interaction, with Bennett Burst deployed, you don't get the healing each time for cubes, rock, paper, scissors, but each hit gets that +2 damage buff.
Idea.
Yeah?
You swap over the Navia. Quick swap the Navia, that is, so you can take turn priority. You crystallize some more. Hope you draw 2 shrapnel in the draw, at least 1. Then you add 1 more. If they go over to cube, you throw all your shrapnel at the cube, and then you just skill it.
Yeah. That's definitely very much a possibility.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's very hard to draw. I mean, I think,
It is very hard, yeah.
And we don't quite have that second crystallized, but we'll probably see it here next round.
Yeah. Very even match still. Very, very even.
Yeah, it's very
we draw.
even. I mean, Runatopia does have some cards in hand to deal with the incoming damage. Has those 2 Hydra Resonances and Fontaine Resonance, which presents a lot of healing. So, but I think it's still going to be hard to... This is going to be a big turn for Jibu. If Runatopia can weather the Bennett Burst and the Cube combo, then she may be able to mount a comeback, but we could see
Dice
even
looks
2
really
characters going
good.
down. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Dice looks really, really good right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is... You know, if you're playing a stall deck, this is the scariest position where you're low on dice and your opponent has a bunch, especially as a combo deck.
I wonder.
Yeah, I
So, Bennett Burst heals 2 HP.
2 each
correct?
time, yeah.
2 each hit, right? Provided you're above a certain health?
you need to be below 7.
Below
so,
7,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, so if
oh,
you're
that's perfect for the cube then, okay.
Yeah, it's great for the cube, you know, because it's very easy to bring it below that threshold. And, you know, we will probably see it again today, but the players running Herald in the spot of HR is really funny because unless you draw Bennett Talent, you can't actually trigger the plus damage on Herald because it never goes above 7.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And Sean was really facing difficulties by not finding Bennett Talent, but this is the reason you could play H-Heart in this deck because it doesn't have that weakness.
All right, draw Bennett Talent out again.
Yeah, with that Seed Dispensary, this is of course a free Storm Terror's Lair. You know, it costs only 1 to play, but gives you that 1 dice discount.
Yeah. And should Bennett Burst come back, you got another cheap Bennett Burst you can use, so.
Yeah, and we saw Runatopia kind of do a facepalm there because she did not want to see the talent, right? Like, one of the ways you can beat Bennett decks as a stall deck, you're really worried about the damage. The healing is not so important, but the damage is what will take you out. And if they don't have talent, you can play in a way that forces their opponent below that HP threshold so they don't get the damage buff.
So for Runa's side here, obviously Jibu's going to swap over to
Cube.
Cube, has to be. Unless
100%.
there's something else cooking in there, right? But
no.
the likely play is going to be Cube. For Runa right now, they did take the hit. They did get their extra Hydro dice. What if they stall themselves a little bit? Maybe move off to Farina, perhaps? Get the...
Farina could make sense. I think we're probably going to see a Navia swap because
Yeah.
we have a lot of healing in hand for Runa Tobio. I think
Yeah.
she can try and be on Navia, play healing, and if you skill twice on Navia, that should flip Cube's revive. And then if you...
It should, yeah.
Yeah,
It
the
should,
difficult
yeah.
thing is, the tricky thing here is, so when you use Navia's skill, you have to discard all of your shrapnel.
Yep.
And she would like to keep one. If you can keep one shrapnel, what you can do is revive Cube. Cube revives on 1 HP, and then you just ping it with one piece of shrapnel, and it just
Yeah.
gets taken out.
Okay. We did opt for the skill first instead.
On Barbara. Yeah, we might be building up for a Barbara burst here.
I think that might be the play here too.
I think that's a little bit too slow. I think you really need to threaten Cube, because with that normal attack, the dice here are so important. Runa Tobio, again, doesn't have as much dice as Jibu, but wasting 3 dice on a Barbara skill is going to build towards her burst, but isn't enough to pressure Jibu off of this Cube here.
I wonder if Barbara will just do like a normal and then eat the overload coming up.
Yeah, but
So you go to Navi and you just do a normal swing. Oh, you're just going to go free now. Okay.
yeah, I mean, the problem with that play is Runa is only at 6 dice, so even if you stay on Barbara and skill, if you get overloaded off of Barbara, you cannot get back
Yeah.
and have enough dice to burst. And plus, really, you want to spread out the damage first before burst, but now we see the Cube rock, paper, scissors combo. This is the scary combo of the deck, as you just saw, doing 4 damage because it is buffed by that Bennett burst. And there's more hits coming.
Yeah. 2 more hits exactly.
Unless Runa Tobio can find a way to, I
Yeah.
don't know. Unfortunately, freeze is one way you can interrupt Cube's combo. It will continue the next turn, but it will interrupt it.
These Salon members are coming out here. Or not the Salon members, the other one.
Like, what is it? The singer of many
Here,
waters.
Singer Betty Waters, yeah.
There we go.
Keep wanting to say Siren for some reason. All right. Let's see.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh,
There was
calcs?
calcs. Oh, I think Runa would have loved to draw that earlier, because
That'd
if
been
she
nice
had,
earlier, yeah.
she had calcs, usually what you want to do with that is go for that Barbara burst. But now she does not have enough dice to pull off that combo.
Right. I mean, you still have a quick... Oh, yeah, you still have to use dice, so yeah.
Yeah, the
Unfortunately.
dice here are not in Runa's favor.
You don't necessarily want to lose Frina yet here. You need to keep that. Yeah, Frina needs to go on a complete stall right now as much as they can here.
Yeah, this is generally a good plan, trying to spread out the damage, but the problem here is I think Jibu can actually just sweep the entire team this round. Like, we're trying to play for the next round, but there isn't going to be a next round.
Yeah.
Cube is going to get a second rock, paper, scissors combo off here. And again, each one buffed by Bennett first. It's usually 2-2-3. It's now 4-4-6. It's 4-4-5. It's
Yeah.
13 damage for 5 dice every time. And if you look at the HP, once Jibu finishes this combo, there's only 16 HP on the other side. Runa Tobio is going to go down. There's also a Gambler's in Jibu's hand.
Yeah.
So Runa Tobio can't even sacrifice characters to try and play for the next. I think this is it.
Dang. Well done, Jibu.
Yeah, I mean, this was a tough matchup for
Yeah.
Runa Tobio to win. So I think, you know, this is a best of 5 conquest format, meaning all the
Right.
players need to win with each of the decks that brought that weren't
Yeah.
banned. And so at some point, Runa Tobio, yeah, she sees that Gamblers.
Yeah. There it is right
This is
there.
it.
Oh, man. It still hasn't hit the cube yet either, so he's hitting for extra damage as well. God, Electric
Yeah.
Cube's strong.
Well, with that Bennett talent there, it
Yeah.
almost doesn't matter, right? I think what Runa Tobio should have tried to play for was if she had swapped to Navia after Bennett, she could skill twice on Navia, you know, draw out more
Yeah,
shrapnel,
yeah,
and you just have to hope that you can ping Electrocube with that last hit.
All right.
But here we go.
Oh, man.
Oh, is it gonna be? There's gonna be like even a third rock paper scissors combo here, because
Yeah. That's going to be a sweep, exactly, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
2 more dice here. You just have the 2-1 and you just punch
Jibu.
away.
no, you have to rock paper scissors again. Come on.
Yeah, I know. You have the 2-1 for sure. You have to do that, actually.
This is the way.
Yeah. Wow. Jibu takes the first round with Electrocube just pummeling Navia's team into
Right.
the round. What the heck?
I mean, that was really to be expected, I think. That matchup was so one-sided for Jibu. It was really on him to lose there. And part of why it was so decisive was that he delayed that. Like, we saw him play slower. You know, it's very tempting to go for that burst right away on round 2. But Jibu doesn't need to rush in that matchup, right? Navia takes some time to ramp up,
Yep.
especially the double Hydro version. You know, when you first started, the double Geo versions were more popular. The Hydro versions are more consistent, but they are a step slower, and we saw that really matter against Bennett.
Yeah, Bennett's deck being super fast. Navia's deck definitely leaning toward a more Stolly side here. But now, because we know Navia's there, we know probably the Whale deck likely banned on Runa's side.
Yeah, we're going to see the bans in a second here. We don't get to see it for the first game, but we'll see a graphic very quickly of the remaining decks, what they were banned, and what the matchups could be. But almost certainly, you know, Whale is a scary deck for most players. It's a very difficult deck to play. In fact, I think yesterday we saw Mr. Pillow, I think, is the only one who had played it against Shan, who specifically, I think, didn't ban it because he was predicting that his opponents would be on Whale and had a lineup to try and counter it. But we saw Whale end up taking a game there, but I really want to cast Whale because I didn't get a chance yesterday.
Yeah, Whale would be really fun. So yes, the Whale was banned on both sides actually. So we won't see them. What remains left is Manifestation, Crowd Cube, Senora on one side. Oh, there's that Sayu deck again. Oh yeah, Jibu ran that one. That's right.
Yeah, the Sayu version with Herald. We saw a couple of variations yesterday. We saw one with Mona. Equally viable in that slot. One interesting note, the Whale deck normally is paired with Cryocube like we see on Jibu's side, but Runatopia specifically putting Layla there, that does let her run Cryocube in a different deck, and is actually quite a strong character now with that revive. So I think that's probably the scariest deck from for Jibu on his side, is that Cryocube Signora Manifestation deck. He's running a lot of combo heavy decks and decks that are reliant on a single character with Sino and Sayu, so that could be a very tough matchup.
So the Sino decks, there's going to be a mirror match probably, which will be a coin flip. So how do you think Navia will face off into the other decks there? Is there a chance for Navia to come back, you think?
I think the Navia deck is really difficult into a lot of... Oh, okay, we have some stats. We'll talk about that in a second.
Strongest single strike has to be Navia. Probably Navia. Or Sino, actually. No, it was
Sino. This is Sino,
yeah.
Sino.
Definitely Sino, yeah.
Yeah, 10 looks like to be the current record. We'll see if we can break that, because Sino is capable now of doing more than 10 damage in a single hit.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's see, max dices per round. So Runa Herbio with only 9, that kind of tells me that her deck's a lot of aggro, or like not a lot of these high draw, high dice kind of decks, and we do see that in her lineup.
The average round's been about 4.42. Actually, a lot. Well, it's only been the first day, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Go a little bit faster though. Actually, 4.25 rounds.
Yeah.
Amazing. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, Jibu is an aggressive player. He likes the aggro decks. Obviously, the deck that we saw was very much a combo aggro style kind of deck, although his lineup is very combo heavy, which is why this Navia deck, I think, is a big risk for Runatopia. She said so herself in the pre-match interview, is she was the only one who was brave enough to bring that Navia deck, but that might come back to bite her a little bit against this lineup, especially, which is combo heavy.
And we have our first winners for the raffles on screen. One from EU, one from NA. Congratulations.
Yeah.
We're still giving primos out, obviously, between each match, as in like every time they match up with each other. So don't forget to enter in by typing in "Let's Go," the player you want to win, and your UID, or you can put my UID if you want. Just ask.
If you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, if you're joining us from the other channels, either Genshin Official or on the Astro Carnival Twitch, first of all, welcome to the Prince Cup, but you do need to hop over to the YouTube channel to enter in that raffle.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, and we're giving away, one favorite game is potentially 10,000 Primo Gems for each best of 5, depending on
actually, total,
games.
Not for one person, just to be clear.
I mean, yesterday, both of your lower bracket matches that you casted went to 5 games.
We went to 5 games every time.
Yeah, our ones went blistering fast.
Yeah, we were expecting like to be a bit long because at least prior to this patch, it has been a lot of stall decks, right? And yeah, if you like stall decks, you could let us know in this QR code if you want, or if you prefer these faster games, but you let us know anything. Production of the show, us, the players, whatever you want. Let us know. We would love to hear it. We will use it to improve the show as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'd love to, I'm sure everyone here, the players especially, would love to come back to another one of these events. These are always the most hype things of the year, right? I mean, you and I have both cast a lot of the online tournaments, so they don't quite feel the same as being here in person. I mean, look at that stage. I really want to sit on that stage as a player. I'm not good enough to, but I really want to.
Well, Navia is going to go back on the stage with the rest of her gang here.
Yeah.
So I believe in this deck. It can work.
It can, but I think it's going to really struggle into Jibu's lineup because he has a lot of combo decks. That Sayu, Herald, Chongyun deck is also a combo deck, going to be favored into this. The one deck that Runa may be able to win on is against Sino.
Yeah.
So I think Runatopia has to hope that Jibu plays the Sino deck and gets a win out of the way, because I think if Jibu takes the Sayu deck out at this point, he will be ahead 2-0.
Yeah. Be interesting to see.
Yeah. I mean, the matchups it is conquest format, meaning you do have to win with each of your decks, but it can matter when you bring out each of your decks because there may be one deck on the other side that you have a good matchup into, and if you miss the win in that specific matchup, it could really make it hard for you to make a comeback. What is it? Oh, it is.
Okay. I guess this is the one you want to win on for sure.
This is going to be a tough matchup for Jibu. So this is going to be the reverse of the last game. And the reason is that Barbara cleanse. So if you're not familiar with this deck, Chevreuse is kind of the support character that enables it to happen. She makes it so every time you overload, you generate an overcharged ball into your hand that lets you get free pyro hits. But the key thing is you have to trigger overload.
Yeah.
And one thing Barbara is very good at doing is not letting
that happen. Okay, but Jibu is really especially adept at playing around with reactions. So I'm wondering how he's going to cook up with this here. Some other new cards that actually come back into the game, like the Sumeru Resonance card.
Yeah, Sumeru Resonance.
It didn't used to be there before, a long time ago, because why would you need to like draw back? But this now.
Yeah. I mean, one of the key cards for that Sino deck is that new weapon, the Prospector's Drill, which lets you discard those Chevreuse bullets when you take damage. And we'll probably see it here.
Did you see that? That was a new stinger I just saw there.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember seeing that one from yesterday.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was really cool.
They're always upgrading. I mean, that 3D effect with the zoom in at the beginning, that is new as well.
Reduction and going up. Gotta love it. All right, Barbara, let's do this.
Okay, this Barbara start makes a lot of sense. And actually, Jibu knowing how to play this matchup. So normally with the Sino deck, you start on Dea, apply that Pyro, and then start using Overload. But the problem with that strategy is Barbara is ready to cleanse. If you start with a Dea skill, your opponent immediately will Barbara skill, and as long as they end second, they will always cleanse your Pyro. So it is actually a mistake against Barbara specifically to start on Dea, and it looks like Jibu knows this.
Yeah, because also, Dea doesn't quickly get Pyro application out yet unless you skill twice, which normally you don't need to do. And Chevreuse is still there to create the overload if needed, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I think in this matchup specifically, what Jibu's going to want to do is build towards that Chevreuse burst. So if you're not aware what that does, it does 2 pyro damage initially, but more importantly, every time Runa Tobio then swaps characters for the next 2 times, it will immediately hit for 1 pyro. Now, one thing that Stolex love to do is swap around.
Yeah. My God, actually?
Yeah.
This is cooking here. I'm enjoying this a lot.
Yeah. The one good thing for Runa Tobio, though, is because of that cleanse, Jibu does have to play a little bit slower, right? He cannot rush for those overloads with Dea, which gives Runa Tobio more time to draw like tenacity and equipment and other things, and that really could make the difference.
All right. So now, you think, we should skill here, but then we could force him to No. Okay.
Yeah, it really depends. So if Jibu can find a way to not spend any dice and just pass and force the Hydro application on Runa to go on herself.
I see what you're saying. I get it now.
Yeah, so that countdown very much was trying to find something, but looks like it didn't find anything worth doing. We might just see a Sino skill. We could see a strategize to try and draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, maybe.
That's going to be a lot of cards drawn.
Yeah.
Might be too many. You don't want to overdraw.
Yeah. If you play 1 strategize, you'll be at 9. So,
so you need to play another card.
Something else.
Exactly. I think we have to Sino skill here.
Yeah. I mean,
I think that's fine as well. So even though your opponent can cleanse the Electro.
Strategize.
Okay, still not finding anything. I don't think I want to strategize again. But even though your opponent can't cleanse the Electro, so with the recent changes to Sino, every time he uses his elemental skill, that stat, I never get it right, Path Sworn, it's either Pack Sworn Path Clearer or Path Sworn Pack, I don't know. Something like that. But it ticks up by 1 as you see there. You no longer have to rely on his burst to do that. And that's why Sino is so prevalent right now. You can get up to that critical number of 4, which then starts buffing every hit of Sino by 2. And that's, I think, the plan now in this specific matchup. We're actually probably not going to see an overload. It's going to be Sino solo for a lot of the game.
I think so right now, yeah. Because Runa's probably likely going to stay on Barbara here. Like, just to cleanse it off. Yeah. Oh, they play Sodan. I was thinking Lieben, maybe.
Ooh.
All right. We got a 0-cost Melusine. Do you have
I got to bring out my Serene cheat sheet here. Of course, with a 0 cost, you can't, it's very hard to tell. There are 7 0 costs that could be. We cannot tell until it is played. There's some really crazy ones. But I think Runa Tobio is doing the right thing. We saw a Golden Troop go onto Navia, which is going to let her discount her skill by 2. The way I think you want to play this matchup, if your opponent wants to Sino solo, then you need to do your own thing and try and use Navia to pressure them off of Sino. And so the Golden Troop there is going to let Navia really threaten Sino, but the one thing we're missing is that talent. If we can draw that talent, then Jibu is going to have a really hard time being on Sino.
I want to shout out to the person controlling the screen there to show us the cards there. We still can't quite tell what Melusine it is.
No, yeah.
yet.
Unfortunately, when you click on the card, the indicator comes in like the top left thing, and with this split screen, we don't have it. We appreciate the effort, but we're gonna, we're gonna let that surprise us. Once it's played, we will know. There's some really fun effects there.
Yeah. Especially Lutine, I believe it was yesterday, right? With the +2 or -2 HP.
Yes. If you're in chat, you can put down your prediction for which Melusine. If you know the Melusine names, you can put down a prediction and see if you guess it correctly.
Vote your favorite Melusine.
Ooh, wait, hang on.
Seedwing. Bring her in.
Okay. Well, that's cheating.
Yeah. Not really.
No, it has to be your favorite NPC.
Okay, NPC, fine.
It has to be one of the 10 that Serene summons. And bonus points if you know where in the map they are. I was talking to Leah yesterday. It's like, she usually handles the lore side of things. To tell us where in Fontaine you can find each Melusine that Serene
Most of them there are going to be in Mercy Village, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that makes
most
sense.
of them will be in there.
That makes sense. It's like a scavenger hunt, kind of almost, right?
Yes.
It's like find the
One
Melusine.
of them is super important, though, to like the deep lore. Canatia, I believe it is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see here.
Yeah, maybe if it's played, we'll explain it. But that Sino talent going down hot equip as well to draw extra cards.
So now as Jibu, you want to try to get some overloads out here.
It's very tricky.
It's going to be very tricky.
Yeah, I think the one thing that would make Jibu change plans to go for Overload is if he draws that Calc's Arts.
Yeah.
So that's one of the cards the deck plays, and pretty much the only reason you play it is to buff it, to go into Chevreuse Burst. Because normally you don't really want to skill twice on Chevreuse all that much, but that Calc's Arts lets you immediately burst and skip all of the other things. So unless he finds that Calc's Arts, maybe by playing that second countdown to the show, we probably won't see him go off of Sino anytime soon.
Yeah, he'll probably keep staying there until you can find a safe line to Chevreuse for sure. Looks like Runa's planning to go to Farina just to kind of mitigate the damage a little bit.
Yeah, equipping that Veterans there. Oh, we see. Oh, what is it?
Those look like...
It's oh, I got this.
It's like-
it's Topias.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Two cool cards or something like that, yeah. Another Millilith. Was that the one that got drawn?
That was a new. So Topias, the effect is you immediately draw 2 cards, and then every time you play a card from your hand, you'll draw or discard one.
Oh, that's the one. So it's not making new cards, it's drawing cards.
No,
out
it's
of your
drawing
current
cards
deck.
from the deck. In fact, that one goes really crazy with Whale. If we ever see a Whale deck pull Topias, it's a insane high roll. It gets really fun, really crazy. You'll just deck yourself out almost immediately. Not quite as good in this specific matchup, but at the very least, it draws you those cards, which is very important.
But it also affects the opponent,
It does,
which
it
is the
does.
fun part, right? Now Jibu is sitting at 8 cards here. So they're safe for now.
Well, here's the funny thing. Jibu has that countdown to the show 3.
Oh, yeah.
Normally, there isn't a lot of ways to discard that, but this is actually
This
a
is
way.
one of those ways, yeah.
So Jibu could actually use his... This might
That'd be a high roll if it picks
would.
that one, because it's completely random, too.
Well, so the one card that Jibu is missing from the Sino combo, he has an artifact, which I guess he will want Gambles eventually, but he has that talent. He needs the drill. The drill is actually very important for Sino's damage.
Okay. This might be a little dangerous for Farina, even if they stay there and cleanse it off.
Yep.
Ooh.
I mean, next round, Sino is... We might see a swap off of Sino just to keep him safe from Navia, because Navia, with that Golden Troop, is threatening a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But next round, Sino still goes up by 1 passive stack at the end of the round. So we'll be at 4, meaning with the talent, the buff, each hit is, what is it, 7 damage base.
Yeah. Do you think Quickstop comes in right now to Chevreuse to get that overload going?
Actually, I think that might be a good way. Yeah.
Yeah, load.
Oh, no, we are just going to see another skill.
Okay.
Oh!
That's right, yes.
Yeah, the
skill adds damage.
Well, yeah,
the talent, right?
Yeah, the talent. The talent adds +2, so the re-equip of the talent lets Sino do another 5, taking out Farina immediately. That's actually huge because every character that goes down on Runatopio's side is 1 less point of healing from both Barbara's skill and also the Singer of Many Waters from Farina.
It also will ensure Hydra to go on that side right now as well.
Yeah, that's actually really devastating. One of Runatopio is just regretting not playing around that second talent.
Yeah. It's tough.
It is tough.
Sino solo being real, very real here. Does the Melusine debuff, or buff, I guess you could say, carry on to the next round, or is it just this round here?
It is just this round. This one's
Okay.
just this round. Ooh.
Ooh. Well, I don't know.
Oh, no.
You'll still lose something. Hopefully you lose the right card, but I don't think anything in hand is too important.
Well, you either draw or discard. So Jibu, they're high rolling a little bit. You know, after playing the Sino talent, ended up drawing in that Sumeru Res
Yeah.
in the heart of Kavarina there.
Drew Lieben.
Yeah, I think you have to. You probably. Well, do you need to swap off? So Navia triggered Crystallize, but again, it doesn't draw you those shrapnel. So Jibu knows there's 0 shrapnel right now in Runetopio's hand, but the Topia's effect is still in place. So what Runetopia could try and do potentially is start playing cards and then drawing through to find shrapnel. Although with only 2 dice, I think Jibu is pretty safe to just stay on Sino if he wants to.
Okay.
Oh, another draw? That's 2 cards drawn.
Lucky. Very lucky.
That's really, he's won 2, so each one's a 50-50.
Yeah.
So Jibu's won 2 50-50s. I think Runetopia lost one because she discarded. So this is looking really bad for her. That Topias is really backfiring.
Yeah. Seren, you're ruining things. We still have that other 0 cost in there too. I don't know what that's going to do.
Yeah, that's going to be a surprise. It could be another Topias. There's no reason to play a second one in the same round. Could also be that there are a few effects that Runetopia totally doesn't want to play. One of them being, of course, the Lutein, the one that heals and damages you. That's probably going to be a little bit too risky at this point because if you just take 2 damage on any character now, I think it immediately will just lose you the game.
Jibu's in a weird position right now because Lieben would be a great idea, but you overdraw at this point. And if
overdraw,
you play anything, you might draw again or lose one. So kind of stuck here.
You are kind of stuck. I mean, we could see a tune just into a normal attack that is going to do 4 damage because Sino is at 4 stacks.
Yeah, and that will cleanse the Hydra off the next turn as well.
We're just going to see a tune.
Yeah.
This actually be quite an overdraw because I believe the White Glove is also going to draw an additional card. Plus the 2 from Light. This might be a 2-card overdraw. I wonder if Jibu actually calculated that correctly. Maybe it's very easy to forget that White Glove and Fisherman draws you an extra card when it goes off on that second stack.
Definitely gonna overdraw. 7 cards in, 2 cards drawn. Lieben will draw 2, so you lose 1.
Yep.
Yeah, there's that one right there.
Okay, we will get to see what cards are overdrawn though, because it is Jibu's point of view right now. Ooh, okay, gets a woven.
So, that drill might get drawn.
Yeah, that drill would be really. I mean, luckily for Jibu, drill is not as important when you haven't triggered any overloads with Chevron.
Yeah.
It's still good damage though, and he'd love to have it.
2 drill.
Oh, what is it? Okay.
Oh, okay, it's just those 2. That's fine.
That's not too bad.
Yep. Okay. 10 to 8 dice too. This is gonna be very tricky. Maybe the Meloscenes can turn this around. What can happen here?
I mean, that Sino is so threatening right now, and you know that your opponent drew a lot of cards. You saw that White Glove there, so Sino here, let's see, a skill does 7, and then a follow-up 2 hits from the the Call for Cleanup will get up to 9. And Runetopia, importantly, has a Crystallized Shield, but never drew into a Tenacity until, or never got a chance to play Tenacity until having one in hand now, but it's almost too late. So she has no extra shield. Does have that Buttercrab, but again, with only 2 characters left, Buttercrab is less effective.
Yeah, for sure here. There's potential for Sino to get taken out. Just trying to see a line here. If Barbara can just tap Sino here for 4. Or for 1 to get 2 4. Sino can't heal right now.
Oh, look at that damage.
Actually, okay, it might. This could be a Navia solo, actually.
I mean, you have so Navia, of course, remember has that golden troop. So even though Runetopia is at 8 dice, Navia now has 4 stacks on that golden troop, meaning she has 4 free dice to use on skills. Oh, Runetopia did draw that talent. Actually, I just noticed.
I think Runa tries. Well, I think Runa needs to sack Barbara here, so they can get a free swap to Navia, because that could lethal Sino on the next turn. I'm sure Jibu is well aware of this though, so
100%. Yeah, that Barbara talent probably going to go down. I mean, we have the Hydro Dice for it. We might as well use it. I actually don't remember if it gives you that free swap or not, but it won't really matter. Ooh.
It won't matter if you get taken out. What?
Another Serene.
Oh my god. Melusines, do your thing. What do we get? We get
that one is
some
2 food. Actually, that one's really good. That one's really good. We got a roast chicken. What is it? Sticky honey roast.
Yeah. No. Sweet Madame.
Sweet Madame. Yeah. Sorry, I Paimon influences.
Yeah, Sweet Madame and Northern Smoked Chicken.
Yeah, I mean, Northern Smoked Chicken could come up. Navia, of course, does have a Geo Infusion, but we'll probably just see that healing for 1. It could be very important for a break point at some point.
Definitely. Still got Butter Crab. 9 cards in hand here. So you gotta be a bit careful if you want to play another Melusine.
Yeah, a lot of them will draw you
No,
2 extra
the
cards.
problem with this is you only got 6. Ooh, buttercrab.
This
I don't know
buttercrab.
how I feel about that one, but okay.
That's an interesting play because it's not... Okay, so what Buttercrab does do here is Sino's normal attack only does 4 damage.
Okay.
And with Buttercrab, Barbara is currently at 5,
Yeah.
which forces Jibu to use a skill on Sino to take out Barbara. But of course, with this call for cleanups, we might actually see one get played to get up to that breakpoint exactly.
No gamblers in hand yet, I don't
Yeah.
think. Or is there?
No, there's no gamblers, and that's really like things.
Wait, what's on? Oh, that's the
It's a
talent. Heart, right? Okay.
Yeah, Sino currently has a heart. So if Runa does hit Sino here, but if, yeah, I think that's the correct thing to do. But I think she's 1 dice short, right? Because if she hits Sino here, uses up 3 dice, and then gonna switch it to Navia.
Okay.
But there's no shrapnel in hand.
Not yet.
Is she just trying to fake out Jibu by pretending that she has 2 shrapnel?
That could be a huge meta play, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because if Rune Turbo does have 2 shrapnel, and there was 1 crystallized, Jibu's aware of that, so there are 3 shrapnel floating around somewhere in Runatopio's deck.
Yeah.
They are random. There is the slim possibility that she did already draw
Yeah.
those.
Actually, that's a good bluff.
Yeah, but I think Jibu, he has a Lotus in hand, which is going to protect him from a skill initially, so we might just see him equip that.
No, that's a good call. Good call right there.
Yeah, I think with that Lotus,
Yeah, Lotus, yeah. He's going to call the bluff.
Well, with that Lotus, it even doesn't matter. Like, if Runatopio has those 2 shrapnel, she would have to sacrifice Navia in order to take out Sino, and I think that's a trade at this point Jibu is willing to make. With Dea and Shevra still at 10,
Yeah.
I think they can Barbara solo.
Do you think so?
Well, okay, you know, I'm still like traumatized by that one time playing Cat's Tail. I lost to a Barbara solo,
Yeah.
and ever since then, she scares me.
She is definitely one of the top cards in almost any deck or any time we see her in a tournament for sure.
Yeah.
So let's see if this kind of happens here. But yeah, now we can't. Well, there's no shrapnel anyway in Runa's hand here, so now we can't even do this. But
So let's see. Jibu, I think that was a normal attack from... Yeah, that was a normal attack. So at 7 HP, let's see. Skill current does 5 with 2 cold for cleanups. We'll get up to 7. So Navia is in range.
oh,
Okay.
Barbara still has effective 5 health here. So
Yeah, effective 5 health. So Jibu can just tune 2 and skill. Or he can choose to just play a white glove and a normal attack to save cards. But he has a lot of cards right now.
Yeah.
But I think he does want to swap off of Sino at this point because there is just a risk of going down. But I think GB wants to take out Barbara here because if he does, Runatopia is forced to be on Navia, and her Golden Troop won't work if Navia is the active character.
I think that's what we're gonna go for here. Fresh win.
Oh, it might be
both the call for cleanups. No.
No, this is enough. The skill is enough to do it.
Right. Yeah.
I think.
I think here now, you could. That's right. No gamblers yet.
No gamblers, but what this is going to do, so next round Jibu has double call for cleanup. The talent will refresh, meaning a skill on Sino will be doing 7 damage, which is exactly enough to take out Navia at that point in time. Oh, what is this one? Oh! Oh, that's so risky to play. Wait a minute, you just gave Jibu 4 companions. That must have been a last-ditch effort to make something happen here, but this is going to give Jibu even another... And that Catherine?
Yeah, Catherine, Hachi showed up as well. And Silver and Malus is betraying Navia too. Not that it matters, it's not gonna do anything, but that's kind of funny.
Yeah, I think Runatopia just threw that out there as a last-ditch effect.
Yeah, just like something.
And that was Puka, by the way, for those playing from home. We just saw Puka being played. Fills both sides companion support zones with companions.
Oh, well, okay, can Runa survive a hit here?
Yes.
Okay, so there's an egg now.
All right, team,
Runa,
let's move it out.
Yeah, but now that Catherine...
That Catherine freak works all right. Oh no, not the Pyres. Yeah, now this. Yeah. It's so sign over for Runatopia.
Oh.
How many of those can you play?
You can play 2. Oh.
Jeez. Dang, didn't expect that to happen, but hey. And well, it's a gacha deck, right?
Yeah.
So surely you can come back on the next one.
Yeah, I mean, I really think, again, we saw Navia talent there not being played. And I think Runatopia is at a disadvantage in some ways in that matchup. So you can't play the stall strategy in against a deck with Sino and things that can really pressure you that quickly. And you need to go aggressive. Like Navia with the talent can turn into an aggro character because you're doing 5.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Especially if you have that Farina skill down to apply Hydro rather than going for Barbara skill. I feel like that was kind of a miss step in both games. You still might be at a disadvantage, but I think that gives you a better chance than trying to play the stall game against a character like Sino, right?
Stall would work better with like a freeze component too.
Right.
So it's a little bit more difficult here.
Exactly. Yeah, if you can freeze Sino, that is one way to control him.
Yeah, or force swaps and moves around. Dang.
Yeah, I think well played by Jibu in this case, identifying first of all that Dea is not an option in this matchup, right? If you're not familiar with this matchup, and you just go Dea start normally, you'll get destroyed by the Barbara deck. You'll never get an overload. Your Sino will not build up stacks as quickly. But now Runa faces a really tough situation because I believe that Navia deck is going to match poorly into Jibu's last remaining deck. And again, this is Conquest, so at some point Runatopia now has to play that matchup.
I think Runa is going to run in with Sino, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good chance to, you know what your opponent's deck is, so you can play a deck that's targeted. Actually, well, hang on. I think the Cryo Cube deck might actually be a deck that would be favored into it. Sino could be as well, but opponent with Herald is actually surprisingly annoying.
Right.
Although Overload on Herald is exactly 6 damage.
And Jibu also has a freeze component here too, right?
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit harder to play around. That's why I feel like Sino would be the best choice here, because we've seen how fast Sino can go. There's potential for this. So the quicker you can get one of those guys off the field there, I think Runa stands a chance to come back into game 2.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 mentalities here. So if you're Runatopia, I think your hardest matchup right now is that Navia deck. You have to play it at some point. So one strategy, if you just want to get it out of the way, it's like, just take your medicine up front, play it now. If you lose, that's it. You probably would have lost that matchup anyway had it gone to game 5. Do you want to stretch out 2 more? Because this is mentally exhausting. Playing 5 games.
We could mentally exhaust Jibu that way too, right?
Yeah, true.
But speaking of winners, not losers this time, congratulations to 1 Asia server player and 1 EU server player for winning 1,000 Primo Gems, which will be sent to you within about 45 days, I think the mod mentioned yesterday, so be patient for that. If you want to join the next one, which will be coming up pretty soon, it's Let's Go, player name you want to win, and your UID in YouTube chat. If you're watching from Twitch and Genshin Official, Astro Carnival as well, hi, welcome.
Hello.
All right, looks like we're getting into game 3 right now. This has to be a win for Runa, otherwise she will be sent home and Jibu will advance.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're a player at home, you are rooting for Runa to pick a deck other than Navia to try and extend out the series to get more wins, because of course each match played is when we hold those raffles. But I definitely could respect that Runa just wants to play that Navia deck.
It is.
Oh, it is.
Okay, all right, let's stick with it. Spina de Rosula one more time.
That would be how I would approach it as well. I definitely fatigue easily. So I want to just get this This is the hardest game. This is
the hardest game out of the way. I get you. All right. Well, I think for Runa, probably just play aggressive, but with like a stall setup.
It really depends. You can't. I think you have to wait for that Navia talent. If you have Navia talent, that lets you play aggressively. That lets you get those shrapnel out of your deck effectively. If you don't have it, you have to play the stall game until you draw that talent and maybe that Claymore.
Okay, so there should be a lot of Barbara and Farina going around at least. I would at least try to keep heals going.
Yeah. One good thing for Runa though, so we saw the Herald Sayu Chongyun deck, Herald Claymore, as some people were calling it in the last version. It did take a significant hit with most recent changes. Lumenstone in particular went from 2 to 3 cost, and Liasong got a slight adjustment that no longer makes it as effective. And so, as we see here, Dunyazad has replaced Lumenstone in this deck, which does make it quite a bit slower.
A little bit slower, but still a very, very strong contender. It was the 100% deck given it day 1, right? We know how strong this deck is for sure.
I played this deck quite a lot as well. This is the one that got me through to do the.
Oh, you
Gathering.
ran this version? You ran the version with Mona still instead of Herald? Because Herald hadn't come out yet, so I haven't come back to this deck personally. But Mona is always a fun choice to have for a quick swap here.
Yeah, this particular elemental combination, and in fact, if you're a player at home, it's something that's pretty flexible in terms of the characters. You have a Hydro, and then you have an Animo to swell the Hydro, and then you have a Cryo to freeze after the Hydro applications. And we've seen various iterations.
Yeah, and you can like swirl freezes as well. And you have you have 2 Claymore users.
Yes.
It's actually one of the strongest decks, I think, in any tournament right now.
Yeah, Claymore characters are like really favored because not only do they have Wolf's Gravestone, but now they have, what is it? The Ultimate Overlord's Mega Magic Sword.
Something like that.
I'm saying that really quickly 3 times.
Ultimate Overlord's Mega Magic. I'm not going to do that right now.
It kind of has a nice ring to it because like, Overlord and Sword kind of rhyme.
Right.
Ultimate Overlord's Mega Magic Sword. Ultimate
there you go.
Mega Magic Sword.
Do that at home, viewers, if you would.
Do that at home when you pull for Navia and she will come home.
Yes. But again, like, 2 Claymores on this team, freeze and swirl potentials, prepare skills from Sayu's side, a really big burst from Chongyun's side, a really annoying debuff from the Herald. This is probably the deck you want to build. If you're kind of new to TCG, this is something you might want to like experiment with and see how it plays for you. But this is just one example of how TCG can be played. We won't get to see the whale here, but the discard mechanic that got added was quite a different flavor, which was really fun.
It's really fun, and let's see what Runatopia can do. Oh, it's a 1-cost Melusine. That's only 2 potential ones, so it's going to be Sluasi or Canatila.
Okay.
We probably won't see them play this round because it's almost certainly going to be a ramp into Liben turn. Oh, we do actually see that Claymore. Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, so talent is one way. You can go aggro.
Yeah.
The other way is that Claymore. So
Claymore, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so the way it works, once you it starts tracking for the entire game, so you don't have to equip it just yet. But for every card that wasn't in your deck, that's a different name, that you play will gain 1 stack. And once it gets up to 4, that's the magic number. You want to play 4 cards to get +2 damage. And if you can get up to 8, it goes up to +3, which is really good. It's very hard, but with Serene, she generates so many cards of different names. Like that card there that we see in Rutopia's hand is going to be one. Actually, Farina's Seats Secular card does actually count. You don't start with that in your deck. So Runatopia already has 2 cards she can play for that sword.
Yeah. Then it would lower Navia's shrapnel count to about 4 if you want to do a 10 hit. If you are at a max sword, that is, right? But having a +2 is still pretty good for this situation. Yeah, this might be a decent setup for Runatopia here.
I think so, and especially if that one. So it depends if that's Sluasi or Canatila, but Sluasi will draw the top 3 cards of your opponent's deck, so you can actually steal your opponent's cards. It's actually, there's another actual trick to that, because since it draws from the top of the deck, you get to see what your opponent is about to draw.
Yeah.
And especially as a stall deck, that's really useful information.
You think Jibu also? Yeah, I'm thinking Timaeus and then maybe a Claymore.
I think it'll be a Claymore Crep. Unfortunately, there's no other ramp cards. You would love to see something like a Dunyazad or something, but the classic play from this deck is just to play out 8 dice worth of equipment or card draw and then go for the next turn and Sayu pop off on round 2.
Yeah. Well, you can't. Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah, both sides might just agree to just like equip first round and then go at it.
I mean, it's the right way to play on each side. Runatopia getting that tenacity on Barbara is going to be pretty important, and every 2 shields you generate is 2 less damage that your opponent's dealing, and especially against a deck with Wolf's Gravestone, keeping your characters above that critical 6 HP threshold is so important, right? I think the one way Runatopia can really leverage the healing in her deck is to make sure that she chooses healing at the right time to just stay above 7. That's the magic number. She stays above 7, the Wolf's Gravestone is okay to deal with.
Just want to remind chat that we have heart rate monitors on both players here as well. Runatopia has been sitting around 130 for about the last 40-ish minutes. So 40 minutes of like a brisk jog, not too fast.
Yeah, it's a good workout.
It's a good workout just sitting there right now, just thinking.
Ooh, a Herald skill from Jibu. I'm actually not a fan of that because your opponent probably is going to swap to Barbara next round with the Tenacity Shields, which means you'll get denied that Hydro application, which is so important for Sayu. I would have probably liked to see a Claymore equipped there. You're not getting any discounts, unfortunately, but I mean, you could have played the Courtyard in your hand potentially. But I think it's a better use of the dice. But we'll see how this ends up working out.
Well, Jibu looks like her intention might be to stay on Herald here.
Yeah, you
the
definitely
dice
can.
here. They could swap to Sayu or Chung unit this way. Oh, they kind of were going which way I can go.
You
Being open to
generally, it depends. You can
Yeah.
go onto Chongyun if against aggressive deck to play for the freeze, but I think
Yeah.
as a stall deck, it's really focused on Sayu. But you want to be swelling.
Yeah.
As soon as you get that first swell, it's really hard to stop any further swell. So Runatopio's plan here is going to be try and stall out that Hydra application as long as possible. At some point, it'll happen, right? Then, you know, Jibu can just stay on Herald for a long time using that prepare skill, and eventually your character will have Hydro for Sayu. But until that happens, Jibu's going to really have a hard time making damage.
Yeah. Dawn Winery goes out right now.
Yeah.
New buff where it discounts 2 swaps.
That's going to be really important in
Yeah.
this matchup because you do want to be swapping around like Runa is doing to avoid the Hydra application. And now Dawn Winery does let her do that much easier.
Yeah. You think they play another Melusine card here?
We could. We saw a
Oh.
0 cost one drawn. But one thing with the Melusine cards,
Yeah.
they draw so many cards that your hand gets really full.
It gets really full really fast. It could
a
also
big
do the a bunch of supports on
A bunch of
your field again.
supports?
That
Yeah.
was always fun to see, as we saw earlier, right?
It is fun, but you know, unless you're getting more than your opponent, it's
Yeah.
probably a bad idea. As you
It's betrayed me every time, personally.
It has a habit of doing that. Yeah, it's fun though. I really like Serene and the cards. Like they're the good kind of RNG where it's like you can plan around it because you're in control of when you play those cards. But they're fun and wild, and you don't know what can happen in a game once you play them.
Always love casting Jibu matches. He always like runs the clock and like Jibu, I'm gonna run out of things to say here unless you start making moves. But
Yeah, and
Yeah.
this is why I'm not a huge fan of that Herald play, because the swap was almost certainly going to come. I can appreciate you do want to get Hydro onto Navia, because then you can threaten Chongyun freeze at some point, especially if your opponent draws that talent. You know, you don't want them to chain together attacks.
I think this is fine though.
This is fine.
Yeah. We got prepare skill. We got 2 Hydro on everyone here. So you have to force Runa to go to maybe Farina at some point. But now we have the ability to throw that burst from the Herald
Yep.
to make it really annoying for Runa to get anything set up.
Yeah, that burst, of course, is able to apply that Curse of the Undercurrent to the opponent's characters, making all of their skills and burst cost 1. Doesn't work for normal attacks, which Navia can utilize, especially with that Claymore in hand.
Yeah. I see we have 2 Gildeds ready to go. Timaeus will discount one, and Courtyard can discount the other for a significant amount. So Jibu could kind of go off this turn a little bit if he wants.
Definitely, but this is why Runatopio, you know, has that Dawn Winery in the deck,
Yeah.
able to now swap twice. Now Jibu has a really hard time going to Sayu. We might actually go see a Chongyun swap here because of that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wouldn't have minded a Claymore equipment because you have both Wolf's Gravestone. I think this might be a matchup where you want to equip both of them onto
I think we're bursting.
Sayu.
We're bursting. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to get that debuff out right now. I think that's a good move for Jibu. Right? That Dawn Winery is going to be a problem, so you got to find ways to make them spend their dice.
Yeah, this is definitely the weakness in this plan going to Farina, is
Yeah.
now Jibu can just apply Hydro to all 3 characters, which means that Sayu is guaranteed to swell. And we see that Sayu talent in Jibu's hand, which is going to come up pretty shortly, of course, drawing you 2 cards, but only if Sayu can trigger a swell effect.
All right, so Runa opts to bring out the Singer, get some heal going, and everyone's got Hydra right now, so...
Hydro, but Jibu has way too many cards in hand.
Yeah. Well, he could start like getting rid of some Gilded and take some more actions here.
I think so, yeah. We
Yeah.
could see a Gilded play onto Sayu. Unfortunately, that's not with a Wolf's Gravestone equipped, though. I think
Yeah.
you really want that to
You
happen.
kind of wanted the combo together, yeah.
Yeah.
Strategize, I guess, would be your next best bet.
Oh, that's going to fill your hand even more.
True.
Do you do? You could play a Gilded and then equip
on my sleep.
equip a Wolf's Gravestone. That could be a play, you know, with the Courtyard
Yeah.
or without.
Gilded would bring back 2 more dice. Courtyard would discount the Claymore to 1. You couldn't make a move yet. You could get set up now just to do that for the next turn, though, yes.
Oh.
Let's see what we get. We get food.
Food.
Okay.
All right.
Lotus is kind of big, actually.
That was Serene. Actually, she can generate her own Melusine card.
Lotus kind of big, though.
It is huge,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Sashimi
huge.
Planet, not so much. Although, wait, okay. Once Navia gets set up with that Claymore,
Yeah. That could be big.
yes, each of
could
her
be really
hits
big.
deals 2, and then you can add 3, and then maybe
Yeah.
get to 6
Yeah.
with the sashimi platter.
Yeah.
Jibu won't be playing around that at all. Won't be
Yeah.
thinking
Won't
about
even
that
be
card
thinking
at all.
about that, yeah. That's the fun of Serene being added to this game here.
And I think we're currently at 2 stacks on the Claymore because we played Serene and we played the Seat Secular from Farina.
Claymore does go on to Sayu, and
Okay.
Jibu will end turn here.
Oh, right, yes. With Courtyard, you can equip for 1. This makes the most sense. You're going to save that Gilded for next round.
Yep.
And now we have Sayu going to pop off. This is really scary for Runatopia. And this is where that, you know, her not only Fontaine Resonance, but Hydra Resonance it come in very key. She's going to try and, you know, pressure Sayu a little bit, but also keep all her characters above 6 so that Sayu isn't getting that +2 damage off of every prepare skill.
Yeah. Thankfully, we do have Fontaine Resonance, as you mentioned, and then the Hydra Resonance as well.
I think she's deciding she wants to play Hydra Resonance now. Oh, no, of course.
Away the Sashimi, that's fine.
That makes sense. That
And
makes
the
sense.
other Melusine.
Oh! Wait, okay.
Wait, that's kind of big.
That was Canotilla, which draws 2 event cards randomly, but it's not quite random because the event cards that Melusines especially love, which happen to be resonances.
Yeah, all resonances.
And a second Hydra Resonance?
Yeah, and a fresh, not fresh, an old freshman coming in, which is kind of nutty. So that lets you swap every time you take an action for that whole round.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which actually could be a downside. I think Runatopia would love 1 swap, which is to skill on Barbara, apply Hydro, and then go to Navia.
That'd be good for later, yeah.
Yeah, but good for later. It's probably not the best in this deck because you want to stay on mainly 2 characters. Like going to Farina here would actually be a downside after Navia. You can keep her protected after her skill. I mean, it could come up.
You do have Hydro Resonances that can help here, and you got a Lotus now to play with.
The Hydro Resonance is huge, and now with actually Runatopia drawing Calc Arts.
Unfortunately, we did not get Golden Troop equipped. Upgraded Golden Troop. I don't know which that one is called.
That's actually Golden Troop. So the smaller one is Golden Troop's Reward.
That's so bizarre.
Really funny because when Golden Troop's Reward first came out, people were like, that name is too long, so we just say Golden Troop. And then they released Golden Troop, and people were like, oh.
GTR.
Well, yeah, GTR.
GTR and GT. There you go.
Ooh.
Okay, what was that? Oh, it's Gilded.
That was Gilded. Yeah. This is the scary turn for Runatopia. Jibu with that Tamias and the Wolf's Gravestone equipped is gonna pop off with that Sayu talent as well.
A lot of dice. Oh, Golden House.
Oh, we're gonna ball.
We making more? You don't need to make more yet.
Oh, making sure,
right.
Not to overdraw.
Yeah. Okay, Junior Zod. Liar Song. Wow, that's high roll. That's top decking right there for Jibu.
It is, but with the most recent change to Liar Song, if you don't play it as your first card in a round, it will only discount by 1. So normally, you know, in the previous version, if you draw Liar Song here, especially with that Golden House, you can return Gilded Dreams and play it again for free. But with only a 1 dice discount, Jibu can't do that.
Wouldn't Timaeus also discount it? Or
no, but Timaeus got used already.
Oh, yeah, so once per round, right. Okay.
Once per round. If we draw a second Timaeus, then we can use it immediately, but right now, Jibu can't. And that actually does come up. It's why this deck is still good, of course, as Jibu is playing it now, but not quite as good as before.
I think Runa should just normal here.
I think so. We might actually see a monster. Yeah, we're
going for it. Okay. Let's see. Jibu remains unfazed upon seeing that. Just watching his expression. He nodded a little bit.
What is the actual name of Mondstadt Resonance again? It's a trivia question. It's like Winds and Freedom?
Winds and Freedom, I believe it is, yeah.
Right, because it's Fresh Window Freedom.
Yeah, Fresh Window Freedom.
Oh.
Okay. To Navia. Okay.
That was kind of cool. Oh, and then if you skill here, you protect Navia. As well. Oh, that's actually huge.
It's going to be for cost, so you have to play something, but at least you can get rid of that debuff now.
Depends on what that last Melusine is.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There's one more Melusine in there, too. I think skilling would be good. Too bad you don't have the talent, but like, at least get like a Crystallize on.
Yeah, talent would be very scary for Jibu because he can then be pushed off of Sayu. But this is still looking really good for Jibu here because, again, how slow Runatopia's deck is able to let Jibu have enough time to set up on Sayu.
Right. So, okay.
What was that tune?
I missed it.
Missed it.
I was looking at it. I was like, no, I think that was Fontaine Resonance?
It was Fontaine Resonance. Very, okay.
Yeah, I have memory, at least.
Good memory. Yeah, Fontaine
You call
Resonance.
the game, I just remember things.
Which is something or justice. I guess it's water and justice?
Something like that. It has to do with justice for sure. So we are probably going to see a skill here. And then a swap to Farina.
Yeah, Fontaine Resonance probably, again, makes sense to be tuned here. It is a little expensive, and because Canotilla already drew you a Hydra Resonance. It is better on average than
Yeah.
Fontaine, so
Right.
you're kind of getting the same effect here.
And we have calcs as well, so Barbara can like pull in a heal at any given moment. So
Exactly.
I think Runa's okay for now. Their goal here is to try to figure out a way to get Sayu swapped
Right.
off or just like taken out.
Yeah, I feel like though I probably would have still tuned the Golden Troops reward because if you're not playing it this round,
Oh,
you're probably not playing it again.
back to Barbara, just to tank a little bit more hits. Although Barbara could take the hit calcs and then burst.
Yeah. Well, this is smart because every time Sayu swells, it's an additional 2 damage per hit. And so being on Barbara here without an element does mean that Sayu does not get a chance to swell again.
Right.
We could still just see a prepare skill for the extra Wolf's Gravestone damage, but you
Yeah.
really do want those swells going down.
Yeah. So 7 dice to fight against, so that will be a problem for Runa.
Yeah.
Especially with the Golden House and another gilded there and Lyre Song.
Oh, it is just going to be another skill. I think this makes sense. You're still getting Wolf's Gravestone value, still providing a +1 buff, but you get to use it twice with Sayu's prepare skill on both the first and second hits.
Yeah, Runa doesn't necessarily need to calcs either. They can save that. They can just use both resonances here. Get everyone back up to 10. Off to Farina. Okay.
Ooh, this will swell.
Yeah.
For another
I mean, I'm sure now we use the resonances, surely. Right?
Now you definitely want to be above 7, right? Your opponent still
Yeah.
has 4 dice, so it's almost certainly going to be... Oh,
Back
okay.
to Barbara.
Okay, really spread out the damage. So this is setting up for a Barbara Burst. Of course, Barbara Burst heals your whole team.
For 4, correct? Yeah.
So you want to make sure to maximize that value because every point of damage matters here against a deck like Sayu. Unfortunately, though, one downside, Jibu hasn't used that many resources to enable this turn. All he did was use up his Tamaya stack, and now he's used his Lyre Song. But other than that, not really many other cards have been played. And we might see Boar into a Gilded re-equip here.
That's right, yeah. Borkashi goes on, probably likely to be replaced here.
Yeah, but without a Timaeus anything, if you Lyre Song a Gilded, it's actually equal on dice. So you don't actually gain any dice anymore unless you have another effect like Golden House. But this will give Jibu, I think, 2 more actions. Like playing yeah, with the Boar Princess there, playing a Gilded gives you 3 dice.
Yeah.
And away
So
I
there
go.
goes. Oh, they're just gonna do this. Okay.
Yeah, this is kind of a trick you really want to you can use with the Lyre Song is if you Lyre Song R5 back and they equip Heart, you just wait for your opponent to hit you first.
Yeah.
To get that card draw and then you replace it.
Right.
There's no need for Jibu to play it out right now.
Yeah.
Although he did miss a card draw off of Gilded, so it would have been the same net effect. I think he's trying to surprise Runa with those 3 dice out of nowhere. But I think Runa has to see it coming. There's an active Lyre Song in effect. There's no reason your opponent's going to do that.
Oh, Jibu, very paying attention. As soon as that Woven came out, he wrote it down right away. Calc's coming in too. I think we tune, okay, the other Millicene card, yeah.
Okay.
Ready, steady,
We burst here. Okay, everyone back up pretty healthy.
Ooh.
Swamp Sanavia.
Actually, that swap could be kind of bad.
That might be a little...
Oh, wait a minute. Runa Target doesn't have any dice to swap off. Wait, is Navia going down?
Well, okay, so if you play Boar, put on Golden Troop, then replace with
Oh, no.
Gilded.
That's 3 dice.
Yeah, that'll be 3 dice. That is gonna
Oh,
be...
no. I think Jibu's doing the math.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it. He needs to make sure. I mean, I think you make that play anyway, but he's just checking to make sure that is anything he's forgetting. But I think that's why I was so worried about Mondstadt Resonance, because yes, it's a powerful effect to let you keep swapping
Don't
around.
know if it'll take out though, will it?
With Wolf's Gravestone, I believe it's enough. I think it's 2 and then 5.
+1, right?
Yes.
Wait, the Swirl add +1?
Swirl doesn't add +1, but Wolf's Gravestone does. Sayu's hit does 2 on the first hit. I think Runa might have miscalculated there, or have not played around the Mondstadt Resonance effect.
Yeah, oh no, oh dear,
This
oh
follow-up
dear.
is going to be 5.
Yeah, that is gonna be 5. Oh, but hang on. Now, wait. The egg is still in the deck, okay?
Egg is still in the deck.
The egg is still there. There's hope.
Yeah.
Runa needs to draw this egg now. Especially.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely, you know, Runa hasn't played that Claymore yet, so still has that in her back pocket. So Egg is the only card that can save her right now.
Yeah. All right, fortunately, Runa does get turn advantage here, so we'll see if they can top deck that egg.
Oh, that Mondstadt Resonance was actually so brutal. If Runa Trebi had stayed on Barbara, Barbara would have been at high enough to tank that hit. But because being forced onto Navia after using a skill, Navia was the one on lower HP.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Unfortunate. Well, we'll see how this goes here. Maybe this might end up working out. Jibu had to play some cards. Now we know a Gildan is out. We know a Boar Princess is out, right? So,
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, we do run low on resources, but next turn, Jibu has a 2-stack Timaeus
Yeah.
with a Golden House, which is a free gilded equip.
Yeah.
So we have at least 8 dice. He also drew Gamblers.
Is that the egg? That's the egg!
What's the egg?
Let's go!
What?
Okay. All right. Let's say it with me, Chad. Egg!
Amazing.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
There is a chat. I think, well, let's think about it. So you res Navia, you use your 2 Hydra Resonances to get her up to 3. Do we have enough energy for another burst potentially here? We did get rid of the debuff.
But we used up the calcs importantly before, so it's going to be a very long time before Barbara burst. Obviously, egg straight into burst is how you want to play. The tax on Herald is gone though.
Yeah. And you need to heal up too. That's where we'll take out Navia if we don't heal her up. So
the thing is, Runatopia doesn't have a lot of dice to work
maybe
with.
we wait to play the egg then. We just try to play this out. Right?
I think that's smart because if you revive now,
Yeah.
each swell from Sayu does an extra damage.
Right.
By waiting until the last moment to revive Navia,
Yeah.
then you are mitigating as much swell damage as possible.
I think the veterans equip is good there because we can draw another dice
Yep.
as well. Do you switch to Barbara though, or do you just get another?
I think you want to switch to Barbara because of the shield.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, because it's discounted thanks to Dawn Winery.
Exactly, and because Veterans works off field, there's no reason to stay on Farina here.
Right.
The swell damage will trigger the extra dice.
Yeah.
So Runatopia will get 1 attack and then egg double Hydro Res.
Yes. I don't know if you do that yet. I think you just focus on trying to get your Siren out, or not Siren, Singer out, and then Barbara's skill out. Because you got Hydra on you anyway.
Can't catch me.
That's true. Yeah, we could just be waiting for next round.
Yeah, I
to
feel
do
like
that.
they just, unfortunately, they might need to play the Resonances, but if Barbara can get the 3 energy again, I think that'll be huge for Runa here.
It will be. And we do get back up to 8 dice thanks to the Veterans and
Yeah.
Tenacity. I think you might actually want to swap back to, So the swap back to Farina here will eat up that Hydra hit on Sayu. Of course, if you swell with Sayu, she will infuse her second hit. But now we're going to go back to Barbara to deny more swell damage. That's very important here.
Yeah. So now we did get a quick swap. Do you want a quick swap here?
No, I think you want to. You don't want to rush your turn priority because if you end your turn and then your opponent knows that you can have no more actions,
Right.
they can spend their dice freely to just take out your entire team. So I think we'll probably see Runa save that quick swap. That's probably going to be for Navia. A quick swap, Mega Sword equip into like a skill to take out Sayu suddenly would probably what that's
Actually,
for.
wait a minute. Could they? Hang on. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, they can't do it yet. Oh man, they have enough to like bring Navia back out, but they need to end turn first, preferably with Jibu without any dice. Full hand, by the way, in his.
Yeah, and that's
side there.
that's so scary for that type of deck because every card in hand could be additional dice.
All right, hang on. Paimon.
Yep, just
I
tuning.
think we're just gonna normal and take Frida out. No?
Oh no, well Barbara's the active character now.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, so just being on the prepare skill.
Yeah.
But do remember, Jibu does have an additional 3 dice in hand thanks to the Timaeus
and
Golden House and
Princess.
Gold Princess.
Yeah.
Correct. And then potentially a Gambler's as well.
Yeah. There's another Golden House sitting right there too.
Yeah, I think so. Runatopia may be able to weather this amount of dice. If Jibu had 1 more dice, I think the game would be over. You could get 2 more Sayu prepare skills out. That would just be simply too much damage to overcome. The struggle for Runatopia is we've been focused on Sayu this whole time. Like, look at Jibu's team.
Okay, hang on. The egg's coming in. Okay. What do we do next here?
I feel like that was a little bit early to reveal.
I
the
feel
egg.
like it was a bit early, yeah.
There's no reason to egg there. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't change how you're going to play the turn because of the prepare skill. So this should be fine. Yeah, here we go.
Resonance 1, 2. Okay.
Yep.
Does that meet the breakpoint here?
It does, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's especially good because it meets on both hits. At 9 HP, Sayu's first hit will do 2.
Right.
And then the follow-up hit will not be in range of Wolf's Greystone. I think you still go for it.
Yeah, you still go for it for sure.
Because you have nothing, especially because you tuned that Liban already. If Jibu hadn't timed Liban, then maybe...
Maybe you wait, though. You want to keep the dice still, right? If you can't eliminate them now, it might also be a big waste here.
I think you should wait because Runatopia healing will apply Hydro onto Barbara by herself.
Yeah.
So I think you probably maybe strategize just to use up the dice, play out the Golden House there.
Yeah.
I really do wish he kept that Liban maybe. There may be a turn to use it. We could also tune to equip that Wolf's Gravestone onto Chongyun. That might actually come up.
Yeah. Got tune 2. Wait, no, you can throw a Golden House out.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. I'll discount the whole thing.
Yeah, we'll probably see a strategize because if you have the dice, you might as well use it. It might draw into something like a Parametric Transformer. Actually, no, this deck doesn't run Parametric anymore. Ooh.
Are we going to be greedy? No way.
Could be.
Their heart rates are in sync.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Gilded does go on. We're going to be a little greedy here.
It is 1 dice short, though.
So the initial hit will do 3 down to 6. I'll bring Barbara down really low.
Initial hit is 2.
Is it 2?
Yeah,
okay.
wait. Oh, maybe it is. Wait, is it 2 and 1?
Is it always +1?
I think it's 1 and 2. It's confusing because Herald is 2 damage and then 1 damage. I think Sai is the reverse. It's 1 and 2, which actually works out not that great for Jibu in this spot. It is 1 short of what you want.
Yes. Oh, it's running real close here.
What if we see a burst?
That'd be interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's less damage,
Less
but
damage.
you do heal Sayu.
You heal, yeah, and you got a little summon on field.
Oh, it is.
Oh, we do see the burst. Okay.
I like that a lot. I think, you know, your opponent hasn't really dealt in damage. There's no shrapnel in Runatopia's deck yet. Navia has not had a chance to crystallize.
Nothing yet. Potentially this turn here. I wonder if Jibu might just flip over the Chongyun.
Oh, wait. So the burst here does something really crazy. So because Runatopia ended first, we're going to get the Hydro Reflection on Barbara. The swirl will actually spread and hit Navia off field.
Uh-oh.
So yeah, the burst makes a lot of sense there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I do think, though, Jibu should have played the strategize first. He should have calculated that he had 5 dice that round anyway. It wouldn't have been enough to do 2 skills, so you just strategize first, see what you draw. That Liar Song, because of the changes, I don't think the Liar Song is... Oh, no, but he has Golden House.
Yeah.
So he actually...
Golden House.
Oh, I think he missed a turn where he could potentially have gotten 6 dice, done 2 more actions, taken out Barbara.
Yeah.
With Gamblers as well. So I think that was a misplay there.
I think the Chongyun switch is still good. Denying any crystallize coming up, if anything.
Yeah, Jibu's still in a dominating position.
Yeah.
But I think he missed an opportunity to win the game on the spot there by drawing into that second Liar Song.
Oh, Fontaine Resonance coming in. Another...
Okay.
And another Hydro Resonance too. Okay.
That's going to be great if we see Runatopia go to Navia, because of course it will... So we haven't seen Fontaine Resonance played, I think, on camera yet, but the way it works, it will balance out the HP of all of your characters, which lets you basically heal one character up by quite a lot. I think Navia here would go to... Let's see if we can do the math. 6.
Yeah.
I think 7 actually, because she gets the extra amount.
She'll get the extra amount.
That carries over, and then Fontaine Resonance will heal all your characters by 1, so she could go back straight up to 7. And 9 with that Hydro Resonance as well.
Yeah, I think it might go 5, 5, and 7. Yeah, just looking at it here.
Yeah.
It would work out for Freena. She's wearing Veterans right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
this is where you pointed out, like, it was very heads up for Jibu to swap to Chongyun.
Yeah.
To play around that quick swap Navia, potentially with that Claymore. I think that Claymore is doing +2 damage by this point.
Yeah. Gilded coming back in once more. Jibu just having so much dice to work with here. Not looking good for Runa. Runa over 140 on their heart rate right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 10 spot. So the you know, stall decks are notoriously hard to play because it is on you to not make any mistakes. If you slip up against your opponent's deck, then you can very quickly find yourself losing. Whereas Jibu's deck is pretty straightforward in terms of what it wants to do.
Yeah.
So all the pressure is on Runa to respond correctly to every move that Jibu is making.
Ooh, man. All right. No Claymore equip on Chongyun, fortunately. Here.
Fortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jibu does want to go back to Sayu at some point, but the thing that's threatening here is that Barbara burst.
Okay. Oh, boy. Okay.
This is super tough for Runatopia for 2 reasons.
Yeah.
You want to stay on Barbara to build towards her burst, but if your opponent has a quick swap, which we know Jibu does, it'll double freeze on Farina and Navia.
Oh, but you want to get that burst out too. You only need 1 more action and you have enough, but now you're risking it here. Wait, no, actually, Farina Veterans giving your dice back. Okay, so there's still potential here.
I think you still go for the either a normal attack or a skill here, and then because if they go for that double freeze play, because it's a prepare skill, you are always safe to follow up. But we also see a quick swap onto Herald.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking more. Herald will just stop Barber for sure, and you can keep the Hydras on the other two.
It will, but you're also doing way less damage, right? Like Herald hasn't flipped yet, isn't doing 5 damage per hit, and doesn't have a Claymore equipped. So I think, yes, your opponent gets to heal again on Barber. It might be worth it to be on Sayu anyway. But one thing is, Jibu's running out of cards.
Oh, you're right, actually, yeah.
Yeah, the one thing, so the way the Hyper Magic decks work, like the Herald Sayu, is you draw through your cards to get all those dice effects like Timaeus, Golden Dreams, but once your deck runs out of cards, you have no more gas left.
Wonder if Runa, that thing, there's only one. Thank you, controller.
Thank you.
Yeah, could you check Runa's deck too while you're at it? But yeah, if Runa can survive probably the next 2 turns, if possible, they could probably take it back.
Actually, I mean, if Barbara Burst, I think Jibu's thinking about this. How do I prevent Barbara Burst?
Yeah.
Because if you go to Herald, he only does 3 damage, which means Barbara can just burst next round, and it's fine. Oh.
Okay, so we go to...
I think it's Sayu.
Oh,
it's
Herald.
Herald.
We opt for the stall here. I think that's a fair play.
Yeah, this will freeze Barbara, so we'll delay the burst.
Yeah. I think we go to Farina and then try to draw out that other card.
Yeah, we could see a switch over to Farina.
You could play Fontaine Residence too. Get Barbara a little bit healthy as well. You want to avoid Jibu. I'm sure Runa's tracking. They probably know there's still a Gilded in there.
Yes, yes. Runa's almost certainly tracking the cards in hand.
Navia.
Is not.
Okay.
Okay, that Dawn Winery letting Runa swap for free, which is going to add up quite a lot. You really do want to just have this swap stall strategy.
Ooh.
Where do you go from here?
Maybe to Farina. Because then you can quick swap Barbara next turn and heal everybody up. Oh, we're going to go for it. Okay.
Oh. But wait, we didn't play any healing on...
No. Oh, the Talon card. That's right. We haven't seen it. Bottom deck Talon on Herald.
Oh, no, but we already used the quick swap.
Yeah.
Okay, so Runa knows there's no quick swap, but there's no more dice out from...
So sleepy.
Oh, but Dawn Winery. Dawn Winery is still active.
Yeah, Dawn Winery's still active.
Oh, that's going to come in really clutch here.
Yeah. And Jibu has a Golden House and Gilded here.
Yeah. I mean, you have to go to Farina.
Yeah, you have to.
If you go to Barbara, you die.
You die. Yeah.
If you stay on Navia, you die.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a forced play here by Jibu.
Yeah.
But he's out of cards. There are no
So
more
Golden
cards
House.
left.
You get 2 more. You could still get another prepare skill going here.
You can, yes.
Yeah.
I think you almost have to do that. You have to just keep applying the pressure, but
I don't think it will take out though. No.
No, with 9, no, definitely not. 100% will not take.
Oh my God. Runa might just get by. Okay.
Very possible. Ooh.
Okay, so yeah, that should survive there. What do we draw? What do we draw?
Oh, and look at those breakpoints. 7 is perfect for Farina, not falling under that Wolf's Gravestone range. I think Runatobio, I mean, is forced to end here, but is going to end very comfortably. We're going to have probably a quick swap burst.
That's crazy.
I think Runatobio's done it.
That is crazy. And Navia will just barely be alive for this too.
I don't want to call it too early, but you know, it looks scary for Jibu, but on Runatobio's side, but Jibu is out of cards, out of dice generation. Runatobio knows this. She knows exactly what cards. The only 2 cards she doesn't know are the 2 cards that Jibu tuned, which won't come up in this matchup. They're the Timaeus and the Liban. The only cards that matter are Liatsong, Gilded, Golden House, which all of them are gone.
Yeah. Okay.
I think we're gonna see a comeback.
Let's see if Runa can turn this around here. Okay, dice is okay for Jibu for now.
Oh, and I really, I mean, that egg coming at the exact right moment. If it had been a round late, Runatobio would not have survived because there just wouldn't have been any time to heal up Navia. But having that egg, and actually that second Hydra Res, actually Runatobio has 1 more Hydra Resonance left because one of those came out of Canatilla.
Yeah.
And Jibu doesn't know this, actually.
Yeah.
Jibu, so I saw the players prepare the notes before. Each of them Jibu wrote down every single card in the opponent's deck and has been crossing them off as they see them played. He's going to have crossed off Hydro Resonance.
And then see it again. Also, for people at home that don't understand that, just so you know, they do have deck lists for their opponents that they can watch and track as it's played. So it is open deck list for everybody, and they do that option there. All right, so Jibu, just like acknowledge this happening coming up. All right, okay. Barbara will save the day. 4 health back to everyone. Look at this.
Second time this game.
Yeah, 2 Barbara bursts in 1 game. Generating a dice thanks to veterans on Farina's side. With a total of, what is that, 22 health?
22 health, yeah.
22 health across the team.
Yeah, and Jibu here is going to have to click that Sayu button once again. Now, the struggle for Jibu here isn't so much just that he's run out of cards, but the cards actually help him fix his dice, right?
Yeah,
Things
right
like
now, that's what it does. So what Runa needs to do is just stay above those breakpoints as best as they can. They can't really swap off here, though, unfortunately, but they do have the last Fontaine residence. But Seren.
Seren, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so that... I wasn't tracking, but I believe... Oh, wait, no, hang on. We played Hydra Resonance, but that was already in the deck, so it didn't count. So it was 3 Melusines card. We had Canatilla. What else did we play? We played Serene for the food.
I believe.
I think the last one got tuned. Because we didn't
one
see
got
a third
tuned,
one.
yeah. The third one got tuned.
Seat Secular was a 3rd card, but we played Monster Resonance, so that's 4. Okay, 4 is a magic number. The Claymore is at +2 stacks. Now, we can get to +8 with a second Serene, but I don't think it's going to be needed in this matchup.
Fontaine Resonance would bring this back up to... I think Barbara would just get the 7 health here.
Barbara would just get to 7, yeah.
Yeah, just gotta... Or you could go to Farina too, I guess.
Yeah, it's not quite over yet. Thankfully for Jibu, Runatopia only just now drew that second Tenacity. If there was a second Tenacity shield in play here, it'd be very hard to overcome the damage. But now what Jibu's going to struggle with, he's going to need to tune 3.
Yeah.
If he wants to skill again on Sayu, right? We run out of those Gilded Dreams that really help us with our dice.
Oh, yeah, okay, so we go to Farina. Oh, man. Okay, hang on a sec.
I mean, I think we have to go just tune 3 and just hope Sayu's enough. Otherwise, Chongyun does have a Golden Troops reward equipped, so does have a 1 damage skill. Oh, sorry, 1 cost skill.
Lotus goes. Talon goes. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah. He's banking on a kill here. Yeah.
This Fontaine Resonance, I think, is going... Oh, wait, no. It's
9, 4, 13 across the team.
The Fontaine Resonance only heals by 1, so this will only bring Farina up to 6. But 6 is enough to survive the second hit of...
the follow-up, right? It should be.
So I think that
you gotta tune 2 here, though. Or you don't have to. That's right. It's any dice. Okay.
That was a very expensive, slightly worse Hydro Resonance.
Right, but coming in clutch here, Seren. Oh, are we gonna gamble right to the end? Okay.
I should have played that Seren first.
What is it?
Oh,
what is that?
Okay, that is the Runa. So at the end of each round, Runatopia will draw another super special loved by Melusines event card, which again is a Resonance. That's what it is. Oh,
Animal Resonance.
Okay, that's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
There's a few Resonances you can't use. You can't use Pyro. You can actually use Geo because you have Navia, actually, which is great. But Pyro won't do anything, so we avoided that one, which is great. You can also...
Jibu's dice looks okay for now.
Yeah, he needs to reroll onto, I think, more Animo. Oh, he's only got 3.
Yeah, he's only got 3. Can only tune 1. He's only got that sword left. That is going to be very important. I think you got to swap to Barbara.
Yeah, I think we go to Barbara.
Yeah.
It is, okay, it is super dangerous right now with Farina at 2. There is no more healing from Runatobio.
Right.
Although she could strategize and try and draw into the second Hydro Resonance. The other thing she could do actually here is we could see an Animo Res onto Navia to skill for 5 and draw 2 more cards. And now if those 2 cards...
What if you could equip the sword too right now?
You could equip the sword. Actually, you probably do that because that will...
That should take Sayu out, I think.
It won't take Sayu out because it's... Wait, it's 2...
2? Well, 3 plus 2 plus 1 for Crystallize.
I think it's 7 or 8 damage, so you're 1 short. But it will pressure Jibu off of Sayu, which is actually quite important.
6, 7,
2.
I think it might be, depending on... I don't think there's 8 Melusines yet, but I don't know.
No, there has not been 8.
Okay,
It is a very hard... There might be by the end of the game. There are not right now.
Oh, what are we pulling for? Oh, right there! Oh, that's Pal. Sorry. But it was blue. It's like, what is that? Wait, there's that 1 cost Melusine card in there.
Yes, so that is either be Sluasi or Canotilla. So we could either see 2 more event cards.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, no. I bet what that is Sluasi, which draws the top 3 cards of Jibu's deck. But
There is
what are those
nothing
cards?
there.
There is nothing
Yeah.
there.
Okay. All right.
Oh, this is so tough. If there's another swell, Farina will get taken out.
Yeah. Ooh.
This is tough.
Yeah.
I think this is Runatopio's game to win, but one misstep here can cost her the game. The thing that we know that she doesn't, Jibu has no more Animo Die to skill again on Sayu. In fact, he has basically he can go to Chongyun. Chongyun has that Golden Troops reward, can skill for 3. Oh, with a weapon equip, actually. I think that's what he's going to bank on. I think Runatopia is going to think that Jibu is out of resources, but Jibu's been holding on to that Wolf's Greystone until the very end. I think that could come up. This is
That
his
might be really big here, yeah.
final trump card here in getting 2-3 damage out of nowhere on Chongyun's skill. That's all he's got. Once that's done, he has 0 cards in hand, 0 cards in deck. Oh, what is it? Oh, this must...
For does a buff.
Oh, no. So that was Slua... Oh, wait. That was a 0 cost?
It goes on to Barbara.
No. So that buff was left over from Therona. So
Oh,
that
okay.
was
So-
Sluasi drawing the top 3 cards of Jibu's deck, as we know, has no cards. So it's possible the Claymore was only at 3 stacks, which means playing Sluasi there brings it up to 4.
Okay.
I thought we were already at 4, but again, the Claymore does have a label. So as long as
Yeah.
Runatopia checked that, she would know exactly what that is.
Right. Oh, we're gonna sack Farina?
Oh, I don't know if I...
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't know if I like that play, because now that your opponent gives 2 more...
Yeah, you got 2
What
more effective actions here.
I think that was a misplay. I think what you needed to do, if you Anima Res onto Navia
Yeah,
and then
crystallize,
crystallize,
yeah.
you get 1 HP, and that lets you take out Sayu.
On to Barbara here.
But this is giving your opponent... Now... Okay, now we're going to do it? Ooh, I don't like this.
Huh.
Although interesting, Jibu has a very interesting choice ahead of him.
Melu's sword is on.
Okay, here comes the skill. He's gonna do 8. Oh wait, it's 9.
So it did reach 8. It had to.
Oh, it must have reached 8.
It had to reach 8, yes.
Wow.
Oh, Calc's coming in.
Oh no. But here's where the Chongyun with Wolf's Gravestone
Yeah.
come in. Oh, but wait, and Chongyun can actually get 2 hits off because...
Right, yeah.
Oh, I know. I think this is actually
Yeah.
Jibu's game. The last card in Jibu's deck and hand being that Wolf's Gravestone is so important.
Oh my god.
Runatopio hanging there almost until the very end, but
Yeah.
if any other card, if Jibu had to tune that card for any other reason throughout the game,
Egg.
no, there's no more eggs.
Damn it. Butter crab!
I think Runatopia should have if only she strategized. I think actually no, that strategize came off of the Navia
Yeah.
shrapnel drawing, so no time to play that. But that butter crab, the food, the first
Yeah.
one turn right on time. The second one, oh, Jibu's heart rate finally spiking. He's been so calm this whole
Yeah.
time. Again, he's been on
Yeah.
stage the 4th time.
Yeah. I think he looked relieved there for a second. So Butter Crab will negate 2 damage, so effective 6 health. That does protect Barbara.
Does,
Yeah.
but you know,
But she does get a Hydro on her next turn here.
yeah,
It's gonna be up to Seren on what's gonna happen next.
I don't
Actually,
think any Seren effect can save.
can she make
Runatopio.
eggs?
No, there is no way for.
Will she make it?
Seren cannot cook.
She cannot cook. Oh, she cooked the Zhongli res, or she cooked the
The Stolen Contract, yeah. Chino res-
Oh, there's the talent, like right at the bottom too. Oh man.
That is tough. Runatopia almost making it out
Almost.
there, but Jibu, I think, very smart, knowing that one of the cards, he had to choose which cards
Yeah.
to tune, and one of the cards he chose to keep was that Claymore. I did wonder if it was going to come up. That was the correct choice. That Claymore on Chongyun is so important right now.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jibu rolled 3 cryo, so that burst.
Yeah, that burst coming down. It's gonna break through.
Yeah. I think Runatopia knows that it's gonna come.
What does Melusine do for us?
It is the 2 artifact one. That
You could
one
skill and heal.
is
You could skill with heal. You could adventures at Bandana. Heal up the
Laume.
two.
Also, I might be butchering these pronunciations. I have no idea.
Okay, you equip the sea foam right now. Then you equip the adventures artifact.
If you equip over tenacity, you do lose those shields, I believe.
Right, but
Do you?
you still
Oh no, you
have
don't. You don't.
Actually, so you heal here.
But the burst still kills.
You should be 7 damage, yeah. It should still break
This is
through
like
that.
9.
Yeah. Oh, it's a 9, yeah, with the Claymore, right? 8, okay. Unfortunate. Had that Claymore not been there, Runa would have made it, but Jibu does finally advance through a grueling Game 3 against the Navia deck for Runatopia. Congratulations, Jibu, for making it across. That was an amazing game, actually.
That was an amazing game 3
Yeah.
against Runatopia was unfavored, but yeah, we'll be throwing it back to the stage very shortly to talk to these players once they've had a chance to calm down.
Runatopia, well done. It was a pleasure watching you play. Heck of a nice stall there. Any words for the fans watching at home?
Jibu's decks are all counting my decks, so it's a pity, but congratulations.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure watching you, and I'm sure that we will see you again. So if you could, feel free to go. And hello, Jibu, come up to the front. Hello, congratulations on that victory. That was a close one. The boys, everybody watching you was freaking out over there. How'd it feel winning that one?
Felt pretty good. Yeah.
Now, do you feel like she was accurate, that your decks just so happened to counter all of hers?
I think I had a good matchup against Stall, yes.
Very good to hear. Now, you did say at the beginning of the day you were a little disappointed yesterday, and now with this victory under your belt, you feeling a little better now?
A little better. I think I still made there was a couple misplays I knew I made in that game, but ended up still winning, so.
Ah, well, congratulations. Now, you do, I believe, though, have to play again today. Isn't that correct, at the end of our day today?
Yes, I believe I'm against the winner of Mr. Pillow versus Kevin Z. So
That's right. You going to be watching pretty intently on that one?
I will. I am. I know who I'm hoping for to win.
Oh, okay, come on. Now, we're going to be a little toxic here, but who do you hope wins, if you would share that information so that you could face off against them in your elimination match?
I am very afraid of Kevin Z, so I hope Mr. Pillow wins.
All right, well, good to hear. Well, we will find out. Congratulations yet again, my friend. It's an honor to see you on this stage once more competing. And we'll get ready for our second elimination game of the day. Let's throw it on back to Rin and Blep.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Congratulations again, Jibu and Runa, for putting on an amazing performance playing that Navia deck. Unfortunately, that talent, like right at the bottom, too.
Yeah, talent at the end. And really, I mean, almost clutching it out there with 2 Barbara bursts healing her team. But Jibu had the exact right resources at the end. You know, I really don't know what she could have done differently in the game. I think she executed perfect. The one misstep, I believe, would have been when I think Navia went down because of that Mondstadt resonance, right, that she played in this round, as we're seeing here, the Wind and Freedom. Forcing the switch onto Navia after burst, letting Sayu take her out, forcing her to spend dice on that egg to revive. Because it is a powerful effect. It does cost you 2 dice. And when your opponent is, you know, wailing on you with that Sayu, every dice does matter.
Yeah, Harold didn't do... Harold putting out that debuff only, too, kind of like adding to... Just throwing a wrench into Runa's plans there.
Yeah, Harold doing his job, which is to apply Hydro to the other team. We saw Runatopia manage those Hydro applications pretty well, spreading them out one by one, but it was only a matter of time before Harold got... And that was the critical turn there, taking out Navia because of that Mondstadt resonance swap. And yeah, we saw Jibu go down to 0 cards in hand, and as the Sayu player, that's really scary because your cards are your resources. You have a much harder time getting the right dice. But at the very last round, not able to get it there. I believe there was an opportunity for Runa there to, you know, quick swap onto Navia with that Crystallize.
Yeah, I think that was probably the biggest misplay right there.
Exactly.
To turn things right around.
I mean, it's easy for us to see because we knew Jibu's dice were bad. He needed that Gambler refresh to actually have enough dice usable to do something that round. So going over to a Navia swap there could have made the difference. But unfortunately, we at least did see the sword get played with a huge chunk of damage for 9 at the very end.
Oh, man. I was going to say something. I forgot what I was going to say.
I know. I mean...
Oh, right. So Jibu's card management. Like, once he ran out of cards, right? Playing the right card statute and holding onto that Claymore right at the end.
Exactly.
And then just that kind of, like, foresight to keep... It was Golden Troop on Chongyun, wasn't it?
It was Golden Troop. Yeah, just saving that for the entire game. But that's one of the cards that's very tough for Stall to deal with. Is, you know, having an artifact equipped that lets you just go up and up in dice. Look at that 9 damage.
9 damage right there from the shrapnel being removed. Oh, man.
But a little bit too late. Sayu, I mean, if you just look back, Sayu was just outputting as much damage as Barbara was healing.
I would have think maybe equipping Seafoam there might have helped out a little bit.
I think it still wouldn't be enough because that puts you up to 8, and Chongyun's burst is still going to do 9.
But then you replace it with Adventure's bandana. Then you heal up another 2 from music skill, no?
You do, but I think that still leaves you at 6, which is that Wolf's Greystone breakpoint. But, you know, looking at the deck choices, I believe Runatopia was accurate in saying that, yes, Jibu's lineup is very good into hers. She took a big risk bringing Barbara and a stall deck into the current metagame. Did not pay off against Jibu, but did very well yesterday. But congratulations to Runatopia, is being knocked out, but gets a 5th and 6th place spot finish today with $2,400 in prizes.
That's really good still.
Yeah, very good.
Dang, very good.
1,400.
Congratulations, Runatopia, and congrats to Jibu. Maybe he might be able to take his first championship finally on a stage that he has visited many times, but we'll have to wait and see that for later because we have our next match coming up. I believe pretty soon here.
Yeah, I guess I'm just good at casting the 3-0 matches. This is my second one this time.
Thank you, by the way, saving me, and thank you, chat, for winning some Primo Gems once again.
Thank you for watching.
1 for EU and 1 for NA. So you will get 1,000 Primo Gems within just over a month. So please be patient, and then. If you like what's going on, QR code on screen, scan it, send us your feedback about the match, about us, about the production, questions, improvements, anything you want. Send it there.
Yeah, we would love to keep doing these events, love to keep giving out prizes. And if you are watching on Genshin Official or the Astro Carnival Twitch, first of all, welcome to Competitive Geniusification TCG. We just got done with our first round of the day, our first best of 5. Runatopia being knocked out. Jibu advancing later in the afternoon. You will see him back. So if you're a Jibu fan, stay tuned at the very end of the match of the day. And yeah.
Yeah. So with that, we are about to start a round 2. So let's just jump right into it.
Thank you so much, my friends. Yes, that is right. We're here for round 2 of the knockout stage. Prince says more people need to leave, and we will make sure that that happens. They were only going to have 1 survivor of the series. So let's go ahead and welcome our contestants to the stage. First up, we're going to find out if he's still sleeping or if he has awoken. It's Mr. Pillow. Soft like feathers, or is he rock hard today? We will find out. What kind of Mr. Pillow do we have? Mr. Pillow! Hello, Mr. Pillow.
Hi.
Are you ready to fight?
Yep.
Now, this is a big opponent. This is, I'm not going to say who it is, but a legend, if you will. Many have spoken of this man from the first one of these that we have done, and you have to be the one to take him out. You know, we have seen the others bring him down to your level. Are you going to be putting this man to sleep today?
You know, I've been in the lower bracket since the very beginning, and he's a newcomer, so...
Dang, he comes into your bracket very well. We'll find out the opponent here. May I reintroduce you to Kevin Z. Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin Z, the honored one himself, back again. We are done with those first time on stage jitters, am I right? Today, it's something new. We're back again. You've already gone through it. You feeling confident today?
Hopefully.
Hopefully, all right. Now, Mr. Pillow, you know, he has already survived several times here. He is a tenacious one. Are you ready to face off against him?
Yeah.
That's what I like to hear. Did you see the whale? Were you aware of the whale last time? Did you watch those games?
Yeah, I did.
Are we going to be letting the whale back in?
Maybe not.
Maybe, maybe not. All right, well, any last words to Mr. Kevin Z before we begin, Mr. Pillow?
You know, my aim for this tournament was actually to play against Kevin, so I'm really happy.
Dang! He's been gunning for you for a long time. His dreams have already come true. Any words for him?
Everyone has too many expectations of me. I can't live up to them.
No! No, my friend, this is time for confidence. A good game, perhaps, to Mr. Pillow before we begin?
Sure.
All right, to your stations, my friends. We will be seeing this knockout series once more. One of these two will be going home. Will it be a game to remember? I'm sure it will be, but I will be remembering the cast above all. So let's go ahead and throw it over to our fantastic casters.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Kevin Z versus Mr. Pillow. Your thoughts, Blep?
Obviously, high anticipated match. I mean, Kevin Z coming down in the low power for a lot of the players here in the top 8 is an unexpected event. Again, he's been hyped up a lot, and I know he hates that. We're going to hype him up even more.
Yes, definitely.
But I mean, it's true. He has high expectations because he has high expectations of himself as well. And now, Mr. Pillow, very certainly the underdog of this tournament, right? The top 8 competitors. Now, we mentioned 6 NA players were originally here on stage last year.
Yep.
Kevin Z qualified but was not able to make the last one. But Mr. Pillow is the one player for this, is the first qualification into the top 8.
Yeah, and I believe both of these players come from outside NA too, right? So
Yes.
they will face off against each other.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. These are our last remaining players
Yes.
from the EU part of the tournament. And yeah, Mr. Pillow, very famous for being an Ito main, who used to be a huge contender in the meta. Not so much right now.
Yeah. Poor Ito. Back
Poor
in the day,
Ito.
we used to see lots of bin mirror matchups if people remember those.
Yeah.
Looking at the stats here, max
Pretty
dice
even.
per round.
21, yeah. So one of the reasons that's so high is Mr. Pillow in his lineup brought 2, I would say, decks from adjusted from the last version. We have Double Dragons, of course, and that Sayu Herald deck that we saw earlier. Both of those are very good at generating dice, and that's why his number is so high.
Whew. And then for Kevin Z, though.
For Kevin Z, we have slightly different decks, but I do want to mention, you know, I think the reason why at the beginning, I want to say Mr. Pillow's underdog. I root for the underdog. I really hope that he does get through, but it's gonna be a tough matchup because Kevin Z is famous for playing those hyper magic style types of decks, the ones with Sayu, the ones with Double Dragons. So he is 100% familiar with exactly how all of the decks work. He knows about those breakpoints, and he is a very consistent player. You know, we see that unlucky roller tag. I think it's true, and he does believe
happens
this.
when you play a lot of the game.
It does,
right?
it does.
It'll probably just stand out more, but he is the TCG god. A lot of people do respect Kevin Z for a reason. He falls under my bracket for casting. I see him a lot up there. Yeah, he's consistently one of the best players that goes through the tournaments over and over and over and over again.
And I said that yesterday, both times I've made top 16 as Catsdale Gathering was playing a deck that Kevin Z said was good, and it was. So,
but yesterday, Shan said no. Kevin Z did not help at all.
yeah, I think one of the decks that Kevin Z really is trying to bring to this tournament as a counterpick is that Kazuha deck. He's the only player, and we saw Nihida play it as well, but I think he got that deck from Kevin Z. That is one of the decks he's cooked up for this. So we'll have to see if that... It didn't do very well yesterday.
No,
it went 5-1.
As losses, right? 5
Yes,
lost.
5 losses,
Yeah, 5 losses.
1 win.
Yeah.
I think 3 of those losses were by Kevin Z. He played that deck 3 times against Ting. That was, again, a very unfortunate set of matches. But Mr. Pillow here is bringing, I guess, 2 decks that took a bit of a hit in the current meta in Double Dragons and that Sayu deck. And so we'll have to see if they can keep up with the new technology, the new decks that Kevin Z is bringing into this matchup. And of course, Kevin Z is one of the few players that did not bring a whale deck.
Let's see. We get Double Dragon.
Yeah, I wonder if this is Mr. Pillow's kind of comfort deck, right? I see him playing this deck quite a lot. I think he played this deck to victory through the Serious Showdown brackets where he's...
That's right. He's running the Lumenstones in here because you can't change those once you lock your decks in.
Yeah, I mean, well, I have, you know, by the time the players submitted their deck list, Lumenstone was already adjusted to be 3 cost.
Right, I see.
It's still a very powerful card if you draw on round 1, particularly with a Seed Dispensary. But again, it's kind of like that Herald Sayu deck. It does hurt the consistencies of those decks quite a lot. But one way I always like to think of, so Nuvalet with a Tula it's kind of like Hydro Ito.
Yeah.
So maybe Mr. Pillow as an
No, that's what I was going to mention. Because the deck is still kind of structured around a bin kind of strategy, right? So you want to set up for Nuvalet while kind of bouncing around the cube and Ashta just kind of set up for him.
Yeah, it's a little more proactive than Bin. For those of you at home who don't know, Bin is Barbara, Ito, Noel, a very famous deck back when Ito was still a huge part of the metagame. You know, the strategy being to stall on Barbara, equip Ito, and then sweep the whole team.
Yeah. Oh, yes. We just saw this deck in play. We know how strong it is, but this is Kevin's version of it. What do you think? Hang on.
Yeah, I think he was one of the first
Yeah.
players to actually bring this down. There's
Okay.
quite an adjustment
It's a
here.
little yeah.
Yes, one of the big changes to this, and we'll see this difference as well when we look at Mr. Pillow's version of this deck,
Yeah.
if he gets onto it, is instead of the Lumen Stone, we actually have double Dunyazan, but also the Wagner Weapon Banner Gacha.
Yeah.
This is basically a modified Mew, right?
Yes.
Instead of
Right.
Wanderer, you have Sayu and Claymores.
Yeah. Definitely a stronger version of the Mew deck, in my opinion.
I think so. I
Yeah.
think so. One of the struggles with Mew, and I think even at the Asian Invitational,
Yeah.
we were joking. That's why we came up with this Wagner Weapon Banner Gacha. And the problem with Mono Eula Wanderer
Yeah.
is you ran 2 Catalysts and a Claymore.
And generally, Eula, you wanted to clean up because of that Claymore, right?
Yeah. Well, the Claymore you want to get at the end, but
Yeah.
you want those Catalysts for Wanderer. So you're basically
Yeah.
playing a Weapon Banner where you want those 2 Catalysts, but you get an off-pity Gravestone like 33% of the time.
So you want to lose your weapon gacha twice, which no one ever wants to do, by the way, right?
Yeah, and we saw that happen so much at the Asian
we did
Invitational.
see that a lot. Yeah,
but-
luck does play a big part in this as well. You can't like count it out for sure.
Kevin Z's version of this deck, though, much more consistent because Sayu, of course, has 3 Claymores to
Yeah.
equip. Now, one of them is not the best. We have, I
Yeah.
think it's Forest Regalia.
Yeah.
It does require you to use a normal attack
Yes.
to a skill, which Sayu does not want to do.
Right.
So we'll probably see, and actually, this is the first time Kevin Z is showing us these decks because last best of 3, or best of 5, he only played that Kazuha deck.
Right, that's right, yeah.
Oh, and of course, Sumi wanted to shout out a statistic that he wants to keep track of, but Kevin Z is currently the only player at the Prince Cup to have yet to win a game. No pressure. No pressure.
That's so toxic. I think Kevin might also hold the highest heart rate.
I thought
Either Kevin or
Runatobia.
Runatobia.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember someone saying Kevin hit 150 yesterday, too, though.
Could be. It is not the highest heart rate I've seen at a
Okay.
Prince Cup event.
No.
though. There is one player
We
who...
know one player, yes.
We know one famous
Yeah.
player.
Yeah.
And if you're excited to see him play, actually, a little bit of a prelude to it, but
Yeah.
at the Prince Cup Pacific
yeah.
next weekend, we will see that same player play.
Won't see us. You'll see Leah and the gang.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
see here, plus one other familiar face you will run into. Anyway.
Let's see
Big
what the
game.
start here is. And interesting, a Chong Yun style, which is pretty unusual. Normally, you will go onto that Herald into Sayu. I think this really spells Kevin Z really focused on freezing Agedaha on Nuvalet, right? Those are the scary characters here
Yep.
in this Double Dragon setup. Unfortunately, Mr. Pillow does not start with a Lumen Stone. Can he draw into one? No.
No. But I guess talent is okay, too.
Talent is okay. You don't really
Yeah,
want to draw
not
talent right
yet,
now. You want
yeah.
to... So the way you want to play talent in these decks is once you have Nuvalet equipped, you basically just sit on Agedaha, absorb elements with talent, stall for time,
Yeah.
and then once your opponent is out of resources, Nuvalet is safe to go all in
Yeah.
and just one sweep the entire other side.
Right, off to Kevin Z over here.
I think it...
Decent hand.
Decent
Start
hand.
rolling with, yeah.
Yeah, the Sacrificial Greatsword in hand is pretty good. Unfortunately, no Wagner to get a discount. So we'll have to see. We'll probably see a skill, I would say.
Yeah.
Look at the hand. We can Chongyun skill into Liben Tamias. That's exactly 8 dice.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh.
Sack Sword right now.
Oh, this is a really aggressive.
Arena. I think now you can play Lieben here.
Yeah, yeah.
And just end turn.
So actually just completely cutting the Tamias here.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And like I said, this is why it's so scary. Mr. Pillar's at a very low heart rate. I think, as I said at the beginning, he's already happy to be here. He's just playing for fun. See what happens.
Yeah.
You never know.
Right.
You can high roll your way through. I matched up to Kevin Z once in the Castel Gathering. He did beat me first time, but I came back and beat him in another game too. So it is doable.
All right.
Even TCG gods can fall.
Yes. Unfortunately for me, I've matched with Ting many times and he's beaten me to the ground. So.
I mean, Ting's beaten Kevin Z 3 times on camera, so he's a scary opponent.
Yeah. Which you will see next.
Yeah.
After these two wrap up their games here.
Yeah, as a reminder, we are now in our lower brackets. And of course, with a new game and a new series.
Right. Primo Gems, kind of, we're just talking about it already, but I'm sure you were paying attention in chat. I was kind of watching you guys in chat too. I can see what you're saying. But you already know, let's go. Player name you want to win and the UID. And then you might win yourselves 1,000 Primo Gems.
Yeah, make sure to hop on over to the Astrocanal YouTube for that one. It's going to change up from before. So if you're watching on Genshin Official or Astra Twitch, welcome. If you're first time tuning in, we are in the second best of 5 in the lower bracket rounds. One of these two players, Mr. Pillar or Kevin Z, will be going home.
Yeah. Thank you, Ashta. You're yelling in my ear.
This is a super aggressive opening. We just saw Mr. Pillow use talent and then tune 2 cards to get that skill off. Now, this does pressure Chongyun quite a lot. Look at it, already on 3 HP, and that makes sense because Kevin Z invested 3 dice to equip Chongyun with that sacrificial sword.
Let's see if it pays off here. I think, yeah, intention to go to Sayu on that side. Mr. Pillow is definitely going to stay on Ajda with the nice setup there.
It is interesting because both sides kind of not getting the optimal round 1 ramp. Normally, you know, you do want to just set up for the future rounds, but, you know, with only Liben here, I think Kevin Z's still in a bit of advantage. He does have that sacrificial greatsword, even though it is very risky. He could choose to sacrifice Chongyun here.
Oh, kind of risky though, no? You don't really want to get rid of Chongyun now.
I actually think we might see a Chongyun sacrifice here because, especially with Ball Princess. So because that works on weapons and artifacts.
Right, correct, yeah.
If Kevin Z plays Ball Princess here, uses a Chongyun skill, does a lot of damage to Ishtaha.
Yeah.
And then if Ishtaha chooses to take out Chongyun, Sayu immediately gets a swirl. Or we can go to Herald and start
freezing and
freezing.
Yep.
So I think we're going to see a sacrifice here.
Could be a good move. Yeah, Kevin does have some pretty interesting ideas when playing this.
The one thing that could change that is if we had drawn maybe something like a Golden House, because one of the tricky things with a lot of these decks is we have Wagner and Timaeus. You want to play 3-cost artifacts and weapons with them, but you can't do that the turn you play them. They come in with only 2 counters, and so you either need an effect like Rhythm of the Great Dream or Golden House to give you that last discount the round you play it, which is why you
they're asking, they're like, all right, please elim.
Yeah, this
Chongyun
is
for this.
I mean, this is kind of bait. Like, I think you're forced to do it here. Chongyun with a sacrificial greatsword. Kevin is gonna be perfectly happy just to sit here and normal attack and skill until you take him out.
Yeah, and Kevin Z has dice to back up too.
Exactly.
Like he could very well build up to a burst if you let Chongyun stay there. So you have to take him out probably.
I think you have to.
Yeah.
Ooh, but Mr. Pillow does have a Lumen Stone and 3 cards, although I think you can't play both of those Gilded Dreams this round. And that's kind of the danger of tuning so many cards in round 1.
Yeah.
And you know, one tempting thing with the H2 deck, you can actually go for a round 1 KO if you have H2 Hell and just skill twice into burst, but that uses up so many resources that it looks nice because you take out a character right away, but it often is the wrong move.
You could Lumenstone, Gilded Dream, Golden House, Gilded Dream again, just to fix it, and then you would draw your card and your extra dice. You could do that.
Yeah, it'd be very costly.
It's very costly. You run cards out, right? So
It would put you about even on dice.
Yeah.
Right? You lose 1 to Lumenstone. The second Gilded is equal. Oh, maybe we see it. We are going to see it.
So Lumenstone goes in. Gilded will add 2 more dice back to 8. Then Golden House just to fix. Then you would get, you'd get 9 dice here. Right?
Ooh, Nuvalet.
Oh. Then if you equip that one, which one do you fix? So who's your intention to go to? Probably Nuvalet, I would say, just to get your Source Water droplets up.
Yeah, it's probably Nuvalet. I don't think it makes sense to put onto H2. He will not be doing any elemental reactions anytime soon. So it is probably going to be Cryocube. There's no reason to replace on Nuvalet. Replace on Nuvalet because you don't have a Ball Princess active.
Yeah.
I really don't like this, but I think you're using too many resources.
Goes on
not do enough. Yeah.
Cryocube. Okay. Just to replace the 2 cryo. Oh. Okay. Parametric. Okay.
Well, would have been much better. I think had Mr. Pillow drawn Parametric instead of Lumenstone, he would have much preferred to play that this round.
The enraged earth.
We do go for the elim. Okay.
Yeah. The good thing is, though, Asia has currently absorbed with Cryo, so we're probably going to see here is a Cryo skill to go on Sayu and then potentially freeze her in a future round on Nuvalet. So Mr. Pillow is very much setting up for the next round. We're not going to see any kind of pop-off. And, you know, with the change to Lumenstone, that's one of the biggest differences with the Double Dragons deck. It used to be pretty consistent at being able to deal a lot of damage round 2 with H2, but a lot of that power was because of Lumenstone. And with that ability, it slows down just a little bit. Very powerful into round 3, but not as dangerous in this round.
Runa goes on to Sayu, anticipating a hit for another card here. Like you said, Ajta is set up to skill with Cryo, which would leave a Nuvalet open to freeze and stop Sayu in her tracks later.
Yeah, but after that freeze, there's not much H2 can do anymore, right? Like, if we don't have enough dice to swap over to Nuvalet and freeze as well, because we only have 6 remaining. There's no other ways to get additional dice. Because, of course, H2 does have that elemental absorption on him, but he needs to be hit with something other than Cryo.
I think you still put Cryo on Sayu anyway.
I think so.
You have that insurance for
Yeah.
sure.
We're probably going to see Mr. Pillow use the Cryo skill. The question is, does he want to play that Parametric Transfer? Oh, it is a swap.
I mean, you could still Cryo onto...
Okay.
This prevents Cryo going on everybody, at least for now.
Yeah, this is true.
Yeah, back to Ashta. Okay, mitigate the damage a little bit, kind of burn their dice out.
Yeah, okay, this makes a lot of sense because Mr.
Yeah.
Pillow didn't really have a way to use up those extra dice anyway, and I don't know that it's safe even to use Parametric Transformer.
Yeah.
If your opponent has enough die, they can proc it on this turn
Oh,
without
weapon
giving
banner.
you...
Oh, lost the first weapon banner. Okay.
Oh, there's a follow-up weapon.
Yeah.
We'll probably not see it played this turn. We'll probably want to refresh that Dunyazad.
But if you play it, you can equip both swords on the next turn. Oh, there's only one sword user.
There's only one sword user, yeah.
Right.
Although you do have a Ball Princess, and that
So
does
some ace
work on
comes out,
weapons.
yeah. Gamblers. Okay,
Oh.
that's pretty big.
No, I think he wanted to find Gilded Dreams. I think that's more important right now, is that card draw.
Yeah.
I mean, Gamblers is good
Yeah,
enough.
it's
like,
good.
It's better than one of your other zero costs,
Yeah.
but it's not as good as Gilded Dreams here.
Right. Still have Golden Troop in hand too. Maybe that might go on to Herald in this turn.
Yeah. Well, we might just see a normal attack from Sayu to ensure that every character has Cryo instead of for next round.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the best play. We could also swap over to Herald to avoid that Cryo application
Yeah,
on
'cause you're
Sayu.
probably gonna go back to Sayu anyway.
Yeah. And that would force us to play, okay.
I think we stay there. I think Kevin wants to get that card draw off of Sayu here with the Kavarina.
For sure.
And we get Golden
House.
House. Not bad. That'll come in
Aw.
handy.
Yeah, I mean, would have loved to have it earlier, but I think this is still going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah. Golden Troop onto the Herald, and Kevin Z will wrap up their turn here. Does Mr. Pill swap over to Nouvelette? No. To
Cryo.
Cryostasis. Okay.
Okay. That makes sense. You know, maybe if your opponent has a weapon equipped for Sayu, it might be just too much damage taken on Nouvelette there, trying to keep him safe. But I would like to have actually seen a swap over. You know, maybe expecting a quick swap, leave it to me from Kevin Z, would let him freeze Nouvelette immediately on Herald.
Mr. Pillow draws their other Lumenstone Seed Dispensary now. They could try to play... No, could they? They would proc one of the Lumenstones at least, if they did. It'd be a little bit tricky to try and fit it in there, though.
Oh, it's so awkward for Kevin Z right now because of that Sapwood being the weapon he draw. We might see him roll again on the Wagner weapon banner, because I think that's the worst one right now. He has one more weapon left in his deck, which I believe is a Wolf's Gravestone. So that's a guarantee.
That's a guarantee, and yeah, Wagner right now is discounted at 1 thanks to Dunyarzad as well. You might want to play Golden House so you can remove Dunyarzad here.
But the problem is it actually safe to stay on Sayu because, you know, she is on 7 with a Cryo Aura if your opponent has a quick stop effect. The problem is your opponent did play out a lot of their hands, so I don't think you have to be as worried.
So we go and equip that. Normal? Yeah,
I think
Cryo.
I think this is correct. Because you have the double Golden House, whatever weapon Wagner draws, you can re-equip for free if the opportunity is required.
The blade also brings back 2
Exactly.
magic dice. So it was kind of like a Gambler's effect almost.
Yeah, it was basically 2 free dice on Sayu there and an extra damage. Obviously not that important with Cryo Cube's Revive.
Yeah.
But that is what Wagner does in this deck.
You do get your play out of it. Also right now, you could play the cheap Wagner and then Golden House.
Yep.
I believe that would discount the Claymore coming out.
It would, and you would also be able to replace with the Ball Princess for an additional dice as well.
Dice, yeah, not bad.
So that's actually pretty
Kevin's
nice.
got a nice setup there right now.
Yeah, definitely one of the advantages. So one of the things that the Mona Yula deck really struggled with was there wasn't ever time to reuse equipment. So you equip one, and that was it for the game. Kevin Z with this deck definitely looks like it takes more use of multiple Wagners. Drawing into multiple weapons has a lot more benefit.
So Mr. Pillow used the seed box and decided to place down the... Oh my god, I forgot the name again.
Oh, he just drew...
just drew it from Kavarina. Okay.
You mean that the parametric...
I always forget the name of that thing for some reason.
Actually, I think for Kevin Z, you swap off to Herald here. Your opponent played a parametric transformer only at 1 stack with 4 dice remaining, 1 card in hand.
Right.
There's almost no way for them to skill twice. So if you swap stall twice and not deal any elemental damage, they will waste that dice for that round.
Right.
So I don't think we're going to see a Sayu skill her, especially at 4 HP. I think swapping to Herald here is just such a good move.
Right.
I think he's considering his options, but I'm like 99% sure. I mean, Kevin Z is always the player to prove me wrong that is the wrong move, but I don't think you want to give them a free swap off of Cryocube. You will let Cryocube burst though, but actually we know Mr. Pillow doesn't have dice. he actually cannot burst right now. So if Kevin Z swaps, it's devastating.
Actually going to be really bad. Oh, hang on. Boar Princess.
I'd be playing for time.
That would go away this round, though, no, wouldn't it?
No, he's playing just to have extra timer. You know, these players are famous for running out the clock, and then every action card you play or a card you tune will give you an additional like 10 or so seconds. There it is.
You wouldn't eat. You also wouldn't keep the buff though if you don't use it this turn.
I mean, we're gonna see Kevin Z go back to Sayu pretty soon, but this is gonna be a brutal swap.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Well, Mr. Pillow still has a dice, so they can swap still.
They can, but Kevin Z is going to want to delay. We don't want to give Mr. Pillow 3 more dice, so it's an even trade, right? Oh, maybe.
Gamblers. Are we gonna?
It's a normal attack. It's a normal attack.
Oh, yeah, so that won't trigger the parametric.
Yes, very heads up play there, not going for the skill. Going for the skill there would be a mistake, despite being more damage efficient. It gives your opponent 3 extra dice that round.
Yeah.
So Mr. Pillow probably is going to go on a character, but he is going to swap stall, so we'll probably see him go to Nouvelette and then back onto Ishtaha.
Yeah, then Kevin can just stall themselves.
Yes. Actually, that's perfect. That timing works out perfectly because now Kevin will be on Sayu.
Yes.
Oh no, this is going to be the beginning of the end.
Then you go back to Sayu. You force Mr. Pillow to end their turn. They have no cards in hand either.
Exactly.
And now you can proc the parametric safely without any worry.
Yep. And we're going to see the battle of the hyper carries, but Sayu is going to come out on top. This Wolf's Greystone equip is going to be brutal. If it's even required. I don't actually know.
You play Golden House, cost 2. You would still have 3 dice left. It would hit a lot. Don't need to, I guess.
If it doesn't come up, yeah.
All right. Oh, they go Liger Song. Oh, wait, Boar Princess is still in.
Yeah, Boar Princess is still in effect.
So there's your 3 there.
And I believe this will take out Nouvelette.
Oh, no.
Oh, leave with solo Ishtaha.
2 more dice added back in as well coming in.
Yeah. And now the swap onto Herald is going to be a guaranteed victory next round because of that freeze.
Wagner comes out to discount the Claymore. Concerned with 2 Golden House in hand to tune if required, along with Seed. Oh, you even got a quick swap too, just to ensure this. I think Herald gets taken out here from the burst, right?
Yeah, Herald, I mean, that's even to Kevin Z's advantage because that will increase the damage no matter what. But yeah, there's no way, I think, for Mr. Pillow to recover from this position.
Though you know it not.
Comes back.
Oh, I don't know, Ishtaha. I think it may be your tomb.
Never mind, Herald just do it anyway, right? He had enough damage there. All right, Kevin Z finally gets his first win in the Prince Cup.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very decisive match there. You know, I think that was an expert play. Again, knowing how the other deck likes to play, the Chongyun start, very unusual, but given his equipment, really made sense. And, you know, the key move there at the very end was not activating the opponent's parametric transformer.
Yes.
Knowing to swap stall, also knowing to normal attack. Because again, parametric transformer only works on elements.
Reactions.
Elemental damage. You have to do damage.
Elemental damage, right? Yeah. Correct. I believe it's Chang the Ninth that didn't.
Chang the Ninth is physical and reactions. Yes, they're kind of the exact opposite.
Right.
Yeah. But that was very key there. And then swap stalling. And unfortunately, like the timing as well, like being on Sayu right when Mr. Pillow is forced to end, being the exact character you want to be on. You know, the game really didn't look close, and that's, I think, partly because of Kevin Z's play. We saw Mr. Pillow go in very aggressively round 1. I feel like that was a mistake. Right? In these hyper magic style decks with like double dragons, your cards are not only resources to tune, but they're your dice. Right. Every card you tune is potentially less dice for you to work with, and in these mirror matchups of strategies, it does come down to who can generate more and more dice.
Yeah, I feel like Mr. Pillow also didn't draw the best cards at all. Nouvelette didn't really get set up, and Nouvelette wasn't there to help control the freezes either, because you can't really be afraid to not go to him. I know you want to protect him the last turns there, but you have to swap over to him so he can help control the round, basically.
Definitely, yeah. We didn't see any freezes get to go down, but that was, again, partly because of the way Mr. Pillow, Kevin Z was able to play to deny Mr. Pillow an opportunity to be on Nouvelette.
So we did ban the whale, and then we did ban, looks like, Sino with Toma in that one.
Sinola, yeah, the Toma Sino Crab. I know that Kevin Z did not bring the Chevreuse version there. the Sino-Toma Crab, I would love to see that deck. I know how that deck is built, right? We have 2 spear users, of course, still using that drill because it's such a good card, even without Chevrus's overcharge balls. But Crab, we haven't seen in quite a while. Very much dominating when he first came out, but kind of pushed aside for more strong characters, making a comeback. We'll have to see if any other players are not as scared of the Crab deck, but I think it matches well into a lot of decks that other players are bringing.
We do get to see Mr. Pillow's version of the Sayu or Herald Double Claymore, I think is what you guys
Herald
call it.
Claymore, yeah.
And we did see Kevin Z still have that one deck, Frozen Lockout, Freeze Lockout, whatever.
Oh, the Kazuha.
Yeah,
Kazuha. Yeah. I like that deck a lot. I mean, I really want to see it again, even though he did lose 3 games on it.
Right.
It's kind of funny because he's not discouraged. He wasn't discouraged at all trying to by those 3 losses. He was just like, it's still a good deck. I believe in the deck, and it will
I believe
win.
in it too. I played a variant of it earlier today, sort of, but it was only as a pyro version of it, though, right?
Of course.
Yeah, obviously. You know
Obviously.
who, right? But that's the key, though. You can't let Senora get taken out as early. You can't let her flip early. You have to kind of time it correctly, which gets a little bit difficult because you have to rely on Mona and Kazuha to do enough damage for you, which I later discovered that Kazuha can just like, you skill, you swap out, you go back to him. It's a free hit again, which is pretty amazing, actually. Yeah,
and actually Kazuha is the damage dealer. I mean, that deck plays kind of like a reverse Mononular Wanderer, where rather than starting with the Hydro Swords, you start with Cryo and Senora.
Yeah. QR code's on the screen, everybody. Let us know how you feel about this production. Sorry, I'm kind of laid back and kind of just chilling here. But yes, scan the code. Let us know your feedback about everything going on here. We'll take everything, whatever you want to say to us. So send it over there and then follow all those socials, which, by the way, we are watching from Genshin Impact Official, right?
Oh, yeah. Welcome if you're just tuning in. We were just down with our first game of this Best of 5 series, the second series for today. So we're not yet even halfway done with the day. But thankfully, the first round went over pretty quick.
Yeah. We don't normally get to stream on Genshin Impact Official. This is how important this tournament is. Because the grand prize for this tournament is about 16,000 USD.
Yes, it is huge.
Massive.
I mean, the 2 players right now you see playing, they're in the lower bracket finals. They are up for elimination. One of these 2 players will be going home, but not empty-handed. They are already guaranteed $2,400 in prize money for coming in this place. But, I mean, they're playing for the opportunity to go into 4th place. And yeah, we see this deck.
Herald Claymore, Mr. Pillow variant. We just saw it played here. Well, Mr. Pillow. Let's see. We didn't see this deck yesterday.
No, we have
so
not.
Let's see here. So it is a little different. There's talents. In this one.
Yeah, so this is much more the original iteration of this deck before the changes to Lumenstone and Liaison. Now, thankfully for Mr. Pillow, I do think Lumenstone is not good enough right now in these strategies to keep up, but he's not included Lumenstone in this deck, but does have 2 parametric transformers. So this deck is going to be very focused on getting into that round 2 with a lot of damage. So round 2 is going to be the focus of this deck, especially with Ancient Courtyard. That's really how you know this deck is built for those early rounds. Usually, if you don't have Ancient Courtyard, you can run with no Arcanes for that consistency, and that tells you that you're more set up for rounds 3, but sometimes round 2.
Yeah, I see Countdown to the Show being played in a lot of decks, even without discard potential, right?
Honestly, I mean, so it used to be played a lot when Whale and the 2 Consecrated Beasts, that was the main deck. But every other deck that played it, like I said, it's 3 strategizers in a trench coat. If 3 strategizers are good enough for your deck, Countdown is good enough.
Well.
Let's
see.
Well, not well.
No Whale, but...
No Whale.
Freeze Lockout.
Yeah, and
here.
This is a really similar setup, as you can see. Also with Wagner there, close to the Sayu version, but instead of Claymores, we have swords.
Yeah. So yeah, Kazuha is going to be dependent on for a bunch of DPS here. And I kind of get it, understand how it works now. But I still think Senor is very key to this team.
Well, one thing you may not have known with Kazuha, so one of the weaknesses of Kazuha's most recent changes, he only does 1 damage on his skill now, but that's to make up for the fact that he can plunge for free after using that skill. But if you're on solo Kazuha, you will actually, once you skill, you don't need to swap back onto him. As long as you're starting on him at your turn, I believe he will still use his plunge attack. So if you ever do get down to solo Kazuha, it turns into Sayu. Basically, as a prepare skill.
I see how you're saying how.
Exactly. It does 1 damage and then 2 damage on the plunge. So it's exactly Sayu, which is how this deck actually works.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. Everyone's got a nice starting hand there. I see. I think both people pulled Lieben, I think, to go with.
Now, the one danger for Kevin Z in this matchup is the Herald Sayu Chongyun deck is very notorious for basically passing immediately on the first round. So if Mr. Pillow can dodge that initial Hydro Sword, Kevin's is going to be thinking about this.
Yeah.
Oh, those Dire Souls are not good. I think he wants to have the option
Right.
of doing 2 skills. Oh, that's much better.
There we go. Yep.
Oh, but Pillow's dice.
Pillow's dice is
What is that?
that is cringe. Is what we call it.
Yeah. What can
So
he
we might just like play 8 cards here and then just pass.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 Parametric is super dangerous here. Okay, so so normally in the first round there is no way to get 3 hits
Yeah.
of elemental application. But with Kazuha, that counts as a skill.
Yeah. The skill will
The
come
free
in.
skill. If
Yep.
Kevin Z does Mona skill,
Mono skills swap Kazuha
Kazuha,
skill.
and then swap back
back.
onto Kazuha,
Yep.
that is 3 hits.
That's 3 hits. Yeah. So let's see if that happens here.
I think it's gonna happen.
Skill
right.
2.
Let's head off.
Kazuha, who will
One
skill,
with nature.
switches to Signora, and then swap back over.
Sounds good to me.
I think it. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Pillow, you see his face. He's like, ah.
Yeah.
I think he wasn't aware of the interaction. Look at those 7 dice.
Yeah.
3 of them will go to Liban, but the other
Yeah.
4 will be wasted.
Yeah, the paramedic transfer just gets taken out,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
I mean, this is kind of, you know, if you want to think about the differences between some of these players here. Again, all of the players here in the top 8 are very capable, but it's the knowledge of those minor interactions, right?
minors.
Knowing that Kazuha interacts in that way with Parametric
Yeah.
Transformer is so crucial. If Mr. Pillow had known that, I don't think he would have wanted to play Parametric Transformer. I think you stall a turn and wait.
I think Kazuha is in only Kevin Z's deck this entire tournament so far too. Was anyone else running Kazuha?
Nahida, I believe,
Nahida
was
was?
playing the Kazuha, but only, I think, on advice of Kevin Z.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Kazuha recently had a change too. So it's, you know, trying to stay on top of like every little thing about every little character.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. So
We see Mr. Pillow's heart rate drawing way down. I think he knows he's already at a severe disadvantage, so he's going to just try and hope he can high roll a little bit.
Yeah.
But Kevin Z's heart rate is spiking. He knows that he made a brilliant play just now.
But will it pay off?
Yeah, we'll have to see. He did have to skip his ramp for the turn, right? So that combination did use up all 8 dice. He had Seed Dispensary into Wagner, which would have let him equip a weapon this round, but it was way more worth it to deny that opponent 3 dice.
I think if he tunes something skills and swaps to Signora, he can definitely threaten for sure.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's the play. You know, Kazuha's very good at protecting himself. I don't think I'm going to go for the burst here.
No, I don't think you ever want to go for a Kazuha burst. Very rarely you do.
Yeah, the Kazuha burst, of course, also needing to get changed from 3 initial damage to 1, but mainly because you see he's already at 2 energy, right? So unlike a prepare skill, the normal attack from Kazuha will count as a use of a skill, which means he gains energy from that.
It's still a free hit though, and I think that's worth way more than the burst here.
Yeah, for sure.
So, and then you can swap off Kazuha doing this. What are we drawing out for? Wagner goes in. Okay.
Lo-fi.
Another Liban.
Yeah, no weapon equipped though will go down unless we draw into a golden house. So it'll have to be if Kevin Z decides to use that strategize. I think he has enough dice for it though.
I think he might tune one of the swords actually, just to get the animo.
It really depends. I think you can tune one of the swords with only 1 Wagner. If he ever draws a second Wagner though, I think he wants to keep both swords because again, we saw it last round with the Forest Regalia. Equipping it off of a Wagner gives you 2 free dice immediately. And Kazuha, unlike Sayu, really wants to normal attack. Oh, nope,
see,
you're
one of
right.
Into the wind.
Bye-bye, Lo-Fi.
That is my only ability. Okay, so it does get tuned and swaps over to Signora. No Hydro on Chongyun, but that's fine for now.
Okay, so I think looks like Kevin Z is leaving himself the option with that extra die to go back onto Kazuha if the opportunity feels correct, but otherwise he will probably see a strategize to draw those 2 cards.
Okay. Off to the Herald, though.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, I think. You want to... So right now what I think Mr. Pill is trying to do is just use up that Hydra application that Kevin Z was able to so easily apply in that first round.
I think, they haven't... I think they might swap off the Sayu Golden House. Well, not yet. Gilded Golden House. Liar Song Gilded again, maybe. And then start going with Sayu. Sayu could try to get a normal attack in there to do some freeze, I believe. I don't know if that's enough dice yet, though.
It might not be enough dice. Again, Mr. Pillow is down effectively 5 dice because he
Yeah.
spent 2 in the last round and then could have carried over 3 here, but didn't. And that's a huge difference. Again,
Smolders.
the play style of these 2 decks are very similar, and then it all comes down to who can use and generate dice more efficiently. And so
Actually-
far, that's Kevin Z.
Maybe talent into countdown to the no, okay. Oh wait,
Let's see,
Did
what
they-
can Sayu do here?
did they pick the wrong dice? They just swapped.
No, I think they only had 1
Oh, they had 2 Animo.
Animo. It
Yeah, I'm
could
pretty
just
sure
be a
they did.
normal attack here. I don't think you
Yeah.
actually want a Sayu skill. I think you want a normal attack.
Not that it matters anyway, so you can do this.
Yeah, we might see a normal attack into another dice from something they made with Liar Song. Oh yeah, we do have Timaeus there
Yeah.
with 2 stacks and a Golden House, so we could see a Liar Song into another
Yeah,
equipment.
another Gila. So that should be enough move.
It is enough. Yeah, this is definitely enough.
Yeah, so you could do a cryo hit.
Yeah, I think
then
you want
do
to.
a follow-up as well. Yeah, definitely you want to do that here.
Unfortunately, no Sayu talent here to draw
No.
more cards.
But this is nice.
This is nice.
Yeah, that's still good. Okay. Oh, there's the other parametric
Another
transformer.
parametric, yeah. Let's hope that one actually amounts to something.
Yeah.
We'll probably see a Golden Troops reward equip and a Herald talent at this point.
Yep. I think that'd
That
be a good
last
play.
remaining
Yeah.
dice. But I think Kevin Z's still in a very good position here. Again, being able to deny that first round. I wonder if Mr. Pillow was, again, unfamiliarity with decks can really matter. And this
Yeah.
is the first time we've seen this Kazuha deck. Really, a lot of these players have been hiding their secrets and the decks that they've been trying to build from each other. And so if Mr. Pillow is not familiar with playing it, he might have understood that really this deck is very capable of doing 2 skills in the first turn. Normally with Mona, you want a skill on Mona and then wait for round 2 to get a guaranteed swell, but it's not as important as the Wanderer versions of the deck.
Yeah. So Herald Talent did go on and was taken out because of the lingering frost from Senor. I can't remember what it's called specifically.
Sheer Cold.
Sheer Cold, okay. Sheer Cold, sorry.
Sheer
Oh my
Cold.
god, I heard something else. But now that will increase any skill or burst on Kevin Z's side to 4 dice for the next 2 moves. But they also put Golden Troop onto the Herald, so you can do some fun things here on this turn.
Yeah.
Also, but Kevin Z does still have that Kazuha quick swap plunge,
Yes,
I believe. So you need to be careful for that.
And it's a Hydro Plunge too, which will be an
Yes.
instant freeze onto Herald. I'm definitely thinking anytime Mr. Pillow goes over to Herald, we'll immediately go over to Kazuha Plunge. And of course, Herald is actually not that great into these Kazuha decks because Kazuha just gets so many free dice anyway from that normal attack.
Strategize. Wagner and Timaeus.
Okay, what is our last word? I think it's a Sacrificial Sword. So is it Wagner or Timaeus? It is
It
Timaeus.
is a sack sword, yeah.
Oh, I think you want. I think Kevin was digging for a 3-cost Gilded, but unfortunately only a Shadow of the Sand King. I think you would still play it though. It draws an extra card.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have any more card draw anywhere. You might as well use up your Timaeus stack for this round.
Yeah, it's a free equip as well. And you got Golden House to back up on the next turn too.
Exactly. Yeah, we're probably going to see that go onto Signora.
You think at any point, well, maybe not now. I still see Judgment on Kevin Z's side.
Yeah.
Right, probably not yet, though.
I don't think you're as worried about Judgment with your opponent only having 5 cards.
Exactly,
I still think you're already so ahead. It depends on the dice. I mean, these I never want to calculate like whether or not there's enough dice, but these players are doing it. If you see their eyes moving from corner to corner, they're figuring out how many dice they have this round. It is going to be a Judgment. So Kevin Z did the math.
Oh, sorry, that's Sapwood Blade. My bad.
Oh, is it a swap now?
Maybe, yeah. Plus
All right.
1
You're not-
to
Head off.
the hit, right?
It is, but you're not freezing Sayu here.
Freezing, but you get dice back, right?
Oh, I see. So you're okay. So this is Kazuha sweating like a double freeze. So if Mr. Pillow is on Sayu, you'll freeze Herald. If Mr. Pillow's state goes to Herald, you'll freeze Sayu.
Okay, Parametric does come out though, so it could definitely happen this turn here for it to go off. Kevin could slow swap though here.
Yeah, this one I was a little bit surprised.
It'll be a bit harder for Kevin because Kevin's skills all cost 4 right now too. Actually,
They do, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll probably just see a swap back onto either Mona or Signora here. You know, that's why I was surprised with the plunge on Kazuha there. I mean, Kazuha with a weapon is how the deck does damage. So I can definitely see going for that line to pressure Sayu a little bit more, get her down to 5.
Or Princess. What are we cooking?
I mean, it'll just be a normal attack, yeah.
It's a normal attack, okay. Probably looking to get elimed, maybe?
I mean, Kevin Z does have the Gamblers there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no threat from Mr. Pillow's side from doing enough damage. Oh, and actually, that normal attack is especially brutal because of the Parametric Transformer once again.
Yes, yeah. Kevin Z, a good heads-up play.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, playing against a lot of other players, it's very normal for like you play a parametric transformer out, your opponent's just gonna use their skills like they would normally expect. A lot of players don't play around the parametric transformer because they really want to press that skill button.
Yeah.
I think Kevin Z identifying that, hey, if you're gonna spend 2 dice on parametric transformer, well, if I'm perfectly happy using normal attacks.
All right, swaps the Herald here.
But this does mean that Mr. Pillow cannot use 2 more dice this round.
Right. But I don't think parametric transformer will go off this turn either. Then they should be fine. Or sorry, Mr. Pillow should be fine. It's his, right? So.
Yeah. Well, it still can with Kazuha, right? Because Kazuha has that extra plunge. Kevin Z could actually trigger it once again at the end of this round after Mr. Pillow passes. Although he is running with less dice right now.
I think it should last probably at max 2 charges here. Mr. Pillow will be okay with, because he still needs to do a move too.
Yep.
Okay.
So that generates 1 dice because of Ball Princess.
Actually, hang on a second.
One
Kevin
with
might be able to proc it. Okay, he's waiting. Because he could throw gamblers on. Oh, no, he could just do... Yeah, he swapped off there. Hang on. I'm trying to think again.
Yeah, he has an extra dice there to swap back onto Kazuha. So Mr. Pillow does go for the freeze on Signora. The follow-up hit won't work because Kazuha will go back. But if he does that, then it does mean that the parametric transformer will trigger. So I think going for a Herald skill here... Oh, okay, maybe not. You know, I thought going for a Herald skill there was pretty good because it would at least let you get those 3 dice off of parametric transformer.
Right. Yeah, for each instance, the Herald follow-up will also do a hit. Huh.
So does Kevin Z want to swap back onto Kazuha? That will take out Sayu, but Sayu is actually not the scary character right now. It could be Herald.
Maybe Mr. Pill is aiming for Kazuha here. Perhaps?
Perhaps. The one thing I don't like about this play, if you had skilled on Herald, you would put Signora below 5 HP, which is a critical point for when she flips into a Crimson Witch of Embers. And getting rid of that revive is actually really critical at this point. Because if you don't do it this round, it's gonna come up next round and be very difficult for you to deal with.
Off to Mona. I think Kevin... Oh, actually, no, there's no discounted swap on Kevin's side. Pillow might want to try to leap in here and take the turn advantage.
That's actually, I think that would be a pretty good play here. You're not worried about anything. Maybe you just want to stay on Sayu into the next round.
And get some cards back into your hand, too.
Yeah, exactly. And you still are under the effect of Judgment.
Yeah. It's just which one do you get rid of? I guess there's 1 cost or 1 charge Timaeus here would probably be your best bet.
Yeah, you could definitely use that Timaeus to play Gamblers potentially, pre-equip it on someone, then replace it with Liban, and that might be a pretty effective turn.
Yeah. Liban, Gamblers, equip, strategize.
Yeah, because if you go back into Herald, you'll be stuck on Herald at the beginning of the next round, and you're dealing damage on Mona, who is obviously just soaking up all the damage here. There's no reason to go for her.
No.
There it is.
Yeah. Does replace Timaeus one? No. Okay.
No pre-equip. I think that the pre-equip.
I think that's okay.
Yeah, because you don't really know which character is going to end up taking the.
I would have played the strategize though at least.
Well, no. Remember passing of judgment. You see those?
Oh right. Yeah. Good heads up play. I didn't see that. Smart.
Yeah, that would have been a very crucial. You know.
Yeah.
Remember when you play into those effects, you still spend the die to play the action cards. So if we ever saw Mr. Pillow play the was it Countdown to the Show, he would have to spend 3 dice and then just cancel it out.
Did not even think about that. Good. This is why I'm sitting up here.
It is a tense match right now.
Okay, a Liar Song on.
Yeah, and of course, Liar Song, you do need to play that as the first card.
Now,
And that's super important right now, actually, for 2 reasons. One, because of that Golden House, it will discount, get a free Gilded, but only if your Liar Song gives you that -2 discount. And you see it being played here. And that doesn't use up Timaeus, so now Mr. Pillow can follow up with a second Gilded Dreams to use up the Timaeus. So this is going to be a very crucial
Talent
turn.
just came in too, actually.
Yeah, Sayu Talent could be drawing into a Wolf's Gravestone, and I think that's what Mr. Pillow most wants to draw right now.
Yep. All right, 1 swirl across the team. Drawing a few cards. We get Dispensary and Golden House and Quick Swap. Okay. That could be handy.
It could be handy.
Yeah,
that Leave It To Me could be very handy as well. Now, Kevin Z
has no quick swaps on their side other than Mona. Because I feel like Kevin Z might swap off to attack side and take her out, but that would leave them open to Herald freezing one of them, so they got to watch
Exactly.
out for that.
I don't think you actually want to go to
Yeah.
Kazuha just yet, because taking out Sayu will give them a free swap off, and you would rather snipe off another character like Herald, because I think Herald right now does more damage than Sayu.
Yeah,
I like a
let's-
Senora swap here.
Yeah,
Or not,
there's-
okay.
I guess Heaven's E will go for it. Okay.
This with the Gamblers
Sounds
is
good
also
to
fine.
me.
Yeah.
You know, Senora with the... And this is why it's so critical that Senora still was above 4.
Yeah.
Because if Senora had flipped here,
Yeah.
it'd be a much more precarious situation for Kevin Z. But with that revive, right, it will survive a Chongyun burst. You know, you need to flip Senora before you can finish her off.
Right, more dice to Mr. Pill's because the parametric transformer went off. Now they can freeze here. No
Yeah.
quick swaps on Kevin's E side, so this might be a little tricky. Let's see what the play here is.
I think we might go for a countdown.
Or we're anticipating maybe getting E-limbed. Okay, I think he's just playing ahead just to see, just in case, what might happen. I think he's just gonna prepare skill.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's almost 100% it's
Yeah.
going to be prepare skill. I mean, we could see a normal attack, but I think you just want to hit prepare skill. If your opponent doesn't have a quick swap,
Yep.
or either way, it doesn't matter, right? Because Herald is on 2. Anything, he'll go down to like a gust of wind at this point. The only character that isn't in threat is Mona.
Yeah. Which,
I mean, it could come up because we know that Kevin Z doesn't have a Leave It To Me, but
Right.
Mr.
I
Pillow
think-
doesn't.
Mr. Pillow's skills freezes Kazuha.
Yep.
Kevin Z probably goes over to Mona. Oh, that was a
Ooh.
normal actually. Okay.
Okay.
All right, that keeps Kevin Z free actually from
It
like
is
being
as the
locked
stars
into that.
foretold.
Not bad.
Oh, actually, this might be super smart. If he normals first and now he goes for a prepare skill, like what is Kevin Z going to do? He can't
Right.
then...
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, but
yeah.
no, but he has a quick swap now. Never mind. Yeah, he has his quick swap from Mona.
We also have a quick swap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Is that what we want to do though? Okay, off to Chongyun.
But if we do this, then Mona's skill will
Swift and
take out
merciful.
Chongyun.
But now we can freeze on Mr. Pillow's side.
And now Kevin Z can lias on that Gamblers off of Kazuha and put it on Mona. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think this was a winning line here. It was very little that Mr. Pillow could do. Losing those 2 dice so early on was such a setback
Yeah.
for his deck, but I think he knows it. He's just trying to make the best plays and hope his opponent doesn't have the cards like Liasang. But with that Liasang, I believe this will seal the deal.
The scourge of
Mr.
evil.
Pillow has a
Right.
chance here. So right now we have Golden House Gilded Gamblers here.
No. It's Senora can do 2 damage.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what they're doing. Trying to avoid that swap over there. Ah.
Wait, isn't it? Oh, wait, did Kevin Z already use the quick swap?
Yes.
Oh, that must be why. Okay.
But this is fine, because now they get a free swap over to Senora,
You're
and then you know what happens here. Yep.
Pale flame smolders.
Just enough damage, actually.
Just enough, yeah.
2 damage from Senora. Kevin Z finally wins with that deck, going 2-0. Only 1 win away from going to the next stage. Congratulations, Kevin Z.
Yeah, really tough from Mr. Pillow's side. Again, Kevin is very familiar with both of the decks so far played by Mr. Pillow, and so I think that definitely gives him advantage, especially as the one bringing the more unconventional deck from the last version. So we'll have to see if Mr. Pillow can mount a comeback. He's switched up his deck so far, right? Playing Double Dragons and now going to Hyrule Sayu Chongyun. He will have to win a game on each of those decks against Kevin Z's last deck, which I don't remember which it was.
I believe it was... What was it? Can't remember. I believe... We'll find
Wasn't
out,
the
I
Sino
guess.
deck?
Nope.
Let's see. And we just saw the Kazuha deck. The last one, I believe... Wait, was it the... No, we saw the Sayu,
Yeah.
Kazuha. Anyway, we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out later.
Look, there are so many games going on today that's hard to keep track of all of them.
I want to say we could have some play on Kevin here. Like toward the end, you'll see that he opts to flip over to Kazuha, so he can get that free swap over to Senora.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Forcing basically the kill on
Yeah.
Kazuha to give him the swap. Yeah. So I guess the interaction there is, for if you're not aware what happened, when Mona very early on went to Kazuha, normally that normal plunge attack is always a fast swap action.
Right.
But it doesn't matter that Kazuha already was a fast swap. It still used up Mona's fast swap as part of that. And that's why Kevin Z was not able to go straight onto Signora, because otherwise it would have just ended the game. But it didn't end up mattering. Either way, Kevin Z comfortably had that win there because, again, of that very early play. Like, this game mostly was decided by round 1. Kevin Z identifying that the parametric transformer play by Mr. Pillow was a severe misstep, right? Losing 2 dice from playing the parametric and the 3 dice you get from it was just too much for Mr. Pillow to overcome. You can see the difference in the HPs. It still came down to the wire.
Yeah, right down to the wire. I think Mr. Pillow also got unlucky again. Didn't pull out their weapon for Sayu either.
Right. No weapon for Sayu. I mean, by the time he could have drawn into it, it really was too late to comfortably equip it. We saw how quickly the damage kept pile on from Herald.
It's
right. It's finally, but Cookie.
But not finally. Shinily, I think we call it, or something like that. You think Mr. Pillow flips over to the Sino deck?
That's probably the deck you least want to
actually
play in. Well, actually, hang on. Let me think.
Aggro.
I think your combo decks. So that. No, I think you're right. I think the Sino deck probably is the one to play. I kind of like that style. You know, we saw Runatopia with a different strategy, which is I'm gonna play my one deck. That is my bad matchup. I'm just gonna try and get that win on that deck and just believe.
Well, speaking of believers, I believe if you pick Kevin Z, 1 EU, 1 NA winner takes some Primo Gems. What are you laughing at?
That was such a smooth transition.
What do you
sorry,
mean?
Rin.
I'm just
that was brilliant.
Well, props to you for, doing the whole play-by-play.
Thank you.
Right? Like, you're doing such an amazing job over this, because I can't keep up with most of this. But hey, players, if you want to win some Primo Gems, don't forget to enter with Let's Go player name with UID, your UID, that is, right? Make sure it's correct, too, because if you get picked, you win 1,000 Primo Gems.
Yeah, and we're giving away 1,000 Primo Gems for every single match that's happening on stream today.
Also, if you want to provide some feedback to us, scan that QR code, let us know, and follow us on all the socials there. If you're watching from Genshin Impact Official and Aster Carnival on Twitch, hi! We're giving Primo Gems away on the YouTube channel, so if you want to try to enter and win, you have to go over there. But stay on all the channels, why not?
It's been a really fun time. I was in chat yesterday after, obviously, casting. I'm not actively in chat right now. I cannot divide my attention in that way, or I will miss a lot. But, it's a lot of fun. There's a ton of people hanging out and just talking about the game and chatting. So, what is it going to be? Oh,
we're going back to this. I think this is fine. You can't be unlucky 3 times in a row, right?
I mean, you can. It's Kevin Z. I believe he was like a very unlucky 3 times in a row.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the same deck as we just saw. And I believe, overall, I think this is one of the stronger decks in Mr. Pillow's lineup. The Sino Overload one has really been 50-50. Some players have found success with that. Some players haven't. It really reminds me of, very early on when Faruzan first came out. If you remember outcasting for Tuizan, was like the name of the game for the first week of the Prince Cup Atlantic, actually, that we casted. But it fell off very quickly. Like, players really attached to that deck early on, didn't perform so well, and it fell off. And I feel like the Sino Overload deck has the same kind of thing. So
Perhaps. Also, I think Mr. Pillow hasn't played it yet, right?
Yeah.
So it might be a little not confident with it right now, so I might save it for later. Play with a deck that has proven to win. Now we're going up against Finale Alt.
Finale Alt. Finale at home.
Shinali.
Finale is Inazuma.
Finale.
It's only official, right? So this is Finale in Mondstadt, and this is Finale in Inazuma.
With Shinobu. No weapons, though, obviously. All artifacts. It looks like a throwback to...
It really does.
Yeah.
It really does.
I don't see nothing super new out of the ordinary there. Veterans maybe being in there.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of going back, if you've been following Geniusification for quite a while, the metagame shifts quite a lot between patch years, because if you're not aware, every single update, we get new TCG cards, we get balance changes, and that changes up quite a lot, especially in version 4.8. A lot of the dominant strategies, especially if you're watching Prince Cup Pacific, those were taken down a notch as we saw Mr. Pillow's decks, again, very much the old metagame adjusted for the new one, whereas Kevin Z's bring completely new technology. No one else is playing this version of the Shinobu deck.
Well, this is round 3. Will Kevin Z advance, or will Mr. Pillow at least step one more game, or get one more game in, I guess. Sorry, my puns are off right now.
This could be really tough, because one of the ways this deck can really surprise the Sayu deck is because you have that electroplication on swap, you can get an overload on Sayu very easily with on Linny.
Are we gonna 3-0? Are you the
could see a
3-0
3-0.
caster?
It might be. I mean, well, okay. The Jibu versus Robot Wizard match was a 3-1.
True. Okay.
So
Oh no, does that mean my luck comes in and it becomes... No, wait, no.
knows?
We got a
Who
3-0
knows?
for you.
so
So
we'll see.
Yeah.
You know, I do hope for those of watching at home in
Yeah.
particular that Mr. Pillow does take it to a game 4
Yeah.
because every game we are raffling away 1,000 Primo Gems.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see here. We did, Cookie Skill, of course.
Yeah. Now, in this matchup, we see that Parametric Transformer there. It is perfectly safe for Mr. Pillow to play that in this
In this
game.
instance, yes.
Yeah, but not
We
going
will
to.
leave in.
Yeah, I think this is correct. So Parametric Transformer, there's no rush to play it because no matter if you play it on round 1 or 2, as long as you can trigger it, it will give you the same amount of dice. Whereas cards like Liban and Timaeus, they take a turn to take effect.
Was that a full setup turn? Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Again,
Wow.
very common for the type of deck that Mr. Pillow is
Okay.
playing to set up immediately in one round.
Good. Egg gets tuned. Also leave in play. Okay.
Yeah, Kevin Z's dice, too good.
Yeah. Too good. Haha.
Needed to tune there to play Liban. I think so. This was to avoid triggering that Heart of Caverna that went on Chongyun. You know, if you take damage, you draw a card. But Kevin Z perfectly happy to wait around to trigger the Kuki Shinobu skill in order to deny the card draw.
You could also decide to go over to Linny here as well.
Yeah.
Or usually you want to go Electro to Dendro to get the reaction set
Yes.
up, right?
Yes.
But sometimes you want to go to Linny and kind of mess up their strategy here a bit.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is very much a throwback. It's been quite
Yeah.
a while since we've seen these combination of elements played at the competitive level. But yeah, the old deck with Fischl in the spot, you always went Fischl, Nahida into Burst, and then onto Linny. Very rarely that you did see it went from Fischl to Linny, and that was mainly against decks like Bennett or Xingqiu that will rush for their Burst round 1.
Right, so we do slow swap over to the Herald. So Kevin Z does have the option now. Do they want to get them off of Herald, or do we just stick to the normal plan and go off to Nahida and start building up her energy?
I mean, you could go to, if you go to Linny here and Herald uses the prepare skill, you can throw them off.
Yeah, you could slow swap that too, if you want to.
Yeah, I think that might be a pretty viable plan. You could equip veterans onto Linny if you wanted, although we do also have Gilded. So it's pretty tough to say what is better in this spot.
You want your do you want to catalyze? You want to overload? It's hard. Options are good. What would you do here in this instance?
I think going for Overload a lot of the time is incorrect. I think here you do still want to go for that Nahida Burst. Herald isn't really a threatening character.
Right.
If your opponent stays on Herald, yes, you do get the second hit of the Prepare skill, but again, unlike Sayu, it's 2 and 1 damage. So you're really only preventing 1 damage there, and as long as you're not letting Herald apply Hydro onto multiple characters, it's okay if you take that second hit.
Again.
So we do slow swap over to Nahida. Yep. Electro application onto the Herald.
Yeah, unfortunately, Shinobu only has a Heart of Caverna. Normally, that Veterans that we see 2 of in Kevin's hand, very good on Cookie Shinobu because she deals damage to herself and then heals herself very commonly off-field. Whoa.
Okay.
Aggressive opening here.
I think Parametric Transformer is a good play here, though.
Yeah, I mean, unlike the other deck, I wonder if he misplayed somewhere. He's kind of
There
like...
might be a quick swap to Linny here to deny the second hit, but then you would be activating that Parametric, so it's a bit tricky to...
Yeah, it's a lot harder to avoid Parametric in this deck because Nahida's a Catalyst user, right? You don't have something like Kazuha's normal attack. I think you're okay. It's like not the end of the world if your opponent triggers their Parametric. It's random die as well.
Random dice, right.
Yeah, it's not always like the end of the world. It's just the last round was so good to deny the Parametric that it made sense to do so.
Is nigh.
All right. Oh, it doesn't fall up on the second one.
No, so prepare skills. So prepare skills mostly don't work with things that talk about skills because you need to actually use the skill to trigger their effects. Kazuha specifically works differently because his plunging attack is considered a normal attack.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I think the only character that really has that interaction right now. It's completely unique.
Prepare to be amazed.
Okay, Linny now onto the field. I think this is his first show.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Which is really surprising. Linny, a very strong character in his own right.
Oh, that Claymore coming into Pillow's hand, though.
Yeah, we do have a Courtyard already in hand,
Yeah.
so we could see a Claymore equip. Probably not this round, but maybe next round.
Yeah. That'll be very important here, though. Very, very. If we can get some swirls going for Sayu, it would be especially good.
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see on Nahida to use that follow-up skill. Now, we haven't seen Nahida on camera in quite a while either, but of course she applies those Seeds of Skandha to the opposing side, which deals extra damage on reactions. But if you do hit a character already with Seeds, it will spread to the entire team.
Okay.
In fact, a little tip for players at home, you know, very tempting. Nahida does have a 5-cost version of that skill. You actually see it used very rarely. A lot of the correct play at time is to use her skill twice because that builds up to a burst.
Oh, Parametric kind of high rolled there a little bit. 3 Animo dice?
I think it was... No, it always gives you
added
3 different.
Right, but I think it added 2 Animo.
No. It's always 3 different dice. So I think Mr. Pillar already had 2 Animo, but it did add a third Animo, which is very much a high roll. And in fact, we're going to be able to swap, let's see, Courtyard into a Wolf's Greystone equip and a Sayu talent. That's a pretty big turn.
That's a pretty big turn, yeah.
What is the follow-up here from Kevin? It's got to be a prop arrow.
Yep, prop arrow it is.
The world will burn.
And we draw. Oh, Golden House coming in too.
Oh wow, yeah, this is now a free Wolf's Greystone prep.
That's a big roll here.
You don't really need it, but I think
you can lethal Linny right now, though. I think that's something you might want to consider.
Yeah, Kevin is almost certainly going to swap off. I think going to Linny here was to wait out Harold.
Turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would only do 6 damage with that Claymore, would it? I think.
Oh, it's gonna be a quick swap. Yeah.
Yeah. Quick swap to Sayu.
Okay, there's gonna be a huge amount of damage coming down.
Golden House Courtyard Claymore.
So Mr. Pillar might be able to come back.
Yeah, Golden House Claymore.
Yeah, Kevin Z's deck, you know, it's like Finally, but with Kuki here instead of Official, you are a little bit slower in some sense, especially playing artifacts like Veterans.
Maybe you could put Gamblers on Renown too, just to force Kevin Z to swap again, right?
Why is the Gambler being discounted?
I'm out of here.
I can't remember.
Oh, there must be is there a Liar Song effect?
I think there might have been a Liar Song. Yeah, that's right. Liar Song went on and then Kavarina went on to Herald, which doesn't use it up yet.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I don't think Kevin Z is going to sacrifice Nahida here.
No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Nahida here. Not the player Nahida.
Nyahida. Mr. Pillow will smother Nyahida to sleep. That could have happened yesterday.
Yeah, let's see. I think we're going to see a swap onto Kuki.
Time's ticking. Kevin Z did let time run out last time. Okay. Tuned.
It's pretty precarious. Sayu is very equipped here.
Okay.
Now, actually, no. Yeah, Mr. Pillar definitely should have pre-equipped that Gamblers because now we are not getting that 2 extra dice. It could have been another skill. That was actually quite a big misstep. Because another skill here would have taken out another of Kevin Z's characters.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, that was actually a huge misplay.
Yeah. That's what I figured. Like, Gambler should have gone on there.
They did it again.
You would at least force Kevin Z to swap over to Shinobu, dealing more damage, or you can get your dice from taking out an Limb, because you have to avoid Linny too.
Yeah.
So
now you're actually forced off of Sayu, because if you stay on Sayu, Kevin Z has a quick swap into a Linny skill, which will immediately knock out Sayu. And with so much invested into Sayu here, you know, there's no more Tamaya stacks left as well. I think the next round would be pretty comfortable for Kevin Z to recover from this position, even though Nahida did get taken out.
So Mr. Pillow, I think, needs to flip over to Chung Yoon here. Now, if they don't want to go to Herald.
If they go to Herald, they'll get overloaded.
Yeah, they'll get overloaded and then just back on the Sayu. It's just too bad that you can't get the talent on for the Herald here.
Right. Oh.
Okay. Oh, well, that's right. There we go. Now we can. Now we switch to Chung Yoon. So if Chung Yoon gets overloaded,
you go on Herald. Yeah, that's
Herald. Or you can go to Herald now, right? And then get eliminated, and then the curse comes on.
Yeah, if you go to Herald now, you will get overloaded on the swap, and then Sayu will have to take a hit from Linny. Now, Linny's skill does 4 right now with 1 prop surplus, +1 for the reaction, +1 for the seeds. That's actually 6. That's actually not enough to take out Sayu. But I don't think he wants Sayu 1. I think going to Chung Yoon is the best play here, and then just end up on Herald and hope Herald goes down to another character. But imagine how different this turn looks if Sayu had that Gamblers, right? She would have used another prepare skill.
Oh, we go to Chung Yoon, okay.
Kuki would have gone down. Oh no, Kuki would have survived, but it would have been very precarious from that position forward.
So this will overload onto Herald.
Herald,
here,
yep.
Yeah.
Which Kevin Z can opt for the kill here, but I don't think he has gamblers right now.
Huh. Really close match here again.
Yeah, definitely Kevin Z is in a losing position here, so he might see Mr. Pillow able to take a game off.
Could have had that game, I think, last round if that gambler
Definitely.
had gone on, yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, it would have been at least a lot closer.
Yeah.
I think you're okay losing Sayu, because at that point, you know, even if Sayu gets taken out, you are left with 2 characters with Hydro Aura against Chongyun, which is not a winning battle.
You swap here? Fast swap? Perhaps? Fast swap Linny or just slow swap? Let Herald vape? No, you don't want to lose Linny though. Or sorry, Sayu. Go to no wait. Sorry.
Yeah, so we see a Lotus in
Yeah.
Kevin's hand. So one play he does have available is a quick swap onto Linny to overload and then take out Herald. Oh, he's getting Chef Mao.
Chef Mao. Okay.
It's actually pretty big.
Yeah. Okay. What are we gonna put the? Who's getting Lotus here? Probably. Linny.
It's got to be Linny.
Yeah.
It's got to be Linny. But can Kevin Z get Linny above 6 HP? Because he'll get 1 healing off of Bewildering Lights, and then 1 healing from Kuki will go on Linny, but it's only 6. I think he has like a Sweet Madame in his deck, so he could try and play Lotus on Kuki and hope to draw a Sweet Madame.
Yeah.
That'd be a...
But Lotus gives you effective 3 health too, right?
It does. Yeah, so it might cancel each other out.
7, 8. You'd be up to 9 after a Bewildering Lights.
But you would be left with solo Kuki, which is not the strongest
Not
character
the strongest
to solo
character
on.
either, yeah. Tough choice.
And really, Sayu is the important character here that you have to worry about.
So Lotus goes on to Linny.
Okay.
Another Lotus.
Those are pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think that's better
it's
than...
an honor to
Okay.
be.
Slow swap. So we overload onto the Herald.
I think slow swap is good mainly because you're not too worried about Herald. Sayu is the one doing more damage right now.
Yeah.
So you want your opponent to spend 3 dice on Herald
Yeah.
before going to Sayu.
Don't want to use up all your dice either. You want to be down
Exactly.
8 to 3 here. That'd be really bad.
Yeah, but now we're going to see why Herald is the choice here over Mona. Mainly that prepare skill
Yeah.
forces Kevin Z to take out Herald and spend dice rather than waiting. Like, if this was Mona, I think Kevin Z would be very happy to just, like, use prop arrow again and not take out the character here, but...
Okay.
Ooh.
Back to Chongyun. Okay, so they're baiting right here.
They are baiting.
Yeah.
I mean, we might just see a swap back onto Kuki at this point. I think you have to... If you run yourself out of dice away before your opponent, then Sayu will just sweep your entire team.
Yeah.
So I think you are forced almost to go to Kuki here.
Yeah. Just a slow one, because you still have your quick swap too, so you can go in for surprise.
Yeah, Kevin Z does have it's been a while since I've seen it in a deck, but the I haven't lost yet might actually come in pretty important. Now, I
Yeah.
don't think he runs... No, does he have Kuki talent?
Kevin, no.
I don't think he does,
Not
yeah,
with
this
deck,
one
no.
doesn't.
It's just all artifacts.
But the Kuki's burst is quite a lot of value.
Yep.
And so we might see him setting up... Ooh.
That was a prop arrow, was it?
Yes, it was. So a very funny thing to note about the Herald
Yeah.
Curse, prop arrow, because it's a normal attack,
Yep.
is not cursed.
Ah.
Yeah, so Kevin Z was able to play that for 3 dice, but now there's not much left. He cannot burst, because burst is under the effects of curse. Try saying that very... Burst under the effect of curse.
You rhymed. You got more rhymes later.
I do.
Ting, which can rhyme with sing,
Okay.
and king, so you can
King.
call him King's Ting,
Ting.
who will high roll with
Yeah.
the cookie deck and sing everyone's praises later.
Yeah, so we are still in our lower
Yeah.
bracket matches for this best of 5. Mr. Pillow down 2 games, which means this is an elimination match for him. If he loses, he will be knocked out of this top 8 tournament, going home with a very impressive $2,400 in prizes, but will be out of contention for the top prize of $16,000.
Back to the Herald. Okay.
Yeah, this makes sense. You know, Mr. Pillow doing all he can to protect Sayu. To protect the queen situation, where if Sayu lives, then Kevin
Wait for my
Z is
signal.
almost bound to lose.
All right, back to Shinobu. Okay.
I mean, at this point, you have to be pretty comfortable going to Sayu.
Yeah, no dice left. Kevin Z, I don't think can generate any more, right? Yeah.
There we go. It is time. Now the question is, how many actions does Mr. Pillow actually have? Is it 1 or 2? I believe the effect might be a Boar Princess, so a replace of a Gambler's here will get Mr. Pillow up to 6 dice, and if Mr. Pillow gets 6 dice this round, then the game is most certainly over.
I think the effect was a liar song, was it not?
Yeah, if it's a liar song, then that is could be what's discounting the Gamblers here.
Prepare to be amazed.
Back to Lenny.
Yeah, we might see a double seed box into Tamias here to draw maybe a Gilded. If we get a Gilded off the top, I believe that will more or less seal the game.
Gamblers goes on.
And away I go.
First skill in.
Ooh,
All right.
is that correct?
Yeah, Kevin can avoid lethal by just going to Shinobu here.
Yeah, I guess if it was a liar song with only a 1 dice discount, then that works
Yeah.
out fine either way. I still feel like, you know, I think you're always going to play double seed box into Tamias this round because
Wait
it's
for my
free and you
signal.
can draw
Yeah.
Gilded.
Off to Shinobu. Okay. Not looking good for Kevin here, but
I mean, it depends if Mr. Pillow generates 1 more die, the game is over. So we'll have to see.
Yeah.
His waiting is like, show me the cards.
Emmaus, yes or no? Will yet?
Oh, it's a Guild
yeah,
Dreams!
It's gilded, yeah.
That's it. Oh, you can see Mr.
Yeah,
Pillow with the
yes.
fist bump there.
Yeah.
Kevin Z's watching from across
Yeah.
from him.
I
You'll
saw
see
that. Yeah,
fist
yeah.
bump. But this is going to be a free Gilded. I mean, this is more than enough dice. This is 4.
Yeah.
Mr. Pillow's just doing the
You want to
final
keep
math.
gamblers on Sayu though, so you have to equip it on someone else and tune things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's going over to Harold. You tune 2. Yeah, there it goes right there. Shinobu goes down. Refunded 2 dice. Not that you need it anyway, because
Quick.
Sayu rolls over Lenny, and Mr. Pillow stays alive for 1 more game at least.
Yeah, very well played there, executing perfectly. You know, I think that that is a favorable matchup into the Cookie deck.
Yeah.
Unlike Finally, which we know to be a very aggressive deck, when you're playing a card like Veterans, which gives you dice on healing, obviously you're a little bit slower, and it's the slow decks that really struggle, as we saw with Runatopia's games, against these Sayu decks in particular.
So Mr. Pillow getting that like needed win for sure to stay in this and just have a little bit more chance here. I think the alt finale deck, it did fall out of favor for a reason. I don't know about it being in this tournament right now though. Yeah.
I mean, it's built to target very specific other decks. Excuse me. And Mr. Pillow has a very unusual lineup for this tournament in general. And, you know, I said this when it was Kevin Z versus Ting. Ting brings unconventional cards, which honestly is very difficult if you're a, like, player that's very traditional, like very consistent and about consistency.
Yes.
Mr. Pillow could be a tough matchup for Kevin Z despite, you know, a pretty convincing first 2 games. If the deck's a little bit unconventional enough, if you're playing around just the wrong cards or your decks aren't equipped to beat those kinds of decks, you can really struggle.
Right, yeah. Mr. Pillow almost might have lost this, perhaps, from that Gambler's misplay early.
Exactly,
But fortunately, they did make it through later. Yeah, as you can see here. Just protecting Sayu, like running Kevin Z's dice out.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then high rolling, well, maybe not, right? Like, kind of whittling down the artifacts too, just like having the Gilded left.
Yeah, I think that was pretty neutral. Like, it wasn't high or low. Definitely the Wolf's Gravestone with Courtyard is quite a good combination of cards. But, you know, it's very easy to look at the Sayu Chonyu deck and think, oh, yeah, they always have, they're drawing their cards perfectly. But that's what the deck is designed to do. With double countdown, 2 strategize, a lot of, like, Liban, all of those effects, they're very good at drawing a majority of their cards, which lets them find those important cards all the sooner.
I feel like Mr. Pillow will play the Nuvolette deck next here, for sure.
Yeah, that could be... Yeah, that one's gonna be tricky. I believe with the Lumen Stones, it might be a touch slower than the Sayu version, which may be too slow for the Cookie deck. If you let Nahida build up those seeds, if you let Cookie use up all 3 stacks of her skill, that's how that deck will incrementally grind you out.
Right, but you do have freeze still with Nuvolette and the Cube.
That is true.
And Asha is totally capable of being an anchor in this team here.
Yeah,
Like,
for sure.
I'm not sure if Mr. Pillow will play the Sino deck, because once again, hasn't played it yet.
Yep.
Right? So might save that for last.
Look, I think if I was him, I would feel like I want to go back to a deck I'm very comfortable on,
Yes,
which
exactly.
seems to be that Double Dragons deck, right? Very comfortable on Nuvolette.
It's very similar to Bin from back in the day as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right.
So that's going to be my guess. Chat at home, if you want to guess the next deck pick before it shows up.
Yeah, it is. All right.
All right.
Nuvolette, Ashtaha, and Cryo Hypostasis, also known as Delete in game, if you pay attention to their names.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen this list a couple of times. There's nothing too new to talk about. Although one thing I do want to talk about, we've seen a lot of cubes in this tournament.
Yeah. Well, there's only 2 cubes, right? But I know what you mean.
Look, if I had to die for every time cube appeared in deck lists of these players, I'd have 2 dimes, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yes.
But we do have both Cryocube making a very strong appearance. Honestly, banned a lot because it's put with that whale deck. But every player, I think, brought that. And then a lot of players had chosen that Bennett Electro Cube deck.
Yeah.
So the Cube's making a comeback.
Yeah, maybe I would love to see more Hypostasis come in much later. But yeah,
I know.
They weren't very strong when they were first introduced. But with the changes now, it's nice to see a version of TCG where old cards are being brought back in and having some like strengths where they didn't before. I love how the screen and everything just kind of like shifted up there like that.
Yeah, it's a great little stage here that we have. You know, it's amazing, again, being back here in LA to watch these high-level matches. It's so different being in person with these players as well. We can talk to them about their games after the fact.
Yeah.
Like, ask them how they're feeling going in before and after.
Be fun if we could do that, right? Just little mini interviews.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely
do that with Slacks already. Yeah.
Yeah.
So at the end of each match.
Yeah.
So.
In fact, the casters here, you know, Leah, Sumi, and I were the ones asking a lot of those questions in those play interviews that we saw. Although, funnily enough, Ting, one of the players here, was stopping by, and then we offered up Ting as a choice to ask the players questions, and a lot of them picked him.
Oh.
I mean, it's about who you're comfortable with.
Exactly.
You want to be comfortable when you're giving those interviews.
All the players do know each other around here. It's a very tight-knit community, so that's why it's a very friendly competition. No one wants to be like super toxic.
No one is super toxic.
Unless it's consensually like being toxic, right?
You know, I do want to say, you know, we've heard a lot of big talk from the players, and that's because they know each other well.
Right,
you know, It is very friendly banter, but I love that energy because I think you want be confident going into these matches.
Players, you got to make it very interesting for the viewers at home. Be toxic to each other. I'm sure they would love that. And we know you two would be joking to each other. So, yeah, have a little fun. You don't have to do this, obviously. Right? Don't listen to me.
Yeah.
All right. Who do we lead in with here?
That is an interesting question. I think it's almost... So the traditional way you play this deck is Cryocube.
Yeah, I figured.
And this might be a matchup where Mr. Pillow does want to build up to that Cryocube burst because even though it's, again, less aggressive than finally the official version of the deck, it still dishes out damage quite quickly, and getting Cryo on Linny in particular is very important to protect Nuvolette.
Right. I think you said official version.
Yeah, well, like the official version before was a lot more aggressive. Like that was an aggro deck. With Kuki, it is less aggressive, but and plays slightly more for like round 3 and 4.
The official version.
The official version.
Finale. Finally making a return as a shinily Kun. I'm sorry. Just having some fun here.
Keep it going.
Looks like we're setting up, though, on Mr. Pillowside. Lumenstone first draw. Yeah.
I mean, okay, you're seeing the difference here between 2-cost and 3-cost Lumenstone. So in the previous version, we would have been at 2 dice. Let's just play a second Timaeus or a Parametric Transformer. But because that 1 extra cost, the dice does not line up quite as nicely. Unable to do that, and now Liban also getting 0 die.
Yeah. All right, so Kevin Z is free to set up as he pleases here.
Yeah, the big difference here, Kevin, they did get the veterans immediately. Last round, we saw him first equip the Heart of Cavarina on Kuki, which is the less ideal artifact.
Junior Zod, Chef Mao, Liban? No, Timaeus. That's okay, yeah. Get Timaeus out, get him nice and set up soon.
Yeah, we could still see it. Let's see.
Timaeus could draw out a Vorkasha or Gilded.
Yeah.
We get our extra die here.
Yep, and that's going to let Kevin Z actually swap off and play Timaeus this round, which is pretty important. So this is going to be a very strong opener. I think last round we saw less ideal, but we're going to see probably a swap onto Nahida with that Heart of Cavarina equipped to draw a card next round. Obviously.
Yep. There goes.
Yeah. Oh, and honestly, Nahida is such a pain when you're Cryocube, because one thing you should note, when the seeds trigger, it's after the revive. So if you take Cube out with a reaction and you trigger the seeds, it'll immediately go down to those seeds of Skanda. So this is actually quite a bad matchup for Pillow.
So Nahida, a very good counter to revive mechanic type teams.
For sure. Well, not Herald, because Herald revives at 4.
Right.
But the cubes. Nahida hates cubes.
Nahida hates cubes. She's an Archon, right?
Yeah, although it's strange because her charge attack creates like that Dendro.
Yeah, like another cube, right? Actually, being the Amber Maid, Dendro Hypostasis is the only one I can't solo.
Oh, really?
Amber, yeah. Just because of you have to have a Dendro for the reaction to take it out after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Oh.
it's for people at home to know if you want to Amber solo one
Gotta
day.
diversify your teams someday.
Never. Solo Arlecchino already happened for me.
And
so.
even Eula can't do anything to Dendro Cube because those two don't react.
They don't react. You can't even do anything, right?
Okay.
Ole, though, she can solo it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay, so
Ole
you
can
have
do it.
something. You have
There
your
you go.
bases covered. We see a second Lumen Stone for Mr. Pillow. So this is the ideal time to draw them. They are 3 cost. No seed dispensaries, unfortunately, to discount them.
Yep.
But I wonder if we see him play the second Lumen Stone. The famed double Lumen Stone opening terrorized last metagame quite a lot.
I think you should get it out. You're still pretty healthy here. And you have options to escape here, but I think more importantly, we need to get some reactions out on the other side and start freezing them.
What are Kevin's dice?
They're bad.
Okay. Yeah, he can't
Actually, just looking over there.
skill on Nahida unless he
Yeah.
tunes 3. I mean, we might see a strategize. If he draws Gilded,
Yeah.
it immediately fixes his dice. If he gets
Right.
Gilded, he can Ball Princess, play a free Gilded. That's 3
Yeah.
on element dice. Will let him skill on Nahida. I think it's very important to get seeds onto Cryo Cube specifically.
I think Pillow might want to try to get Cryo Dice too, but how? First Lumen Stone.
I think Pillow's going to swap off. I don't think you want to stay on Cube and risk getting the seeds.
Yeah, you don't want to do that, but you do need to get some elements out. I would go over to Nouvellette then. You don't want to go to Ashta either. You're not going to.
I think you want to go to Ashtaha.
You think so?
Yeah, you obviously cannot absorb Dendro,
Right.
but I think you would rather be on Ashtaha right now.
I think Aisha could still be your carry. I think what Mr. Pillow should do is try to control with freeze, if at all possible. But we'll see how that goes here. Golden House goes down, proccing the Lumen Stone. Just need one more. Could be an artifact equip.
Yeah, Ball
Princess. Are we staying on cue? We might be fixing dice here.
Could be.
So we get our
Ooh.
Omni dice.
Well, now
yeah.
there's Asia talent. I mean, I think Cube to apply Cryo is pretty good, especially if you can get
yeah.
another skill out. So
As long as you can get either Hydra or Cryo out right now, I think it's very important for Mr. Pillow.
definitely.
Yeah.
I think a Gilded definitely is going to be part of this equation, but unfortunately, if you equip Gilded onto Cryo Hypostasis
Yeah.
now, you don't get the card draw because it will not be the one triggering reactions.
Right, unfortunately. Sometimes you just have to do that, though, right?
Ooh,
Oh, we're tuning.
a countdown goes away. I think that makes
Yeah.
sense. You have a lot of card draw already with double
Yeah.
Lumen Stone. You do not need any more.
Right. Can't discard it either, so you can't discount it. Okay. Yeah, not playing Gilded yet. Don't want to show your hand. Cryo does come out. Lotus here for Kevin. Now, okay, Les, what will Kevin do?
You're definitely opening with a Strategize.
Yeah.
If your Strategize draws you into a Gilded Dreams,
Mm-hmm.
if your turn suddenly becomes much, much better. You have to take that gamble.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's a Tamayas, you might even play it to try and fetch. It's so important.
Yeah, strategize here, and
Oh.
2 food. One more Lotus and the Adeptus Temptation. Don't need
Oh.
those now, so they're all very useful. Yeah, Kevin.
No, I love these player cams. You can see these
Yeah.
reactions of the players. You know exactly what is
Yeah.
going through their heads. You know, if that was a Gilded Dreams, would have seen something like a fist pump sitting up in the chair. And his heart rate's going way down. One thing I've noticed, when players are losing, their heart rate drops.
Yeah, so when something bad happens, it's like, oh, it's like a defeated kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
I kind of slink back and just try to calm themselves down here and see what they can do. Yeah, I can't even do skills on anybody here unless you tune some very important cards.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, you could swap to maybe Shinobu, I'd say.
no, these finally style decks, the Dendro,
Yeah.
Electro, Pyro, they live and die off of their reactions. So every
Right.
reaction you don't do is just so much worse for your game plan. I think you have to Nahida skill here.
Or
It's
maybe,
more about what you're going to tune.
maybe an even normal attack just to get the Catalyze out, no?
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
I think we might see a Veterans actually fix dice here. Yeah.
Okay, so War Princess replacing Kavarina.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do we tune 2 or do we
I think we tune 2. I think we tune 2. I think
Maybe I haven't lost yet. Probably might go.
It might be the first one to go. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're the slightly more aggressive deck. It's really painful because I think that will come up,
Right.
especially with Adeptus.
Okay, so one Lotus
Ooh.
goes on. Oh yeah, that's right. You can get a dice that way, right?
You do get a dice, yeah.
But not the right dice.
The right dice.
Unfortunately.
We'll probably tune that Sweet Madame. I think Kevin's is figuring out, does he need that 1 point of healing at some point?
Yeah.
But I think we'll see a tune of the Sweet Madame and
It is.
probably
It is
the second
handy
Lotus.
because it'll work very well with the veterans. On
It does.
anybody.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Actually, that's very true. So we might
Yeah.
actually see it capped.
So yeah, Lotus being played. I think that's okay.
Committed to memory.
Quick stop. That's fine too.
Yep, this
Alright.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You know, you have, I haven't lost yet Adeptus, which is a really powerful combo.
Ooh, two
Oh.
Ashes talent.
Yeah, Mr. Pillow is setting up for a very scary round 3 because those each Ashtaha talent is 2 dice, and then each Parametric Transformer is also 2 dice.
I think Mr. Phil should play Nouvellette. Let Ashta be the character this time. I think.
I mean, until you draw Tule Tula, it is actually correct for this deck to attack on Ashtaha more than Nouvellette. Because Nouvellette actually doesn't do a lot of damage without that weapon.
Where are we going? Quick stopping.
This is the Ashtaha for sure.
Oh, Lieben. Nah, Nouvellette. Come on. Nouvellette. Dang it.
No, it's definitely Ashtaha.
All right.
Get those crystallizers going.
Yeah, I guess crystallizers are fair too.
Yeah, I mean, it's really about the dice efficiency. Until Ashtaha's absorbed a lot of elements, you can get 1 dice off of each hit, and that just gives you so much power to keep making attacks. So we see here, I mean, Mr. Pillow effectively has like 2 more hits, right? Like each... Oh no, just 1 more.
Just 1 more, yeah.
Each Ashtaha talent is only 2 dice. If you had played a Parametric Transformer earlier on, we might have actually seen a pop by now.
But we see a swap here instead. It's only 1 more action, potentially, from Kevin's side. I wonder if Mr. Pill is wondering, like, why didn't you use a Dendro hit here at this point?
Yeah,
right?
I mean...
So that might be a sign here.
Yeah, you definitely need to pay attention to that. Yeah, if your opponent shows that they did not use a follow-up skill, which would, definitely be the obvious thing to do.
Right, yeah. So Mr. Pillow might play Lieben here and just start first turn.
Yeah, that could be a play. Let's see. He would overdraw by 1.
Would he?
Yeah, he's got 7 cards.
Oh, yeah, 7 cards, yeah. Oh, Lieben still goes out.
We can't tune, though. The other thing we could do is just play an Ashtaha talent and then maybe... Okay, we could play 2 Ashtaha talents and a Parametric Transformer. And that would be exactly enough to carry over the dice. But then you are making it harder to trigger your...
You got 6 cards there, right? No,
Yeah.
you should be fine. You'll get 2 from Lieben, then 2 from the draw. Right?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
They do switch, though, so they're not planning for that.
Yeah, Mr. Pillow here definitely denying the reactions, which is a smart thing to do. But we'll probably see a prop arrow go down on Linny, but unfortunately has to tune 1 for that prop arrow as well.
Yeah.
Well, actually, prop arrow is really bad here on Cryocube because it won't actually trigger the seeds and will force the cube to revive.
Yeah.
But you really want to waste those seeds as much as possible.
Yeah. Huh.
There's still a Boar Princess active though, is there not?
Yes. Yes, there is.
Huh. Yeah, then maybe we should have stayed on Ashtaha to... We're going to really waste that Boar Princess.
Oh, I mean, I think Boar Princess is active on Kevin Z's side, if I recall. I might be wrong.
Yeah, but there's also that 2-cost status there at the bottom of Mr. Pillow. Oh,
is that Mr. Pillows?
Overriding that Lieben.
Yeah, I wonder why they were doing that.
Not sure how much I like that, because Lieben and Parametric are pretty similar in terms of the cards you get, right? Like, one gives you 2 dice and 2 cards, the other gives you 3 dice, but it's well worth those 2 extra cards.
Exactly, yeah.
Maybe miscounting a little bit with his dice there. I mean... These small things add up, right? And here we go.
Yeah, sweet madame, and that should trigger the seed again, right?
No, you have to trigger a reaction.
Oh, it has to be a reaction.
Yeah, but it will spread the seeds across all the other characters.
Right.
So now what happens though is if Mr. Pillow goes off of Cube, then Cube will just go down to a seeds trigger. But I think Kevin Z is setting up for that Nahida burst.
Wait for my signal.
Yeah, you got it. Back to Shinobu.
Yep. Remember with veterans, you know, taking a hit next round is very good for Kevin Z, generating extra dice. Still has not drawn a...
Tula in Mr. Pillow's hand. Not there.
Not there.
So I mean, like, at this point, if it's not here, we gotta, like, spread some elements around for Ajda instead.
Yeah, Ajda definitely is the one that has more potential right now.
Yeah.
And actually, Kevin Z's done a great job with no elemental auras on him. That's really not how you want to play the Double Dragons deck, right? Cryocube is there to spread a lot of elements, but you want to keep those cryo auras on the opposing side.
Or Princess.
Ooh, a second one is pretty big.
Yeah.
The last one went to waste, but this one may not.
I want to try to play your 0 cost here so you can get the Lumen Stone to leave before you put Golden House down. That's going to be difficult. Wait, could you overwrite Golden House with 1? Oh, wait, you couldn't do that because it would be gone. It wouldn't proc anyway.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're probably going to see Mr. Pillow try and trigger the Parametric Transformer, and that will free up space for a Golden House.
Right. Strategize.
Well, there's a Gilded.
Yep.
Okay.
Kevin Z has to proc it too. You either normal and cookie or you swap. Or you get skill again, I guess.
Time to
You
broaden
know,
the
skill would be
horizons
really
again.
bad right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's almost always a swap.
Right, yeah. Swap right there. Cryo Cube gets taken out.
Ooh, this is setting up for an Adeptus burst. Which we haven't seen at Nahida.
Actually, yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, Nahida does like, think 4?
It is 4. Yeah, Adeptus
Yeah.
would actually take out
It would
H
take out H here, yeah.
which is really
Oh,
bad.
That's not good. And you lost your cryo application now too. Oh wait, no, Ashta still has it. Actually, you okay.
Oh, it is gonna be H talent.
Oh, I don't know. Oh,
Yeah, I was a
okay.
little worried about. I mean,
Hey.
that feels like the correct play, but
Right.
it's
Okay.
been a while since we've had Adeptus.
Yeah. So Adeptus does come in. We don't need the egg yet. right, right.
The egg is actually very important in this specific
Yeah.
matchup because we're playing against Freeze. There's no cryo auras anywhere.
All right, it's up to New Valette. You can still play a few cards, and maybe we might get Tula here. Do we get it? No.
No, without Tula, it just hampers the dice generation so much, and especially, you know, with no cryo, there's so little
Yeah.
draw as well from the Gilded Dreams. It's actually quite crucial. Now, hold that fact. Follow that thought. Mr. Pillar's at 15 dice right now.
Right, yeah.
15.
They could do a lot here. They got their Lyre Song too as well.
There's a reason he has such high stats for dice in one round.
Yes, and now Parametric Transformer comes in. Okay, so we're definitely gonna pop off this turn. All right. Unfortunately, can't get a reaction unless they swap over the cookie right now because they have Gilded Dreams on. Maybe they could get Tula that way.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, can we threaten New Valette this round?
I think we definitely can.
Unfortunately, the main thing that Kevin's going to be constrained on is dice.
Yeah.
We're probably going to see another Nahida skill here.
Yep. There it is.
But what's the follow-up here, though?
Swapping around for now.
Yeah.
You gotta.
I mean, so one important thing, Kevin Z has to be very aware of gamblers, and we see Mr. Pillow
Yeah.
does have in his hand. With a gamblers, this already is like 20 dice turn, could turn into a 24
Oh my god, yeah.
dice turn if he's not careful playing around New Valette's damage. But if he's smart about it, if he can prevent
It's
a
an
character
honor to
going
be
down,
here.
then next round, New Valette is just in so much danger.
Yeah. So Lenny drawing Timaeus, not exactly what we need here.
No.
You gotta go back to
Actually, wait.
What do you see? What's the line?
Well, we have a Timaeus at 2 stacks and a Gilded Dreams, I believe. Yeah, this is gonna be the
There we
Lyre
go.
Song.
Okay.
This will let Kevin Z. It's not gonna. Is this enough? I think it's one. It's enough.
Oh!
It's enough.
Yeah, the seeds will proc, right? Yeah. It should.
It is.
Yeah.
That's it. We're just waiting for it.
Oh my god. Kevin Z sweeps Mr. Pillow and puts him to sleep to advance to the next round. Congratulations, Kevin Z. Living up to your name.
Yeah.
The expectations from your fellow peers. Please, Slacks, ask him about that. I love the handshake too. Everyone's still very friendly around here. Yeah.
Mr. Pillow, quite a journey that we had here today. You fought hard. It was a great time. And, you know, all your pillow puns are finally done, my friend. You're free from that. Any words for your fans out there and anything to say?
I'd like to thank everyone who has supported me. I got many more good lucks than I expected.
Well, Mr. Pillow, it was an absolute honor to see you play, and thank you so much for coming. Unfortunately, your time has ended here, but this was your first event. You went really far. I'm sure we're going to see you again. So if you'd like, please exit the cat's tail. And please, up here, Kevin Z, well done. You did it! You won your first games on the stage here. Stage fright is over, and we're back to the norm, right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. How are you feeling after that match, sir?
I feel like I played good. I'm not sure, but I like my performance at least.
Wow, it was a pleasure to watch indeed. Anything you can improve on, you think? Because you got more games to play.
I don't know.
The luck of the cards, perhaps. Very well. Well, we have other matches coming up today. Who do you think might be going into the grand finals, if you had to take a guess?
I hope it's... Honestly, I don't know. I have to face them both anyway if I want to win.
That's what I'm talking about. Well, who would you like to face?
Ting. I
Okay.
want my run back.
There we go. The revenge. All right, very well. Well, we'll go ahead and see what will happen there. Fantastic game. Well played by you. As we now move on to our next one. So we'll throw it up to the casters to see who will be in the grand finals. Like,
Thank you, Slacks. Congratulations again, Kevin Z, for advancing, and Mr. Pillow for putting up another fantastic performance. Didn't quite. Well, you got one win, right?
Yeah.
For you, we just mentioned earlier. 3-0, 3-1.
3-1, same as yesterday.
Yeah, same as yesterday. But yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see Kevin go up. A lot of expectations for Kevin from his fellow peers, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
Almost a prize just to play against Kevin, I guess, for a lot of these guys.
It is. I mean, they've definitely played against him before.
Right.
Mr. Pillow, especially being on the EU Cattail Gathering, most likely has run into him on the ladder before. This is probably not his first time playing, but playing on the stage is always very different. But, you know, Kevin Z, I would say, arguably, you could say is the best in terms of overall skill level, but at a top level tournament, you know, that we're talking about like he's favored by like 5%. Like it's a very slim margin and anything can happen, right? Like we saw lots of upsets here. Going 3-0 was not expected, I think, but can definitely happen. But this was quite a good game. I am a little bit worried about this deck going into the other decks in the metagame. You know, it's a very unusual choice. And it didn't feel particularly strong. It definitely performed well here, being able to take out H2Ha very quickly.
Yeah. I think, the Adeptus kind of coming in was kind of unexpected. You don't normally see that, especially. So a very classic deck running that definitely was great against this. But once again, Nublet never got set up. No Tulas, no Hydra out there, no freezes. I think that's still very key to running this deck here.
Yeah, and you know, those combo heavy decks are very weak to those aggressive decks. You saw how quickly Kevin's able to apply pressure and then force Pillow onto Nuvalet before he was ready. And despite being able to generate, I don't know how many dice, but maybe we'll see that in a statistic later, like the highest dice. That's got to be like 24, 25.
There was a lot of dice in that one turn there.
It's got to be the record.
Nuvalet possibly could have taken over. Had he had maybe Tulas and other things added up into
Oh, for
it.
sure.
So, we have these stats right here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Kevin Z still had more dice.
And more dice. Maybe that was the difference. Like, you know, Kevin Z's dice weren't as impressive all in one go, but had a lot of small incremental things. So definitely living up. Yeah, we didn't see Sino being played, unfortunately, from Mr. Pillow or Kevin Z's side. But Kazuha was.
Yeah, Kazuha finally got a win with that team there, This is a strong team, like,
it is,
for sure,
it is.
if you play around it correctly.
Yeah,
So.
I think it's a very threatening deck against certain matchups, particularly, you know, Bennett decks, which are very popular in the other players' lineups, but not so much for Mr. Pillow.
Yeah, Bennett with usually some people that revive. I'm going to revive people right now. Sorry. EU winners, you got some Primo Gems. Congratulations. 2 more winners again. There will be more matches coming up, obviously. So if you want to win 1,000 Primo Gems for yourself, make sure you keep watching. And I believe it's Let's Go, person you want to win, and your UID.
And of course, that is going to be over on the Astro Channel YouTube channel.
Yeah, so if you're watching from Genshin Impact Official or Astro Carnival on Twitch, hello. Welcome.
Hello.
This is a professional Genius Invocation TCG.
Yeah.
If you want to win Primo Gems, you have to come over to YouTube. But please stay on those channels still anyway and just chat with everyone else watching along. Speaking of, here is the tournament bracket now. So we have Jibu versus Kevin Z. I think this is a big anticipated match.
Definitely. Yeah, that is the first time I think they've actually faced each other definitely on a stage like this. Robot Wizard and Ting are familiar with each other.
Yeah.
I don't remember, was Robot Wizard the one to knock Ting out or no? I don't think so. They've definitely played against each other before, but so we're going to be shortly done. We're not quite over yet, but we'll be shortly done with the first half of the day. If you're tuning in, there'll be no more raffles for a little bit as we take a break very momentarily, but to set it up, Robot Wizard versus Ting will be the first match. Leah and Sumi will come back to cast over that one. We will decide who is advancing for sure to the grand finals
tomorrow, where it will be a best of 7. So if you think the decks here couldn't look funny, wait till you see tomorrow, because this is where all the cope comes in from some of these players here, as they would call it.
Look, I will say, if it's not cope if it wins.
Right.
That is the motto.
And that is why I want to see an Amber deck played tomorrow. I was cooking earlier. You saw it.
If anyone is brave enough to risk their lifeline on the Amber deck, then that would be amazing. 100% would love to see it, but
I would love to see it. I'll leave it to the players there. But with that, this will be the final cast for us for today. We'll be back tomorrow with different partners. So, Blep, if you want to introduce yourself once again.
Yeah, this has been Blep, Dean of Invocation Academy, signing off for today. Thank you so much for watching, but stay tuned. We have way more matches and Primo Gems raffles to give out after the break.
See you later, everyone. I'm Rin, by the way.
Yeah.
Bye.
Dear Monsieur Nervilette, how are you? I haven't written in a while, so I thought I'd send you an update.
Siege Wing.
The Duke tells me that you're always asking after me. Please, don't worry. Everyone at the Fortress of Meripede is really nice to me.
Walsey, we've had it with you!
What even is this? It's completely inedible!
Suck it up and eat it!
The food here is delicious, and the people are super friendly. The other Melusines come by to visit me sometimes. They're always full of praise for the fortress, and they get along great with everyone here. Sneaky sticker for you. This one's really cute. Let's give it to a cute person. You once said we have to discover the meaning of life for ourselves. I think you're completely right. Life at the fortress is often pretty uneventful, so my infirmary is empty a lot of the time.
He's down! He's down! Ha! Too easy.
But everyone trusts me, which is really great. I really like being a head nurse. Anyway, the Duke and I are planning on taking a trip out, so we'll definitely see you soon.
I look forward to it.
Hope you're not too busy. We're here.
Ready? Let's go! Attention, please! Kachina will now release the ball to promote the upcoming tournament.
Huh? Gotta get a photo to remember it.
Hey, that's too close.
Huh? Oh, great. And...
No! Too far! Son of a...
Pass.
What the heck is that? Do I have to... Get out of here! Leave me alone!
Is it that time of year again? The tournament. I wonder if she's watching.
The tournament will soon begin. My dear friends, take your positions. Embrace your competitive spirit and give your all. This battle is for winners only. The champion will take all.
Are you brave enough to compete?
To burn again. even the tiniest of sparks will not go unnoticed.
Did you catch everything? What our eyes see ought to be our fate. But now, close your eyes and feel. For with our blood, we will forge our true fate.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more to the Cat's Tail. Prince has allowed us to have a moment of reprieve from all these eliminations here today, and we are back in the upper bracket. Time to see something relaxing as we only see the winners up here going head-to-head. At the end of this single match, we will find out who will be going to our grand finals. But the loser will be headed down to the lowers, so we will see them yet again. Let's take a deep sigh of relief as we get into this fantastic semi-final match. It's about time for us to actually get into it. So let me introduce our first contestant. You know him, you've seen him, former champion, potential champion this time. Let's bring it out for Robot Wizard. Today we will find out if a robot can bleed or if he is immortal still. Robot Wizard returns to the stage. Robot Wizard, good to see you again. Big competition coming up your way though.
Yeah, I'm very scared.
Now this is a man that has defeated your king, the man that you have been copying for 10 months. He's already taken him out. You as the student, do you have a special, fear of him, or is this a revenge thing for Kevin Z?
I'm scared of how lucky he is.
How lucky he is? Well, we will find out if it is luck or skill that makes the high roller the high roller. Let us bring out soon my friend Mr. Ting. The baker returns, and he's cooking again. Welcome to the stage, Ting! Now, a lot of people have been saying that you've been very lucky, you've been high rolling. Is this what explains you getting to the semifinals, or is it a skill issue?
It's a mix of both, honestly.
All right. You excited to face off against Robot Wizard?
I am.
Yes?
I'm ready to high roll, and I'm ready to win.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Now, Mr. Wizard, how many times have you faced off against Ting before?
Well, we were practice partners actually for this tournament.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So you have an innate knowledge,
I guess so.
Did you let the whale through?
Absolutely not.
Come on! That is cowardice! From you? An old champion?
I'm just scared.
Fear does not explain anything. Now, this guy, he is always downplaying himself. I'm going to lose, and then he goes in and 3-0s everybody. Are you going to fall for this, or are you taking him real seriously?
I don't need to take him seriously to beat him.
Oh my God! That's it. We're done with the interview. No last words. All right, I'll give you last words. That was harsh. Any last words to your practice partner, now enemy?
I guess I'll just lose.
No! Okay. He's doing his thing. Be careful. Last words.
Good luck and have fun.
Okay, very sweet. All right, to your stations, gentlemen. Again, winner of this is heading straight to our grand finals, and whoever loses will be seen again in the lower bracket. But we will be sure that it will be one heck of a show. Prince is ready. I am ready. I hope you are ready. And I know our casters, our new pair of Sumi and Windflower Leia, are certainly ready as well. Happy birthday, by the way, Leia.
It's not my birthday. Also, hello, travelers! I am so excited to be here with Sumi once again. My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and...
Yeah, I am Sumi, player turned caster, and I am so excited to be back for another great day here at the Cat's Tail.
Yes, and you know, what exciting matches we have ahead of us. We are back in the upper bracket. I was just casting the upper bracket yesterday with Blep, and you know, something very interesting about our top 4 here. All of them actually made it to the top 8 through the upper bracket and were knocked down, but they've made it to the top 4. That's super impressive.
Yeah, that is true, actually. Like, these are the guys that the heavy hitters. They came from the upper bracket for a reason. It means they maintained their life from the regular season in the knockout stage from earlier.
Yeah, but here we have Robot Wizard's player profile, just in case you wanted a refresh. So he is the North American Prince Cup champion from last year, and his interesting facts are so funny. Of course, Kevin Z was knocked down to the lower bracket by Ting, his next round opponent yesterday. But look at him hyping Kevin Z up. You know, Kevin Z, of course, still in the top 4 there. But yeah, Robot Wizard... It's interesting that Slacks pointed out that he's downplaying himself, because when I actually spoke with him yesterday, he said this is intentional. You know, he knows he has these high expectations on his shoulders, but he wants people to lower them. Look at this pre-match data, by the way.
Wow, an almost maxed out pentagram. Look at that. Not a swap staller, almost an action taken every single time he has the opportunity to. Cards drawn like about 5 in the first 3 rounds, maybe on the lower end.
Every round, first through third round, around 5.24 cards drawn.
Yeah.
So that statistic is really interesting, because one major thing about, you know, your decks, especially in aggro and combo, is that you're trying to draw out everything you have in the first 3 rounds to set yourself up, right?
Yeah.
And so that statistic really tells you like how effective your card draw is, like how lucky you are, things like that.
And also like what types of decks you like to play, Leah. You mentioned combo and aggro. Both of those need to make the best of what they have. Combo in particular is really about the card draw, because it's all about putting all of your pieces together.
Yep.
Aggro, not so much. It's about how to best use what you already have.
Definitely, but here is Ting's profile, and I didn't point this out yesterday, but I guess he also loves fantasy novels. Honestly, the fun facts he included here are just so quaint and...
Yeah, we know more about Ting as a person other than just a player. There's more to these guys than just being on stage. And of course, the high rolling. Gotta love that.
Of course, well, you know, he would say it's a mid-roll. The joke is that he high rolls so hard when it matters, and so everyone says he's mid-roll because it's like, well, it's average for him.
Yeah, for him, it's just another day. But for us, it's like we're never getting another game like this ever again in our entire lifetime. So it must feel good to be Ting.
You know, so something Ting told me, and I kind of called into this yesterday when he was up against Kevin Z, is that he often makes it to these tournaments, but he's rarely considering himself the best of the best. And now he's been against the best of the best 2 days in a row, but he's still in the upper bracket. That is so impressive. So he prioritizes fun, but he has that competitive drive. Is he going to be able to make it today?
Well, as you said, luck is skill, and so far it looks like it is carrying him through. You know, speaking of making it to these tournaments, last year he was also part of our Prince Cup, even made it to top 4.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, did fall short from Nyahida. That was the opponent that knocked him out from last year. But now that Nyahida's gone, maybe this is his chance for a straight shot right to the finals.
I mean, if Nyahida was what was stopping Ting from advancing last year, maybe he just will be unstoppable this time, but we're gonna have to see. Here's our wonderful set, by the way. I love it. It improves every year. It's so beautiful. Look at Prince there.
I love that we have the Prince sitting on the table overlooking our players, perhaps giving them his blessings, or maybe even cursing their rolls a little bit if they are unkind.
You know, both these players, when I spoke with them, I was like, okay, so what deck archetypes do you enjoy playing? And they both really like aggressive type decks. And we saw that reflected in both the player tags they chose for themselves and also the decks they brought. Of course, these players, the decks that they chose yesterday, they are locked in up until the finals. So as this tournament goes on, it's really difficult because you can't target what you think they're going to bring. You're locked into what you already brought. So you have to target your bans instead.
Yeah, no, I was talking to the players about this. We kind of actually saw this come up for Runa Tobio earlier. I was speaking to her and it's like, she actually brought the Navia deck as a counterpick to Nyahida, but since we can't change it, it kind of really hurt her in the long run as, of course, you can't change your decks and sometimes a good matchup against one person is bad against another.
Here is Robot Wizard's first list, though. It is that Bennett Herald Electro Cube. I don't know if you want to play rock, paper, scissors with me.
I'm down for it. I'll win.
Will you?
I will, absolutely.
All right, well, we have one round to play so far, and every time we see that rock, paper, scissors combo, we have to add another round, so...
All right.
Anything you want to point out about this list?
So unlike Shan's list, Robot Wizard is actually running the Stove God, and that does mean he is forced to run that one-off Herald talent, because Stove God, the way it works, it's got a recent change where if you play it on turn 1, it will always draw you one character talent, assuming you have at least 2 different ones in your deck. So that does help with the consistency of drawing that Bennett talent, and drawing Bennett talent turn 2 is so critical. If you don't, I feel like it just neuters your momentum so much, it's not realistically possible to win from that point forward.
I believe this deck also runs Stormtear's Lair, right?
It does. I did see it.
So that will add to the discounts for Electrocube skill on top of the Golden Troop, on top of...
And it burst as well.
Yeah, but looks like Ting is going to be going with this Sino Overload deck, or as we like to call it, Sino Overload.
Yeah, it looks like Ting's version is a little bit different from what we're expecting. Typically, what you do is you run only 2-cost cards so that it will always discard Chef Gris's Overloaded Ball, and then of course you run Sino Talent because it's just so powerful. But looks like Ting also opting to bring in Paimon this time. It's a card seldom seen nowadays.
Oh wait, Paimon.
Yeah, Paimon's in there. So what Paimon does, in case we have all forgotten, because it has been a long time, it costs 3 aligned dice to play, and then for the next 2 rounds, it will give you 2 Omni dice at the start.
Yeah, I mean, Paimon was picked up again after Dunyarzad, you know, the whole companion package came into play, but it falls in and out of popularity. But here are our deck picks and bans. Well, what do we have here? Looks like the whale is banned on both sides.
The whale are you talking about?
Anyway, so Robot Wizard is going to be playing Bennett Herald Cube, and Ting is playing that Sign Overload deck as we already established. And you see the list there. I mean, these are not new lists.
No, we've seen them yesterday. What I am surprised about, though, is Robot Wizard left the Kenki High Roll deck unbanned. We saw this deck absolutely destroy the Honored One of Kevin Z yesterday.
So I think that's just testament to how scary the whale is for these players. I think, you know, as much as Robot Wizard is downplaying expectations of himself and trying to make people think he's not going to win, I think he was serious when he said he's very scared of whale. And so that's why we're seeing it banned. Even during the online stage, it was pick or ban nearly every time, had like a 95% ban rate during the Pacific Prince Cup, right?
92, but yeah, I'm not at all surprised. Whale is just, you can get to a 5 damage scale for only 3 dice. That is like, that's really threatening just by itself. And then you also have the healing from it, and then the healing could trigger artifact effects like Makashose Hunter to give even more dice, and because you're discarding from the heal, you have the Fontaine Research Institute, and there's just so much dice, so much draw, so much HP.
It's a whale of a deck.
It's a whale of a deck.
Our players are getting ready to go. I love how expressive Robot Wizard is, by the way. That's something to pay attention to. You know, these player cams are so fun to watch. Robot Wizard tends to be more expressive while Ting is very stoic. But here we go. Looks like our game 1 is beginning. Also, just to mention, another raffle should be starting over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, I believe.
Yep, it will be on the YouTube channel, so if you're watching from Genshin Official or perhaps the Astro Carnival Twitch channel, be sure to head over to that instead. A moderator will be there to tell you how to enter it, but just in case you've forgotten, you do Let's Go player name and then your UID.
Yes, and also a big shout out to our moderators who are supporting all of that over on the YouTube channel. Thank you for your hard work. Additionally, there is a QR code that is popping up periodically between these 2 players' face cams. So if you scan it, it's going to send you to a QR code. Or no, it's a QR code that will send you to a feedback form. You can tell us how we're doing here. Like when I mess up like that.
Yeah, and also be sure to let us know if you want more raffles and more prizes, because more polls equals more better. But this is Game 1, Ting versus Robot Wizard, Sign Overload versus Bennett Double Revive. Let's see what happens.
What do you think is favored, just looking at the lists here?
So we've seen this matchup play out yesterday. If Robot Wizard is able to get Bennett Talent turn 2, he has a lot of damage, and the revives guarantee them to be able to double dip into it because you need to hit them at minimum 2 times in order to actually trigger the revive and then take them out shortly after. But if Robot Wizard isn't able to find the talent, he doesn't actually have the damage because in order to benefit from the Bennett +2, characters need to be above that 6 HP breakpoint. And seeing as Herald is at 6 HP
it's always at 6
for max HP, right? It only has 6 max HP, sorry. And Cube only has 8 max HP. A single normal attack will be enough to bring them under that. So if Robot Wizard isn't able to get the talent, he doesn't actually have the damage to match Ting's Sign Overload deck.
I see. Okay, so I'll be looking out for that during this match as well. But just talking about what's happened on the board, Ting did deploy Dea Skill, very typical start from the Sign Overload deck. Played that Paimon for full cost, I mean there's nothing to discount it. And also equipped Prospector's Drill onto Sino, just basically ramping and preparing for next round. As for Robot Wizard, looks like Timaeus was deployed, has Golden Troop and Gilded now.
Yeah, so next turn, Gilded Dreams will be played for free. You could, of course, discount the Golden Troop now, but next turn, they're both effectively giving you +2 dice. It's just whether or not you want to equip Golden Troop and then not use a skill on a character. And then the turn after that, it will be a +4 dice by discounting the skill by 4. You know, the stacks work like that. Just trust me on that one. We'll explain it when it gets relevant. But Robot Wizard just choosing to do a skill for now instead of equipping. I'm surprised he didn't go for a skill and to play the Storm Tear's Lair, and then that way we could get our Bennett talent guaranteed. Well, not guaranteed. It's like a 75.
Yeah, so it could pull. Oh wait, there it is.
It did. There it is.
Destroy the Unturned. Okay, didn't need Storm Tear's Lair. The gamble
Just
won.
got lucky.
For him. Yeah, he got lucky. You know, it's a Ting mid roll.
Ting mid roll, of course. Oh, Ting mid roll. Look at that. Look at
What
those
are
dice.
those Omni dice?
Ting mid roll. Ting mid roll. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so this is just a typical day for Ting, I think. That's why he has, you know,
Yeah,
how
look at
many
his
Omni?
face.
6
There's like-
Omni. He's so calm.
Like
Look at
as
him.
always.
Look at his heart rate. He's like not even breaching 100. He's
Our
just like, this
mission
is, you know, this is usual.
It's an average day for Ting.
There is the Catherine fast swap to Sino, and the Overload is going to send Robot Wizard's Bennett into Herald. Of course, we know Robot Wizard has that Leave It to Me fast swap over to Bennett burst with the talent. I wonder if he's going to do that now. It's important to get talent off, but then you lose that fast swap.
True. I think fast swap in this matchup isn't actually that critical because you're not dealing with anything like freeze that would prevent you from continuing with your prepare skills or anything like that. It is just the Overload. And also, Ting doesn't have a lot of dice generation in this deck. He is running the Paimon, so that does help a little bit. But overall, this isn't something like Double Dragon Magic or even Herald Claymore, where with Gilded, with Timaeus, with Lyre Songs, you're able to go from 0 dice to like 16 instantly. So Ting really typically only has 2, maybe 3 skills to work with, and that fast swap isn't going to come into play more often than not.
Yeah, that's very true. But I do think that this start is still pretty good for Ting. There is the fast swap coming out of Robot Wizard. This has to be over to Bennett to use that talent burst.
Yeah, so Bennett talent here is going to be super, super big. It's going to heal Bennett up to 6 HP. But, I mean, if Ting has Tada onto skill, it doesn't matter because Sino will overload and Bennett will fall. But it's going to be really critical for next turn because that means that both Herald and Cube, each of their hits is going to be buffed by a +2 damage multiplier.
That is scary. Of course, you know, Ting has not drawn Sino's talent just yet for his own +2 modifier, but there is the swap. Has the perfect dice needed. There is the talent. Now the healing and the +2 damage bonus are going to come into effect, but look what got discarded. It's...
It's the overcharged ball, yeah. So the way Prospector's Drill works is that when you equip it, it will give your character 2 instances of damage reduction, like per turn. And then when you take damage, it will discard the highest original cost card in your hand, and then give your character +1 damage. And then it will also give them a +1 draw when they do a skill per stack number.
Look at Ting. Look at Ting's face cam. He's thinking so hard. He's like, why did Robot Wizard let me apply Pyro to him? He's not going to take the bait. He's not going to take out Bennett. He's just going to swap over to Chevers.
Yeah, so what's going to happen here is if Ting eliminates Bennett, it just gives Robot Wizard a free swap over onto the Abyss Herald. And of course, we talked about that, right? Being able to double dip into the Bennett +2 will allow it to do, what is it, 4 into 3, 7 damage with the Herald skill before Revive is popped. So that'll be more damage than just letting Robot Wizard punch on Bennett.
But that's what's going to happen here. I didn't see what card was tuning. I think it was Storm Terrors. Tuning that Storm Terrors, go for normal. Just healing Bennett up to 7 here. And what is this? This is a fast swap back to Sino. That swap's selling. Wait.
Oh, for turn priority.
Okay, I see. So he wanted to end first. That's why he uses fast swap there. And so those 3 Omni are going to go to leave in. And
talent. There it is.
He just drew talent.
Ting mid-roll.
Top deck. One of the attacks he brought was professional top decker.
I'm not surprised. Like, look at this guy. And then there's also Libin too. Libin can top deck a Gamblers, and we're actually just rolling in it.
We're going to have to see. I mean, it's just an average day for Ting.
Yeah, Ting mid-roll. It happens.
So here's the thing. Maybe Robot Wizard is planning on losing this game intentionally.
Woven. Okay, look at that.
To make Ting underestimate him.
Okay, okay.
And then Robot Wizard will sweep 3-1.
All right, I believe. So a cool thing Ting can do here actually is not play talent. Okay, so Sino right now on skill will do, I think we already discarded Overcharge Ball last time, so it will be 6 damage with the overload, so it doesn't matter. But assuming that wasn't the case, if we didn't discard last round and had the +1, what Ting can do here is because Countdown to the Show and Sino Talent are both the same cost.
Right.
What Ting can do, oh wait, no, it only works with Overcharge Ball. No, I was thinking it wrong. So if Ting had Macarons and Overcharge Ball, what Ting can do is hover the Tada on Sino, and then if he sees the Overcharge Ball attack the opposing character, he'll know it discards the Overcharged Ball instead of the Macarons, and that's some like min-maxing he can do.
As much of an interesting play as that is, it looks like it is just going to be an elemental skill from Sino. He now has 4 stacks and transformed into his burst form, and because of the overload reaction, he generated one of those balls.
Yeah, and also, for those of you curious how Sino just transformed in the middle of a turn, Sino just received a rework this patch where I think it's once per turn when you use his elemental skill, he will gain 1 stack, and his max stack count went from 6 to 8. So you have a longer duration on his powerful form.
Yeah, I remember, Sino wasn't very, played earlier.
No, talent!
Oh, wait.
Aw, unlucky.
Wait.
Talent and Countdown to the Show were both 3 costs, and because Herald hit Sino, it was going to discount the original highest cost card.
Hold on.
Ting just lost the coin flip.
Wait, did Ting skill without talent?
Yes.
Why?
He was gambling it would discard Countdown.
Okay, well here's Tada, and there's the ball, and this is going to be an overload. So, pyro application on that Herald.
So the reason Ting did not play talent earlier is because talent, if Sino is at 4 stacks and you do a skill, it will make him do +2 damage. So from 5 base to 7 base. But the thing is, the talent damage amplification only works once per turn, right?
I see.
And by saving the talent, Sino could skill on Herald without using the Overcharged Ball in order to instantly knock him out of his revive. Okay. And then he could Tada Overcharged Ball and knock him out later, right? And then because he had Countdown, it was a 50-50 between which one would get tuned. So Ting was being greedy and trusting in the high roll a bit too much.
I see. Well, we're going to have to see how he responds here, because with that overload from Herald onto Electro Cube, by the way, Robot Wizard did use Rock, Paper, Scissors.
Let's go.
No, we'll do it later. We'll do it after the match. We have 2 matches to do now. Now Ting has to deal with this Rock, Paper, Scissors combo with Bennett Burst.
It was also 1 dice, by the way.
Oh yeah, because of double Golden Troop.
So the way the 2-cost Golden Troop works is, of course, it costs 2 aligned to play, as we saw. And then end phase, if you do not end on the character with the artifact equipped, it will give you 2 stacks up to 4.
Surrender!
And then because Robot Wizard did not end on cube for 2 rounds in a row, it has 4 stacks. And for each stack of the Golden Troop, it will reduce your elemental skill or burst by the corresponding amount of stacks.
Ting calculating those breakpoints so well, knowing Sino would only be brought to 1 HP and going for that Electro application onto Electro Cube. Now has no dice to work with, and Robot Wizard could very well go for another action after this.
Yeah, Robot Wizard can swap back to Herald and tune basically his entire hand to do another skill, which, by the way, because it is with Bennett Burst and with the Herald Revive buff, make him do +1 Hydra damage on every instance, will make Herald's skill do a grand total of 9 HP.
That is a bit terrifying. Who are you going to sacrifice if you're Ting? I mean, look at that timer going down.
Yeah, he's really thinking here. He does have Catherine and the Dawn Winery, so he will have turn priority. I think this makes sense. Dea is the one you sacrifice first because, whoa.
It is a double swap over to Dea because it's a fast action, and then over to Chevreuse. And it's also free because of the 2 stacks of Dawn Winery. Of course, Dawn Winery, a card that has only recently gained popularity.
Yeah, it's because of its recent buff. Now, instead of giving you 1 free fast swap per round, it gives you 2, allowing you to basically instantly repay its cost.
The timer is ticking down. What is Ting going to do here? This is not looking great. It will be a Lotus on Dea.
Okay, so we're eating the Lotus on Dea here because if we just swap to Dea instead, Robot Wizard swaps Herald, and then the first instance of Herald's skill will instantly knock out Dea, and then after that, the second skill will take out another character. But this way, I think Dea is able to live on 1 HP, and then in which case Ting can use it to soak up some damage next turn, and we will instead just sacrifice the Chevreuse. I think this is fine as both of Robot Wizard's characters are already super low HP, and the extra damage from Overload will not change any breakpoints.
I see. I've been watching these players' heart rates, by the way. They are fluctuating so much. You know, Robot Wizard's going between like 90 to 110 every time it's his turn. It just spikes. And same with Ting. He looks so stoic, but that heart rate is betraying him.
Yeah, they're starting to feel the pressure now. We are entering into the final stages of Game 1, and with the stakes so high, you cannot afford to make a mistake.
So, I mean, I just want to talk about the prize pool for the top 4. Of course, first place is 16,000 USD, second place is 8,000, third place is 5,000, and fourth place is 3,800 USD, 3,800, which is still a lot.
Yep.
And all these players have at least hit that 4th place mark.
That is true. And interesting play from Robot Wizard. Going for the Electrocube normal attack, replacing the Golden Troop with Gamblers. And yeah, for normal into burst.
Well, this is something we rarely ever see here, but that is an overload onto Sino. And how much is that summon going to do?
It will do 1 damage.
Okay.
I think both stacks of Prospector Drill was used this turn, so it shouldn't have any damage reduction. So that burst should only do a single damage. It'll either do 1 or 0, none of which matters because Sino is dead to a single attack no matter what. But what's more important, potentially, is that Electrocube Burst makes it so swaps cost 1 extra dice.
Oh, there's Tada.
There's Tada.
Tada.
Overload onto Herald.
There's the overload onto Herald. Herald doesn't have his revive, but Electrocube does. And what I'm worried about... Oh, there's Fresh Wind.
Wait.
What I'm really worried about is Robot Wizard has that Lotus. So, you know, if Electrocube's revive gets triggered and that Lotus goes onto Electrocube and Dea is the only one left.
Wait. Ting just top-decked Fresh Wind.
Yeah. I see that. And it's his turn.
Herald is 4 HP with no revive.
Okay.
Electrocube skill only does 2 damage base right now. If Ting can somehow get 1 more healing, like if he top stacks his second Macrons or something, skill into skill, just skill wins. Because I think that's Gamblers currently equipped on Sino right now. And we can Tada ourselves to discard to give us a 1 stack of Prospectors, and then we skill, right? And that gives us a draw, so we can top deck something off of that.
So if you Tada, does that just break the shield from Prospectors? It will actually hurt you?
Yes, it won't actually deal damage to you because it is 1 physical damage, and then Prospector's Drill reduces damage by 1.
Wait, there it is. This Paimon's gonna get discarded. And what do we draw? It's White Glove. I don't think that's what we want, but there is the Fresh Wind.
So
Herald is definitely going to fall here. Just a normal attack, preserving those Electro Dice. But the question is, what does Robot Wizard do?
Oh! What? No, there's no way! What? This guy's cheating!
He's not cheating. He's just a professional top decker.
There's no way.
Robot Wizard's
There's no way. Okay, no. The good thing here, though, is that Ting does not have a second Woven, which means after this, there is not enough dice for second action. And it looks like the artifact on Sino wasn't Gamblers. It was, in fact, another Heart of Cavarina, which means there isn't enough dice to finish the game off this turn. But the thing is, if Ting is able to outlive, like, Cube, burst into normal, or sorry, 5 cost of normal attack, which is 2, 2, 3, 7 damage, plus 1, 8, 9 damage. Ting can live out 9 damage. Next turn, he instantly wins. But just, are we able to do that?
So the artifact on Electrocube right now is Golden Troop.
Yeah, no, it is Gamblers. It was replaced earlier.
Oh, it's Gamblers. It was replaced. So it's not, there's not enough dice for 2 skills, basically.
There
shouldn't.
No, if Robot Wizard is able to get a KO on a character, it will refresh to 5 dice again. Because
okay, true.
Robot Wizard has effectively 10 dice this round, which is enough to.
I think he still wins.
RPS twice. I think Robot Wizard wins.
He still wins.
But Ting replaced Heart of Kavarina on Sino. If he top decks a second Woven, it is Ting's game.
I wonder how many cards are left in Ting's deck. Like, what are the odds he actually gets his other Woven?
I think it's like somewhere like 1 in 15.
Okay. So it's what you're saying is that it's possible for Ting to still
It's extremely unlikely.
Unlikely is not in Ting's vocabulary.
It'd be unlucky for Robot Wizard. It's a 1 in 15 chance, more or less.
See, Robot Wizard during his interview with Slacks earlier said this is what he was afraid of. He is afraid of Ting getting lucky. Ting is notorious for high rolling. There we go, there's the tune. There is 5 dice for the first rock, paper, scissors combo.
As long as Ting does not top deck a second Woven, I think it is impossible for him to win.
But that Heart of Kavarina, look how calm Ting is. He's so stoic.
He trusts in the high roll.
Trusts in the high roll. So, I mean, either way, this is the upper bracket. It's only game 1. Whoever loses this is still in the tournament. There's a Lotus out of Robot Wizard. We're burning that Pyro Res. We're drawing a card.
What? There's no way!
What is
There's no way!
What is this?
What? There's actually no way!
Nowhere to run.
That's not possible! That's actually what? What?
I have tears in my eyes.
There's no way that just happened. You can see it on Robo Wizard's face. Like, he doesn't believe it. He just top decked Lotus and Woven in the same turn. It's like 1 in 15 for both. Like each one was 1 in 15.
Look at his expression here. Like, they're both laughing at this. You know, these two players are very, very good friends. They even said they were practice partners for this tournament because they weren't going to face each other. But I actually have tears in my eyes.
Ting just rolled 2 chances of like 1 in 15s back to back. What is this?
This is an exciting day 2 here on the caster's desk. Let me tell you, Sumi and I are screaming. Let's look at these highlights. Let's watch it again.
There's actually no way.
It happened.
What? What?
Okay, let's compose ourselves. We have to get into a game 2.
It looks like Prince has a favorite
Actually,
today.
tears in my eyes.
Oh, but like, I mean, great play from Ting by like playing the Macrons earlier though to make sure Sino was living on just 2 HP, which gave him just enough wiggle room to work with to ta-da himself and also be able to just top deck Lotus into Pyro Res. If it was any other combination of cards, Ting 100% loses that game, and it's not even close.
Yeah. Sorry. I am collecting myself. So that was definitely a game 1. Look at this. And you see their reactions there. Like, that was so lucky. But here's our deck selection. Of course, this is Conquest format. So Ting winning with that Sign Overload deck can no longer top deck 2 Wolfens and a Lotus.
Look. We call him the high roller for a reason, and this game shows us why. The Ting mid-roll strikes again, taking game 1 off of Robot Wizard.
But speaking of winners, we have 2 raffle winners below. So if you see your UID there, congratulations, you've won 1,000 Primo Gems each. And if you'd like to enter our next raffle, because there is a raffle with 2 winners happening every game, make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel specifically. And yeah, also there is a QR code that will be appearing periodically between these players' face cams. You know, if you scan it, it will send you to a feedback form where, you know, you can tell us your thoughts on how we're doing here. And also make sure you're following the Astra socials for more information later.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if you do all that, you too can roll just as mid as Ting. But man, that was a game 1, all right, I gotta say.
Man, that was a game. I'm still like, wow, that was a game. And I don't know if he can beat that. That was honestly a Ting high roll.
It was a roller coaster of emotions. Like Ting, Sino, 1 HP, top decks, Lotus into Woven. The only 2 cards that lets him win the game, and he just does it.
Okay, it was very impressive, but what do you think is going to happen now? What do you think Ting's going to roll with now that he can't play that deck again?
The good news is Sign Overload, probably one of our better performing decks currently in the Prince Cup Atlantic, is no longer open for Ting because this is Conquest format. He won with it, he can't play with it anymore, but go to Kenki. If we're rolling so hard already in game 1, go to the deck notorious for rewarding good rolls.
Man, Ting's history with Magu Kenki specifically is already so impressive. I think Ting is the player, Blep and I were joking around that he gives Astro Carnival their highlights during the Prince Cup season because he cooks such good decks that he high rolls.
Yeah, high rolls it.
And gets such good moments for us to watch like that. And, Magu Kenki deck, that is going to be another good one, I think. Whether he high rolls or low rolls, it's just fun to watch.
I mean, Magu Kenki is like the quintessential high roll deck. Cryo skill, Animo skill, Electro skill, double fast swap with Animo Resonance, and then like Calc's Burst, and then suddenly your opponent's characters do not exist.
Do you think Robot Wizard is going to read Ting after that match? Do you think he's going to guess what he's going to play next and counter pick him?
Okay, look, this is like metagaming a little bit, but coming off the back of such a high roll game, there's no way you don't play the deck notorious for rewarding high rolls, right? Surely.
I guess so. And you have to keep going off your wins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Strike it while the iron's hot, right? Ride the momentum. Ride the wave.
I think that's something that some players have, faced troubles with. Kevin Z just yesterday kept playing that Kazuha perma-freeze.
Oh, that didn't go well.
I feel like, it was probably a mixture of just not getting the right things and also just your mental gets shot when you lose and lose and lose on the same deck.
I brought this deck, right?
Yeah.
It must be good. I'm going to go try for it. It's also a little bit of, I have to win with this deck anyways, right? I just gotta just go for it now. Maybe like these matchups are good for me. Like I just go for the win on this deck and then it's easy sailing after that.
I think a lot of players have done that as well. I think that's normally what players tend to do. They will pick the winning matchup, even if they know they're gonna have a difficult game later on, and just try to get one win down because that's going to improve your mental. These games are so long sometimes, and you have to wait for other people to play before you're on the stage. There's so many nerves and such high stakes, but we're getting ready for our game 2 here. Let's see what these players choose.
We'll have to wait on that. I can hear the players talking in the background.
All right, what is it? It is Sayu.
Ooh, okay, so Sayu is a great consistent deck, great Hydra app, especially if you're playing it with Mona. You're able to consistently guarantee those swirls and just pressure your opponent. Running a lot of consistency cards here. Counter to the show is such a great turn 1 ramp 5. And then you also are running the standard magic package and of course the Double Wolf's Gravestone. Thing we're not running though is Ancient Courtyard.
No Ancient Courtyard, and in my experience as a caster, that can be hit or miss. Ancient Courtyard is just such a valuable arcane, and some players have just decided that arcanes in general are not needed in some decks.
Yeah, no, I can see why, right? Like, if you're running so many discounts anyways, you technically don't need it. But I think,
it is! We nailed the prediction. There it is. There is the Magu Kenki Superconduct Swirl deck.
Man, I mean, we said it earlier, right? If we're rolling so hard already, we may as well go for the deck that rewards us for doing it most. And Ting's deck here is, I mean, I guess it's a standard Kenki high roll. It is running lots of damage. We have Tandoris, we have the King Squire, and then we have a ton of dice with things like White Glove, things like the Gamblers, of course, if we can get that kill, Legend of Vanessa, and of course, if we get Countdown turn 1, we're gonna have everything.
I really love seeing Countdown to the Show and Tada play together because it's just like Linny Lynette in the support cards. I don't know. It's just so endearing to me, but look at this zoom in. I think we're gonna get ready for game 2 here.
Honestly, I think it's smart of Robot Wizard to try to change his deck for the matchup because a lot of players just, as you said earlier, Leah, they try to stick it through. Like, they pick the deck, they're gonna go with it all the way, but I think switching your deck to try to get a better matchup now and just continue this series, I think, is much better as a strategy for the players.
But a new raffle has started over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, and also there's that QR code there for feedback. Just to remind you guys, as we get into our game 2, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm not sure who's starting it here, though. Oh, Ting, unfortunately, does not have all the cryo dice he needs this round. I'm not entirely sure if he's re-rolled yet. Oh, unlucky. Oh, it does have double Bestis, though, so it's fine. So, Magu Kenki is actually the one deck in the meta right now that actually still runs Dice Fixers, because getting your cryo skill turn 1 is so important, and because Magu Kenki himself is an Anemo character, you can't actually tune for that.
Very standard start here on Mona for Robot Wizard, going for that skill, and yeah, Ting is just gonna deploy his Magu Kenki summons one after another. Normally want to put Cryo down and then Anemo, so at the end of phase, you know, that Cryo applies the Cryo, and then the Anemo will swirl it. Yep.
Oh, wait. Ting has wait. Okay, Leah, hear me out.
I'm hearing you out. I think I know what you're gonna say.
Woven Anemo skill into Anemo Resonance onto Sara, and then you skill on her, and you get Cryo, Anemo, Electro, and the next turn you top deck Calx second fast swap, go Farazan, Calx burst. Are you with me?
Okay, you are like really relying on Ting Tyrell. What if he used all of his luck in game 1?
Have you seen game 1?
I did. What if he used all of his luck for that?
I trust in the Ting high roll.
Okay. Well, you know, we have to root for Robot Wizard here. He was our last year's Prince Cup champion for the North American region. Both these players were here last year, actually, in that same tournament. Ting finishing in top 4. Meanwhile, Robot Wizard, of course, winning it all.
Oh, yeah. But also, Ting only lost to Nyahida. So now that Nyahida's gone, could be smooth sailing.
But Robot Wizard beat Nyahida.
Oh, that's
Nyahida
true.
got second place.
And Nyahida beat Ting.
There's that Woven. There's the Bestest. And that's just another elemental skill. So, I mean, the other... Wait, it is going to be Anemo.
Yeah, look at this.
Look at Robot Wizard.
Look at his face. He knows.
He's shaking his head. What is this? What is this? What are we drawing?
Oh,
Countdown.
You know he's not happy about that. Okay, look. If Ting actually top decks Calx Arts into second fast swap, I swear.
There's the Super Conduct. There's the Electro application.
Oh, wait. Because Sara skilled onto Mona first, the cryo skill...
Okay, it's not...
Not that bad.
It's not that bad. Farazan talent could still be pretty good here.
Yes. Farazan talent is going to like buff Anemo damage, and also generate 1 Anemo dice every turn as well. So it's basically guaranteed Opera Epiclese, but only for Anemo dice.
Opera Epiclese. How do I say it?
You have to like roll the R as you go into the
I can't roll my
RA.
R's.
Oh, you
I'm
can't.
sorry.
It's not really like a rolling thing. It's kind of like something you do in your throat. It's hard to explain. Eventually, you just learn it.
By the way, just look at these players.
Wow, look at those dice.
Well, not the dice. Look at the heart rates. Robot Wizard is actually very calm right now, sitting at around 80, 85. Meanwhile, Ting is definitely nervous. I think he realizes that he is definitely not Ting a mid-roll today.
No, I think the Sara skill there might have potentially been a mistake. We can see that it's not like Cryo Electro, right? You can't get that double swirl with the Superconduct because of the way the auras worked out end phase, but still, this turn, if we can go Farazan, it is still nice for us as well, because we can skill into normal attack, charge her burst, and then next round as well, we will have that ready and waiting.
There is the Golden House into the Wolf's Gravestone equip onto Chung Yoon, and of course, Mona with her fast swap passive means that Chung Yoon could just deploy that Frost Field so quickly, and Ting is forced to go over to Farazan now.
Yeah, not really a choice otherwise. Kenki doesn't have burst, you don't want to do that. And it's not like Chung has an aura, so it doesn't feel the greatest to go over to him right now either. This is still great for Ting though, because Farazan right now has no aura. We can skill, and then because we did a skill, it will discount our next normal attack to only be 2 dice, so we can do that immediately afterwards as well, and not need to worry about tuning or anything like that, which will charge Farazan burst for next turn. And we can go end on Sara's again to take the Oh, wait, no, you gotta swap again.
There's the
Gravestone.
swap to Mago Kenki, and Robot Wizard has to really think about what he's going to do with this last dice here. Does he swap away? Mago Kenki could easily go for normal into a burst, and with those summons out, it's going to deal a lot of damage.
It would certainly hurt, especially considering that Mona right now does have that Electro Aura. If we do swirl the crowd into it, that could hurt a lot. But great thinking from Ting, swapping off of Farazan right there, because Changyun has Wolf's Gravestone. If Robot Wizard was able to get off another skill, it would have done 6 damage, removing her from play as early as turn 2. And when you're playing an aggro deck, you need all the resources you can get.
And you really have to think about those things. You know, if you're either of these players, just because your opponent is sitting on 1 dice does not mean that they're done with their turn. There is always dice generation to be had in this current meta. When you're playing these decks that are faster, maybe if you're playing something like Stall, you can anticipate they're not going to have extra dice in their pocket. But look at this. Boar Princess Liar Song taking back the Golden Troop from Sayu. Robot Wizard is going to try to go for another action here.
Is it possible you could replace Golden Troop onto Mona, Lyra, back, replace it onto Changyun, both stacks of board, Tune 1, and skill? Yes, it will work out dice-wise.
Here we go. Liar Song again. This is a big commitment for Robot Wizard, but he must think it's worth it. So Mago Kenki does not get off that burst, and now Mago Kenki is also frozen.
I think
immediate swap to Farazan.
I think this is really nice from Robot Wizard, because now all of Ting's characters are within that Wolf's Gravestone range, and with only 6 dice remaining, playing an aggro deck, right? There is no dice generation for Ting. Changyun is perfectly safe. Will live on minimum 1 HP.
Ooh, this is so rough. The Superconduct brings him down to 1. That break point is brutal, and Changyun's burst is ready to go. Robot Wizard with this turn prio.
Oh, just top deck Gamblers for Robot Wizard. That's really, really nice. We can even equip it for free thanks to that Tamea stack. Yes, if we do a skill, the Changyun will fall, but that's fine because Sara and Kenki don't do anything on their skills. They don't have a 3 damage skill, so they're going to have a really hard time evening out the game state.
I think this might end up going to Robot Wizard, I think, because like you said, all of Ting's characters are within that Wolf's Gravestone range. Farazan unfortunately will not be able to get out her burst with that talent, and Ting did not draw what he needs here.
No, Ting did not, and when you consider the fact that Sara and Kenki either do 1 damage or skill or 0, they're forced to normal attack and just 2 damage normal versus a 3 damage skill from Sayu. The math doesn't work out for Ting to win if Farazan falls right now.
Oh, countdown to the show for Robot Wizard. I wonder if this was good or if it was a bit greedy. What do you think?
I think this is still fine right now because if we equip the Gamblers onto Changyun and do a skill, we still have enough dice in order to do 2 actions. If we equip Gamblers and just didn't play countdown, it would have been 3. But as long as we are able to eliminate Farazan, I think we will win no matter what.
Breakpoint perfect for Changyun's skill, and that Gamblers will be giving back 2 more Omni dice to work with. However, I wonder why he didn't go for that burst.
I don't think it really mattered if he went for it one way or another. We're expecting Ting to just do a normal attack or a skill on Sara to immediately knock him out of play, and then in which case the burst damage kind of wasted, right? It really didn't make a difference one way or another.
Is Ting gonna chance it and play countdown? No, there's Vanessa's.
Oh, didn't roll Animo, unlucky.
Has to tune. There's countdown. Oh, did not draw what he needed. I think all that luck for this game went to game 1.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
There's the Gamblers, there's the Lotus, and there's the punch. Changyun falling and giving 2 Omni back to Ting. Of course, the burst is not going to do nearly enough damage without those summons.
No, I only do 4 damage base. It is enough to knock out Mona. But of course, Robot Wizard can just go over onto Sayu instead. And with Golden House and Rhythm of the Great Dream, that is a 1-cost Wolf's Gravestone, which will allow Sayu to skill again as well.
Which, you know, is what I anticipated that Robot Wizard would go for. However, that's going to basically make this a Mona versus Sara matchup.
Not necessarily, because Ting also only has enough dice for a single action right now.
True.
Wolf's Gravestone, okay, so what happens if Robot Wizard goes for that play, Kenki burst, it clears the Cryo Aura from Sayu, and then now she is at 3 HP.
Ooh, it is to Mona.
Ooh. I guess we play it safe. I mean, I guess we don't need to punch through the Lotus now, right? If we just end our turn, it's going to wear off next turn, and we don't need to worry about that. And even if Kenki bursts, as long as Sayu is alive, it doesn't matter. Because when Kenki burst is down, Ting doesn't actually have anything more than a 2 damage skill. So of course, Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone and with that prepare skill double dipping into its passive will have more than enough damage to claim the game, especially after Ting used his only defensive option with the Lotus Flower Crisp.
This is really rough for Ting. I think this one is definitely in the bag for Robot Wizard at this point. Look at all the resources he has in his hand with that Wolf's Gravestone. Even just going for the Mona skill right now to give Sayu food to swirl next turn. But there's the burst from Kenki. It doesn't even take Mona out.
Yeah, unfortunately, no summons to work with. Kenki's burst really isn't that threatening. Kenki is like a turn 2 deck through and through. If you are able to high roll high enough, oh wait, that's free Gravestone.
Free Wolf's Gravestone, double Golden House and Rhythm of the Great Dream, all for free. Whose turn is it to high roll now?
I think, unfortunately, I don't think Ting's high roll was good enough. Kenki is very much a turn 2 deck. If you're able to cripple your opponent by then, you should just have smooth sailing with Farzan solo to win from there. But if you do not have the damage, if you do not have the perfect setup, it just doesn't work.
Ting just drew Tandoori as King Squire.
That will be enough for Sara to knock out one character, but
and there's Cryo Aura and Sayu. How much damage is that? So Tandoori's plus 2.
3, 4, 5, not enough. Sayu lives on 2.
Oh, still rough. Wait, and no, White Glove.
6, Sayu lives on 1.
So close. It's actually
not enough.
so close.
Yeah,
It's not enough, but it's so close.
If there is a second White Glove, maybe, but we drew that too late. So if it was... So the way Ting wins here is if one of those King Squires was a White Glove and that talent was a Fresh Wind, and we also had a Gamblers equipped on Sara. That would have been enough to, like, King Squire, double White Glove, Tandoori's Gamblers. Okay, now definitely is
the deal.
Oh, and we have free Gilded as well.
It is free Gilded. There's the Boar Princess. Even has Rhythm in hand. Doesn't even need to use it. Sayu has so many actions at the moment. Not even playing the talent. Doesn't need to.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Draws the second talent even. There's the King Squire. There's the White Glove. There's the Tandoori. Ting is just showing that he could do the damage without the Lotus.
Without that Lotus, yes, I would have actually been game over.
But that's it. Robot Wizard is going to take game 2 here up against Ting in the upper bracket.
I mean, congratulations to him. It was a surprisingly close match considering how the early game went. It looks like Ting's Kenki setup wasn't quite there, but still able to battle it back. But that, I mean, I guess even high rollers get unlucky sometimes.
So Tandoori is plus 2, Superconduct is plus 1, Sara is base 2, right?
With Crowfeather, yes, that'll be 5.
2, 5.
And then 6 with
and
King
then
Squire.
6 with King Squire.
And then it'll be 8 with Tandoori's because it's plus 2.
Well, I already counted 10.
Oh, you
Anyway.
did?
Anyway, so yeah, Robot Wizard taking that game. Ting unfortunately not drawing what he needs, but yo, he's going to have to take a win on this Kenki deck if he's going to advance. You have to win once on every deck you brought.
Eventually he will need to, and I think the prime target for that is if Ting is able to snipe Robot Wizard's Bennett double revive deck, because that one, very little pressure until turn 2. Kenki is a deck that will snipe you turn 2 if you get lucky enough and just completely ruin your plans from there.
So out of the decks that Ting and Robot Wizard have brought, are there any matchups you think are favored for sure? One or the other?
I think Kenki into Bennett double revive is a 100% Ting favored matchup because Bennett is a deck that really comes into play turn 2 when you have the talent and you have the dice, but you first have to build towards that first, right? And that is Kenki's opportunity to really ruin Robot Wizard's day because Kenki's a deck that is great turn 1 and turn 2 and then kind of falls off from there. So if you can cripple it turn 2, snipe Bennett with all of your crazy damage options, Ting is 100% favored. And considering how good he is at rolling well, it should be an easy winning matchup. Other than that, I think it is more or less even.
Ting got that low roll out of the way in game 2. We're gonna have to see how his luck progresses going to these next games. Of course, this is a best of 5. So yeah, Robot Wizard has not played that Sign Overload deck yet, which
no, not
is
yet.
So strong. It's definitely proven itself in this patch.
Yeah, I think it is one of the highlight decks able to do so much damage. The new buffed Sino with Drill, with Power Res, even without it, with Talent, is just an absolute beast. Being able to snipe characters for 10 damage, pre-Power Res, pre-Tendoris.
Yeah. And we do have our raffle winners here below, by the way, so congratulations. If you see your UID there, you have won 1,000 Primo Gems each, and if you want to enter into our next raffle, make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, where a moderator will be giving you instructions on how to enter. Make sure you are getting in on that, because we've had so many winners. Every single match, there's 2 winners.
Yep, and if we go to 5 games, that'll be a total of what? I think 40,000 was the math? Right?
Something like that?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So, I mean, basically, you're rooting for these players to get to a Game 5 every time to maximize your chances of winning. So just keep that in mind when you're choosing the player you pick. Of course, I don't think you have to choose the winning player. I could be wrong about that.
I think at some point you might need it to, but I'm not sure about right now. I'm sure the moderator will let you know.
But yeah, so what do you think these players are going to choose going into our Game 3? We've had a crazy Game 1. We had Robot Wizard take it back in Game 2. And I think we're about to see our deck selection now. look at Ting stretching.
It will be Robot Wizard with Bennett Double Revive. I was kind of expecting this because I'm not sure. I mean, actually, I kind of expected Robot Wizard to go for Sign Overload because the Ting's remaining decks is Bennett Double Revive of his own and Kenki, and from what we've seen, Sign Overload does really well into this deck.
We forgot to play our rock, paper, scissors matches.
We'll do that next time. We'll remember.
So yeah, double Bennett talent, 1 copy of Herald talent, Stove God to potentially draw out talent in the beginning there, or Storm Terror's Lair for that purpose as well. And of course, Storm Terror's Lair discounts talents and also, I believe, elemental skills above 4,
It is
right?
4. Yep, and it does stack with Golden Troop, with itself, and with other effects like that.
So lots of discounts in that deck, just perfectly set up for Electric Cube to go at it with that Bennett Burst. And what is Ting picking? It is a mirror match.
Oh, okay. I kind of expect him to go with the Kenki deck for the reasons I've stated before, but I think mirror matches are quite interesting to watch, especially in a straightforward mirror match like this. This deck is extremely telegraphed in what it wants to do, so it will all be about who can get set up first or whose setup is better.
Yeah, so I think this match is going to be very crucial in determining our winner for this upper bracket game because, like, when you think about it, this is a mirror matchup, and these are played very differently from your traditional games that have different decks. Normally, those rely on archetypes, but in this case, it's going to come down to, 1, the luck of the draw on the cards, which Ting tends to have an edge in, but 2, also, it has a higher skill floor, I think.
Does it? I think this deck is quite straightforward in what it wants to do. I mean, managing how to discount your skills and when to go in on them, because they are prepare skills, right? They are a huge investment, not just of dice, but also of tempo. When you press that skill button, you are locked in for the long haul. So finding that opportunity to go in will be so critical, especially because you aren't running a lot of ramp in these decks. You have a lot of discounts, things like Golden Troop, Storm Terror's Lair, but you don't have a lot of dice generation like with Magic. Yes, we do have the Timaeus, and we do have 1 guild and some Paramagic Transformers, but Paramagic Transformer in this matchup is very unlikely to actually activate, and we do only have that single Gilded Dreams to generate us dice. So it's all about finding that perfect opportunity to go in.
Yeah, for sure, but whoever wins this match will not be able to play this deck again and will only be on their last deck, I believe, for the rest of the best of 5 until they win that 3rd match.
I think it's going to be super critical for Ting to win this one, because if he loses, it means that he has to play this deck again into Sign Overload. And from what we've seen so far, that is an atrocious matchup you do not want to deal with Bennett Double Revive.
You could also beat Sign Overload with Kenki. He has to win on Kenki as well. But you see the QR code there on your screen, by the way. It's between the 2 player cams. If you scan it, it will send you to a feedback form. You can tell us how we're doing here. And also, there should be a raffle just starting over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel, so make sure you're getting in on that. There should be instructions over there from the lovely moderation team.
Yeah, if you want to go win in the raffle, listen to their instructions, but in case you missed it, it is exclamation mark. No, it is let's go, player name, who you think, player name / who you want to win, and also your UID.
Ooh, different starts here. One person starting on Bennett, one person starting on Herald. I didn't quite catch who is what.
I think whoever goes first should have been on Bennett because you get to rush that burst setup and you get to go in earlier, as opposed to whoever starts on Herald will be trying to tank that initial bit of Bennett damage either from normal attacks or skills to preserve the HP on their own Bennett to make sure he doesn't get taken out prematurely.
That's going to be pretty scary, though. Whoever's going second here might have to deal with the Bennett burst coming sooner than later. And depending on if that player has talent, you know, it's a bit of a coin flip. If you use that Stove God to draw it, it might draw you Herald talent instead.
It will be super critical to get talent. And it looks like Ting does actually have a way to guarantee it. Has both Stove God and Storm Terror's Lair. And because there is only one Herald talent in the deck, as long as he plays both of them, he is guaranteed to find Bennett talent.
There's a swap over to Bennett from Ting. Robot Wizard, of course, going to be charging that Bennett burst as well. So yeah, both these players have that Storm Terror's Lair, and Stove God can draw out both Herald's talent and Bennett talent.
Yep. Whether or not Robot Wizard wants to go for a second Bennett normal attack here, or whether he prefers to play Storm Terrors into Libin to get 10 dice into next round, ramp a little bit to try to maintain a dice advantage, remains to be seen. It is really a trade-off here on whether or not we want tempo, or if we do prefer the extra dice.
Stay hydrated, Ting. Will be a normal attack from Robot Wizard. Bennett's burst ready to go. There's the Stove God from Ting drawing Herald's talent. Seed box into Storm Terrors. There is the Bennett talent. And now he could just go for 2 normals himself.
Oh, and it's great that Ting actually had the seed box there, discounting Storm Terror's Lair to 1 dice, because without it, he wouldn't have actually been able to play, because he did spend that 1 extra dice swapping over to Bennett in order to maintain his HP.
Robot Wizard going for the mirror here and playing Storm Terrors, drawing Herald talent, and playing Stove God to draw Bennett talent. There's the equip onto Herald, and Ting can just do the same thing here.
Ting can indeed do the same thing. Don't see why not. Should probably normal attack as well, just to make use of those extra dice. I think if Robot Wizard really wanted to min-max, he should have waited to play talent before Storm Terror's Lair, because I think he drew that from Stove before Storm Terror drew anything, so then he could save that 1 extra stack on Storm Terror's Lair. Whether or not that matters remains to be seen, but it is some extra min-maxing he did miss out on.
Robot Wizard probably deciding if he wants to end on Bennett with Lieben, or if he wants to use that Omni to maybe pass over to Herald. Looks like Golden Troop is going to go on to Electrocube, and Lieben goes down to catch that Omni dice. As for Ting, going for that last normal, there's the Herald talent, and he's ready to go for next turn. So that seed box is going to discount Parametric for Ting as well.
Yeah, it'll be a 1-cost Parametric Transformer. Unfortunately, Robot Wizard is going first, so we do not get that 1 extra stack from his own Bennett burst. And seeing as how prepare skills other than the initial hit don't actually contribute towards Parametric Transformer, Ting might opt to not play in this matchup.
The dice rolls. Wow, he has exactly the dice needed for Bennett's burst. At least Ting does. Robot Wizard, not so much.
Will unfortunately need to tune 1. Ooh, what do you tune here? I think both of the cards in your hand are so valuable. Of course, you never tune Bennett talent, so it's between Gilded Dreams and the Golden Troop. Golden Troop allows you to do skills for just so much cheaper and is one of the few ways you actually gain extra dice in this deck. And Gilded Dreams, of course, if you combine it with Tamaze at 3 stacks, gives you 2 additional dice as well. So hard choice here for Robot Wizard.
No Tamaze for either of these players. Might actually just opt to tune the Gilded. However, there is Golden Troop already on Electrocube. Maybe either of them are good to go. I guess it depends on, you know, if a Tamaze does pop up, or maybe if you have a Lyre Song, what is going to be more valuable to put down? Probably the Gilded, so maybe you tune the Golden Troop.
I think you actually tune the Gilded Dreams and play the Golden Troop, because the only way you're actually getting that initial discount in order to go dice positive is with that Tamaze, which we currently do not have. Whereas with Golden Troop, we can play it and then end our turn on someone. It will just give us that +2 dice instantly, so it is the easier one to make use of.
There it is, though. The Gilded is going into the abyss as Bennett's burst comes out with talent, healing him up to 8.
The trouble here now, though, is that Robot Wizard doesn't actually have the dice to do another skill on either of the characters, because we played the Golden Troop onto Cube instead. Herald's skill isn't discounted. We only have 2 Hydro dice.
And Ting going, no you. I'm playing Bennett talent as well, and
doesn't need to tune.
deploying his own. Unfortunately, Robot Wizard is in a pickle right now and will just be a swap onto Herald.
Oh, this feels so atrocious. We're going to tune everything for this.
Swap onto Herald for Ting as well. The Pyro aura is there. And it looks like Golden Troop is just going to go on to Bennett for Robot Wizard, and those 2 dice are going to go to Lieben.
Oh, it looks like what Ting was expecting was that Robot Wizard would do a skill on Abyss Herald, which would have popped his revive and also made it so you got the +2 damage on your prepare skill now, making Abyss Herald do 9 damage instead of just 7 with the Bennett burst.
Oh, ta-da!
Ta-da! Ta-da! I can't do it that high, I'm sorry. My voice isn't built for it.
So why do you bring Tada in this deck? Is it just in case you get frozen?
Yes, because like you're running 2 prepare skills, right? If you get frozen, swap off, you're wasting so much dice. So being able to have that Tada in your hand just to negate that is great.
Both these players drawing that quick swap, by the way, going into this round. So I guess, you know, they're even on resources a bit. Ting does have that parametric transformer and a Lotus in hand, but Robot Wizard, that's strategize.
And for the first time this game, it seems like Ting has gone a little bit unfortunate. His dice aren't quite up to par with Robot Wizard's, and because Robot Wizard did get to go first, pops a Herald Revive, and now Herald follow-up attack will do 3 damage right now. But if Ting attacks the Herald of Robot Wizard, it'll pop the Revive, and now the follow-up does 5 damage, taking out his own Abyss Herald from play, so we'll be forced to play a Lotus Crisp.
Do you Lotus on Herald? I mean, so Curse the Undercurrent. Ooh, that fast swap. Curse the Undercurrent is down on Ting's side. Now it's down on Robot Wizard's side.
So I think there was actually... Oh, wait, the Bennett heal. Hold on, your Abyss Herald doesn't actually fall. I forgot Bennett Talent actually did that.
And there's the follow-up. Ting's Herald is surviving. Meanwhile, Robot Wizards has fallen.
And that will be a rock, paper, scissors combo coming out of Robot Wizard's Electro Cube. Which will Ting swap to? Looks like it'll be his own. And there's the parametric dice.
Kind of unlucky there. I mean, you only have 2 cards to tune, and you have two Electro to work with, but oh, that is so rough.
Barely enough.
This is awful.
It's not great, I'll tell you that. Oh, Revive popped.
There is Electric Revive popping on the side of Robot Wizard.
Wait.
Ting just wins this.
Wait.
Ting wins the rock, paper, scissors match.
What?
What do you mean, what?
Okay, to be fair, it was kind of predetermined because, like, when you do a prepare skill, you're locked into it. But, like, but what?
What? Explain.
Ting just comes out on top.
Yeah?
It's not even close. His Herald takes out SI's Herald, where Robot Wizard's Herald did not do the same, and then coming into the crowd or the Electric Cube match, because Robot Wizard had to waste a hit on Ting's Herald first, it wasn't enough to. We need 3 hits, 2 to bring it down to 1 HP and pop the Revive, and then another to actually eliminate Cube. But because we used that first hit on King's Herald, it just wasn't there.
This is so overkill. That Overload doing -7 damage onto an Electro Cube that was only at 1
And the Boar Princess giving Ting an extra dice to work with.
Yeah, Ting because has the golden 2 normals here.
Because when a character gets eliminated, their artifact is discarded, and the way Boar Princesses work is when a artifact or talent / or just equipment in general is discarded, it gives you 1 Omni dice. It gives Ting enough dice to just win outright this turn.
Robot Wizards Bennett falls. The mirror matchup goes to Ting in game 3. Is that a high roll? Is that a mid roll?
That's a Ting mid roll. Did you see his dice?
Yeah, okay, I agree. That's a Ting mid roll.
So I think the Boar Princess was top decked. If it wasn't for that, Ting wouldn't have instantly won. I think he was still favored to win, but without the Boar Princess, I don't think he actually had enough dice to do the RPS combo on Electro Cube.
Okay.
I wasn't sure of his exact hand situation, but I think without that Omni dice, he wouldn't have enough tuning fodder in order to do it because of the Curse of the Undercurrent. So
so Curse of the Undercurrent, of course, you apply it with Herald's Burst or when talent. Herald revives with talent, and basically it applies a status on the opponent's side. Every time they use a skill or burst, it's +1 dice, and both of them had it underneath their characters and had to fight through it. It has 2 usages.
I think the difference, though, was that I think Robo Wizard popped Herald's Curse, the Undercurrent, before he did his Prepare skill, which means he had to spend that extra little bit of dice, whereas Ting popped it during the Prepare skill, which means he didn't need to worry about it. And then after that, top decked a Boar Prince, and we see it's not in hand right now. He got it next turn, which means it was a top deck, and if it wasn't for that Boar Princess, Ting wouldn't have actually had enough dice. We see it right there.
Yeah, there's
wouldn't have had enough dice to skill on Cube.
Chose not to tune it as well, tuned the Tada and the Quick Swap, deciding he did not need Quick Swap in this matchup.
Yeah, plays it right
There's the
here.
Boar Princess. And you can see just Ting slightly having an edge every time, taking out Robot Wizard Herald first, and then taking out Electrocube first.
Yeah, there it is. It's very loud. There it is, and that is the Omni Dice given by Boar Princess for the Electro Cube, and tuned to the rest of his hand. If it wasn't for that, wouldn't have had enough dice for it.
Literally no cards left in hand. Had 2 Pyro Dice for 2 normals.
Yep. Had just the perfect amount of dice. Look at that. And the Boar Princess gives that 1 Omni Dice to put us onto 6.
And that was so overkill. -7 onto that Electro Cube. Ting having the perfect dice for 2 more actions.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't for that, Robot Wizard would have had a 1 extra turn to work with, and then maybe Robot Wizard himself top decks a Lotus or something to keep him in the game, and then it'll be just a Bennett 1v1 from there. But Ting, with that Boar Princess, was able to generate just enough dice to prevent that from being a possibility.
Of course, Ting winning on both of those decks at the top, the Side Overload and that Bennett Herald Cube deck, the Double Revive Bennett deck, will be on Magu Kenki only, and he's up against Robot Wizard's Side Overload deck and that Bennett Double Revive deck, but we have our raffle winners here below, so if you see your UID there, congratulations, you have won 1,000 Primo Gems each. And if you want to enter into our next raffles, make sure you're making your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. There should be a moderator there telling you how to enter it, and with every new game, there will be a new raffle.
Yeah, it'll be 2 new winners per game.
Yeah, definitely. And there's also a QR code that will be appearing periodically throughout these games. So if you scan it, it will take you to a form where you can tell us your thoughts, make your voice heard. If you like or dislike something, make sure you let us know.
And if you want more raffles or bigger raffles, be sure to put it down in there.
Definitely.
Yeah, Ting, as you mentioned, is forced onto that Magu Kenki deck because this is best of 7? No.
5.
Best of 5.
Oh, the finals is best of 7, Sumi.
Got my numbers wrong. A TCG player, you know how it is.
No, the TCG player. Okay, anyway. Sign Overload. Robot Wizard is going to be going with that deck here.
Yeah, this is the one I thought he would bring out earlier because I think it just has a better matchup into both of Ting's remaining decks. It would have been the safer pick overall. I think this is rather standard. Oh, actually running no Paimons, unlike Ting.
And no Paimons here. Does have a cheeky Calx art. I wonder whose burst that's for. Is that for Cynos?
I think, no, it actually is for Chevreuse. In some matchups, especially against Stall, or if they're running Barber or something, you can very easily cleanse the Dea Pyro end phase because it's not a lot, right?
Right.
And by running Calx Arts, it lets you burst on Chevreuse to actually get Pyro to react with. So it is a very matchup-specific thing. I do not think it will come up here.
Of course, running 2 copies of Tada as well, because it has good synergy with Prospector's Drill and also frees you from freeze. But of course, we know Ting is not playing any freeze, has this Magu Kenki deck. It's the only one to bring it. So just in case you need a reminder of what that list looked like.
Yeah, running lots of just tech cards, right? Lots of dice generation, lots of damage, lots of just draw, not consistent draw. You don't have things like strategize in there. It's like, you have one-time use draw that will give you all the cards you need, but whether or not you have that early remains to be seen. Ting is known to high roll quite a bit, but I mean, even at some point, your luck has to run out, right?
Well, game 2 it did, and we're gonna have to see if this is a curse that carries with this deck here as he goes into a second game with this Magu Kenki deck up against Robot Wizard. Of course, just a reminder, this is the upper bracket, so whoever loses this set does not lose in the tournament. They actually just fall down to the lower bracket. They'll have one more shot tomorrow.
Yeah, so if you do enjoy seeing these players, they will still have at minimum 1 more opportunity to prove themselves, win or lose. But here it is, game 4. Ting on the Magu Kenki high roll versus Robot Wizard playing Sign Overload.
Game 4. With a new game comes a new raffle. Make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel for that one. And also, there's a QR code. Keep coming
what?
up every so often. Scan it.
Ting just cringed on dice, but he had countdown to fix it and just got a woven. So he can still cryo skill animo skill.
Wait, so Ting has double woven, King Squire, where's the unseen razor?
I don't think it's gonna come into play this round because he doesn't actually
Not
have
this
enough
round.
doesn't have enough dice to go over into Sar and skill after the animal summon, which you do want to do first.
Not
But
this
next
round,
turn. Next turn.
He's set up for either Farzan or Kujosara.
Yes. Next turn, I think you go on to Kujutsar and do a skill, and if you can top deck like a fast swap or something, you go to Farzan and then Calx Burst.
So what's interesting here for Robot Wizard, Robot Wizard does have that woven and does have Sumeru Res. I wonder if he's gonna go look for something here. Of course, Dea skill doesn't apply Pyro the first time you deploy it. If you Dea skill again when the summon's already on the field, it does apply Pyro though.
Only one instance for 1 damage though, so it's not something you do very often. But yes, it will do that. But that does mean though that Robot Wizard isn't going to get an overload this turn just yet. You will need to wait for end phase, and that is so crucial. Just being able to get that overcharge ball early lets you cycle with it much faster. Just cycle the overload, cycle the damage.
Immediately playing that woven, there is that Animo skill. And Magukeki is 1 energy point away from his burst. As for Robot Wizard, with those 4 Electro Dice, I think he's going to go over to Sino.
Yes. You should absolutely go over to Sino. There's nothing else currently in your hand worth playing. Especially like nothing that will actually let you float dice efficiently, but that kind of plays into Ting, right? Because look how his characters are positioned. If you overload Magukenki, it will go into Sar, which will save him a dice next turn. What are you trying to draw here?
Sumeru Res. I was wondering if Robot Wizard would go for this. This is, I don't know if it's a risky play, but he's definitely fishing for something.
We could try to like fish for a Liben or something. Liben Prospector Drill will let us float dice quite efficiently.
Putting everything back there.
Oh, wait.
Is the Prospector's Drill.
Not enough to play Countdown and the Drill though, that's unfortunate.
It is very unfortunate, and floating 2 does not feel so good here. It's just gonna play that Countdown. Let's see what we get. Do you get your Woven back? You do get a Woven back. Do you want to use it?
You could, I don't think Woven Prospector Drill is worth it. I don't think we should do that. On the other hand, we don't really have many great options either. We could like play Heart of Kavrina and swap Sino again overload turn 1, but the Ting does have turn priority. We'll swap to Sar to deny that. Just doesn't feel great.
Something to consider. So if Robot Wizard swaps to Sino now, then at the end phase, the Cryo Aura won't be on Sino going to next round.
That is true, but Ting can just apply Electro Aura on him instead. And since Sino is your active character more often than not, because he is the one doing the big damage, it will let Ting do that double Electro Charge swirl that much easier.
There's the Heart of Kavrina onto Dea. There is the White Glove, and there's the Woven into Prospectors. Look at Robot Wizard's
Oh, he's praying. He's praying right now.
Praying for something. I mean, if Ting wins this game, he advances to the...
Oh, wait, the self-Tada for more draw? Okay.
Wait.
So the way Tada works is if you play it, it will give you 1 extra draw end phase. So Ting is playing it now just to have more resources. Oh, what?
Okay.
So good.
Okay, there's one thing. What else are we looking for Ting?
A second one of those would be great, actually. Oh, wait.
That is so painful.
Prospector Drill works off field? I thought it only worked when it was the active character, but no, I guess it does. And Robot Wizard drawing into Simultan, and because it was the highest cost card, and because the swirls count as damage, discarded it.
Yeah, the highest cost card was discarded after damage was taken. That Prospector's Drill eating up that Sino talent. There is the Gamblers, and there's the Pyro. Well, there's the Pyro Res. This Magukeki's gonna fall. But no talent feels so bad.
Yeah, it does indeed. Not that it would have mattered for this interaction in particular, but not having talent might be quite big into the future. What's great here is that because Sino doesn't actually has a Cryo Aura, if Ting decides to Kujo Sara's skill, it would actually cleanse that aura, and that makes it so he cannot get that double Superconduct swirl, which this deck is really looking for.
Yeah, however, the end phase will be pretty scary because there will be those Magukenki summons still applying Cryo, spreading it, and then the Kujosara Electro summon from her skill.
Yeah. And if we can get the Farzan talent, or sorry, Farzan burst down, it would be great as well. But just unfortunately, because Magukenki falls, we don't actually have enough energy for that.
What is Ting going to do here? Of course, he was overloaded on the Kujosara, could not choose which character he went to, but there is the potential to use one of those Animal Resonance cards and go to Faruzan. By the way, I just want to point out, look at his dice.
Yes, great as always, as expected of Ting. So I think Ting actually does still have enough dice to go Farazan because we do have the Unseen Razor plus the King Squire. If we play that, we should have enough dice to skill burst on Farazan in conjunction with the Woven we have in hand.
Oh. The bullet gets eaten up by that discard from Prospector's Drill, and I mean, there's no Pyro Resonance in Robot Wizard's hand, but it's still a -6 overload onto Farazan, and now she has nothing to swirl.
What Ting should be doing here is playing the King Squire into skill, and then we pull back Unseen Razor skill again, and then with the Woven in hand, we should have enough dice in order to do a burst if my math is right. Calx is gone, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah, probably Lotus would have been the better one to eat up for Ting. What is Robot Wizard gonna do with that last dice? It is swapping over to Dea. White Glove.
Looks like Ting's ending first.
Ting might just be ending first here. Yep, there's the Calx. Getting ready for next turn. Farazan Burst.
All right, yeah, this is great. I mean, Robot Wizard is so graciously giving us that free double Electro Charge Swirl we're looking at. It'd be rude to not take it.
Now, is Ting going to draw a Gamblers here?
That'd actually be so big. And then he has Fresh Wind after that to take advantage of it. Wait, okay, top deck, Gamblers, Tandoris. Unfortunate.
Okay, where's the Unseen Razor? Could be pretty huge though, except, look, Robot Wizard has that Sumeru Resonance, can go fish for another Pyro Res.
Yeah, that'd be really, really big to just snipe Farazan.
Wasn't one of the Pyro Resonance eaten by Prospector's Drill?
No, that was Sino Talent.
And, okay, yeah, it was Calx Art that was eaten.
It was Calx and Sino Talent, so there's still another one in the deck. And with how many cards Robot Wizard currently has in hand, you can draw a lot from your deck. And by the way, when you mull away a card with Sumeru Res, unless your deck physically doesn't have enough cards to support it, it will never draw it again.
There is the Fresh Wind. There is the Farazan Burst. Dea is going down. That Superconduct Swirl, leaving both Sino and Chevrus at 4 health each.
Ting needs to go Chev here, yeah.
Robot Wizard having to go to Chevrus, and Ting has to tune 3. Has that Woven in hand for another action, by the way. I can also, where's the Unseen Razor? Tune 1. Ooh, will be swap over to Kujosara.
Wait, if Robot Wizard makes the mistake and swaps over onto Sino, Ting has second Animal Resonance into buffed Farazan skill, which already does 5 damage, by the way, plus Call In for Cleanup, which does 6 HP worth of damage. If Robot Wizard doesn't play this correctly, there is a very real chance he just gets his Sino sniped and loses on the spot.
Robot Wizard does have that Lotus in hand, really needs to think about everything Ting could have. Of course, this is open deck list format. These players have access to the full deck list of their opponent, and so they are keeping track. They have these note cards out there marking down everything they've seen be used, everything that hasn't come up yet.
But come on, Ting has drawn less than half his deck. There's no way he has a second Animal Res in there, right? Surely. And double Unseen Razor and a Woven. There's no way he has it, right? That must be what's going through a Robot Wizard's mind right now.
He didn't even tune. I mean, he didn't play the other one. He tuned it.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So Robot Wizard does not know it was tuned. For all he knows, there are 2 Animal Resonances in Ting's deck.
It's true. But, like, come on. What are the odds? 6 cards in... No, it is 5. 5 cards in hand. We haven't even drawn half our deck yet. Oh, playing it safe. It looks like we're getting the lethal on Chevkuz instead. This is very smart for a Robot Wizard, because after this, we still have enough dice to do a skill on Sino, and as long as he lives, we should, in theory, win the game. So there is no reason to risk it.
I am Kujosara falls, and this is going to be the moment. One of these players will end up winning or losing here. Tuning 1 dice, because after re-equipping that King Squire, only costs 1 to skill. The Chevrus is going to go down, and Sino will come out. Oh, there's the hidden Woven, which is normal attack.
Justice.
Yep. No, this is still enough. We're keeping the passive on the Unseen Razor. Just wait. Is this enough damage? Okay, no, it is.
It is
enough damage. We're good.
exactly enough damage. Ting falling. Robot Wizard taking game 4. We are going to a 5th game, folks.
Oh, what a close game it was. If it wasn't for that call in for cleanup, Robot Wizard might need to play that Lotus Crest. Otherwise, Farzan would have done 6 damage with that Unseen Razor, with the call in for cleanup in Ting's own hand. But we are now at a game 5.
Here at a game 5, we know exactly what the matchup is going to be. It will be that Magu Kenki deck versus that Bennett double revive deck. So, man, I'm really excited to be into a game 5 here in this upper bracket game.
I think this is the first game 5 today, and it looks like I continue my streak.
So here's the highlights from that 4th game, just in case you wanted to remember what happened at Magu Kenki falling to Sino Pyro-Res.
I think that was kind of unfortunate for Ting. If it wasn't for the Power Res, he would have been able to tank a lot more damage onto Kenki and maybe force out more dice from Robos to potentially edge out the victory. But even so, Farzan, with all of that summon set up, just did so much damage.
So much damage indeed. I mean, this deck is really showcasing the strength of Sino in this patch. And you know, if you were here watching the Winter Invitational last year, we did have Justice for Sino.
We did.
He has enacted justice.
Yeah, I mean, Sino is really proving his worth right now in the Prince Cup Atlantic. Sino Overload has probably been our premier decks. It does so well into so many matchups because it's fast, so it's able to outpace combo decks, but it has a lot of damage as well, so it's able to break through stall and also match the pressure of other aggro decks as well.
But unfortunately, with both these players winning on that Sign Overload deck, it is time for the last matchup. It will be that Bennett Cube Herald deck versus Magu Kenki.
I was speaking about this earlier, but I think this is one of the most favored matchups for Magu Kenki. Bennett, a deck that doesn't do anything until minimum turn 2, whereas Magu Kenki, a deck that will wreck you if you don't do anything by turn 2.
This is definitely going to be a case of, can Ting high roll enough?
Come on, it's Ting. You can never count out the high roll.
We have the North American Prince Cup champion from last year versus the top 4 from last year, Ting, who is notorious for high rolling.
Yeah, so it really can go either way. I mean, we have someone known for his just great plays and someone who rolls better than God himself.
Well, anyway, so speaking of winners, we have our raffle winners down below. If you see your UID there, congratulations, you have won 1,000 Primo Gems. Make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel if you'd like to enter our next raffle, which will be happening. We have a game 5. That's 5 Primo Gem raffles just in this series.
We've given away 40,000 right now, or we're going to after this game.
Wow, that's incredible.
That's a lot.
Here we go. We already know what cards are going to show up here. There is that Bennett deck.
Yeah, Bennett double revive. It hasn't been showing us the best results so far, but it is for sure scary if the stars align.
And will the stars align for Robot Wizard? Is he fated to make it to the finals? He is already in the top 4, has already secured that 3,800 USD prize for 4th place. The question is, will he make it to that grand final? Will he win that 16,000 again?
It's hard to say, especially since we haven't even hopped into game yet, but I mean, like, just look at the caliber of play he's already shown us. I would not at all be surprised if he did triumph over Ting. Just despite high rolling like 4 games straight, he was still able to eke out 2 victories, and the ones he lost didn't even look that bad.
He sets really high expectations for himself, and you know, there's so much pressure on his shoulders as last year's Prince Cup champion. Everyone expects him to perform well. I think he really wants people to underestimate him, but that's never going to happen. But Ting here with this Magu Kenki Kujosara Superconduct deck. Let's see if it can win. This is game 3.
This deck is Ting's bread and butter. It is high roll central. Unfortunately, right now, it hasn't shown us the best results because RoboWizard has been doing a great job at just playing to all of Ting's win conditions and denying them from him one by one by one. But you can never count out the high roll.
You can never count out the high roll indeed, and we're going to have to see. I mean, having 2 games on this deck and not getting what you need is pretty rough, but this is game 3. for this deck.
Yes.
And game 5 overall for the series.
This is Ting's final chance, at least in the upper bracket, to show us what this deck is made of. But of course, if these players do lose, you will see them once more in the lower bracket. So it's not like the journey is over from.
Definitely. And by the way, we have our raffles starting over on the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. Make your way on over there if you want to enter for 1,000 Primo Gems. 2 winners each. Will be announcing them at the end here. Also, there is a QR code on screen. Send it. Scan it.
Yeah, let us know.
Your feedback, yeah. Let us know what you think about what we're doing here. We would definitely love to hear all of your thoughts. Make your voice be heard.
Looks like Ting might not be starting first again, but that's okay. His starting hand is looking pretty good so far. Vanessa and Countdown to the show. That's going to let him do Cryo Skill, Animal Skill, and also draw cards and also fix his dice. And of course, the Woven Resonance in there. Versatile as always.
About Wizard and Ting's pulse is hovering around 100, going up as the game starts here. This is the last match of the upper bracket.
Yeah.
Very, very nerve-wracking.
Game 5.
Hydrate, Ting.
We can see the players are feeling the pressure a little bit, looking a little bit nervous, although the heart rates don't actually reflect that right now. Only 90. It's on the lower end. I think earlier we saw them spike to like 120. So even in a game 5...
Going back and forth. Ting was at 110 just a second ago.
I mean, even in a game 5, when your tournament upper bracket second life is on the line, they are still just as calm.
Ooh, keeping those Geo dice. I wonder, I didn't catch Ting's cards. I wonder if he has something like King Squire.
It's so you can Vanessa into Countdown.
Ooh, wait, it is. There's Vanessa. There's Countdown.
He rolled Cryo Animo and then able to do it again. Wow, okay. So, I talked to Ting about that. Like, why is Vanessa in this deck? You're not normal attacking. You need to line dice. He's like, and Ting looked at me, he's like, okay, so turn 1, you play Vanessa, and then you play Countdown, and then you just high roll Animo Cryo.
Interesting. Well, I mean, that's what we're going to see here, the Cryo Summon out on the field, and Magokeki is definitely going to be going for that Animal Summon to spread the Cryo aura around. But Robot Wizard playing Stove God, actually drawing that Bennett talent, will not be playing Storm
Double
Terror. Instead,
Lieben.
it is Double Lieben, that Golden Troop going on to Electrocute. Ta-da!
Yeah, for that free extra dice. Unfortunately, no Cavalry and no space in the deck for it. That would have drawn Ting 2 extra dice. Ooh, Willow. Okay, double Willow is not great here. We didn't empty our hand nearly enough.
Yeah, Willow is a card that is very helpful under the right conditions, but it's only going to draw you cards if you have 2 cards or less in your hand by end phase. And look at Ting's hand. He has plenty of cards.
But the plenty of cards he has aren't the ones he needs right now. Unfortunately, no Calx Arts, no Fast Swaps, no King Squires, right? Ting is going to be lacking in a lot of the tools he needed.
This is not looking like a Ting high roll. This is not even looking like a Ting mid roll.
This is looking like a Ting low roll to me. Ting is lacking a lot of the resources that brought him success with this deck earlier on.
That game 1 really sucking all of the luck out of him. He used it all for game 1.
Or maybe he just used all of the luck for this deck in particular against Kevin yesterday.
Could definitely be possible. As for Robot Wizard's side, Omni, yes.
Yes. He rolled so good. Okay, so 4 of those Omnis are from Liben, but even so, he rolled 3 Omni, 3 Electro, and then 2 other dice we cannot see.
This was Robot Wizard's grand plan. He had to lose 2 games to make Ting underestimate him. Now he's going for the sweep.
I mean, oh, look at those dice. We just rolled 3 Electro and like 4 Omni. That's... Man, you cannot ask for more. Bennett Burst is going to come down this round, guaranteed. There's nothing Ting can really do to stop it, especially with how poorly, I mean poorly in air quotes, we rolled.
However, Ting's Burst is ready to go here. That normal attack from Magokeki, meaning that you just need to tune 2 and go for it. Does have Gamblers in hand. Of course, I'm not sure if it would lethal Bennett if Robot Wizard... No, Robot Wizard can't even...
So... Bennett will actually live on 1 HP if we burst, because it will be Bennett burst for 4, and then summons will attack one after another for 6 damage. Bennett is currently on 7 HP, but Robot Wizard could actually lose his Bennett if Ting has a call in for cleanup. We can see he's praying right now that Ting does not have that card, because if Ting does, Magokeki Burst would actually do 7 HP worth of damage.
I mean, we know he doesn't have it.
We know he doesn't, but like, Robot Wizard clearly doesn't.
Ting doesn't really have anything he could do here. Has no quick swap, has no King Squire for the Unseen Razor. Doesn't have any way to take out any of Robot Wizard's characters for that fresh wind.
You can see Robot Wizard's praying right now.
He's praying.
Praying that Ting does not have that card, because if we try to play around calling for cleanup Kenki Burst, we don't actually have enough dice to Bennett Burst this turn. And yeah, Robot Wizard's going for it. We're gambling that Ting does not have the card, and at least in this instance, we're getting rewarded for it.
Is this the Ting high roll? It is not. He's still gonna go for that burst. But look at Robot Wizards.
You can see the sigh of relief.
Look at that. He's going to live on 1 and get that Bennett burst up with talent.
1 HP off. And keep in mind, right? Fisherman and White Glove shuffles the Calling for Cleanup in the top 5 of your deck. So it's a 2 in 5 chance that Ting draws it. And with how well he rolls, it's basically a guarantee. But it looks like in this instance, we do not have it when we need it most. And that should lead to Robot Wizard's victory.
We'll see, but there is the Storm Terror Slayer into the 3-cost Bennett burst with talent, and now he has that damage buff and the healing. And Ting is just gonna swap on over to Kujosara.
I don't really think there's anything Ting can do from the situation. Yes, Robot Wizard does not have any dice remaining, so his Bennett will fall shortly. But even so, that is Bennett with Burst up, and then Cube has a Golden Troop, and Herald as well is going to get his Revive Pop, which is a good thing because it'll make him do more damage as well. And our summons are wearing off this turn, and the Tada for some extra card draw end phase as well.
Tada! So, yeah, you just do Willow here. This is going to be a skill. Bennett won't fall just yet, but those end turn summons are going to be so much damage for Robot Wizard. I think it's basically going to be down to Electrocube, though Herald will have his Revive procced here. See how this goes.
Yeah,
where do you go?
Revive will get popped shortly. We just gotta wait for a little bit, but just Ting getting a little bit unlucky there, just not having the tools he need. And I mean, when you roll so hard, so consistently, even so, eventually your luck will run out.
There is that White Glove finally drawing it. That's just
one
what he
card
needed.
off.
1 card off. There's the King Squire. This could be a pretty big hit, though not like he needs it at this point.
King Square could actually change things right now. It'll be like 1 dice for Ting to work with. It actually doesn't look the best for Robot Wizard. If Robot Wizard skills on Herald right now, Ting could fast up over to Farzan and skill. And no, the throw will leave Cube on just 1 HP, but it will take out his own Herald. But if Robot Wizard swaps over onto Herald, skill pops Revive, double EC.
It is Robot Wizard's turn. I think we're going to see that Herald talent going down. Does have Seed Dispensary, could go for Timaeus, but you know, you really need to get the rock, paper, scissors combo off, and look at his dice.
Yeah, that's not great. No Electro Dice currently for a Robot, which needs to tune his entire hand, although a lot of the cards currently are disposable. We don't need Timaeus right now. We do not need Seed Bucks. We do not need the Wharf. This is our turn to make our Bennett Burst count, because if we don't, it's going to run out next turn. So we shouldn't worry about tuning our entire hand. We really should just go for it.
It looks like we're going to go for it on Herald. Wait, why did we not play talent?
Oh, yeah, it is free.
Why
that might be a misplay.
Did we not? Robot Wizard, why?
King goes Kenki here. Kenki falls to follow-up attack. We go Farzan, King Squire, calling for cleanup. 1 calling for cleanup. Skill, that's 5 damage. EC, cube, 1 HP.
Double White Glove.
Wait, and we have Fresh Wind. Wait, Ting might win this.
Ting is...
So, King Squire calling for cleanup, Fresh Wind does 5 damage, and then we pop Cube Revive, right? Cube is on 1 HP. Even if he skills with Bennett Cube, that's only 3 HP, and Cube cannot do 10 damage in a single attack.
There is the King Squire. There is the Gambler.
There's even Gamblers. Oh, wait, we don't need the call for cleanup. It's fine, because we have the EC. Okay, I was worried for a second.
You have the Super Conduct, so you don't even need it. You have it in hand, but literally doesn't need it. There is the normal attack. Electric Cube is going to fall. There's nothing Robot Wizard can do here.
And we have second Unseen Razor to give us another skill. Wait, Ting wins this.
Ting wins this.
Ting once again has the perfect combination of cards to win. What?
There's the rock, paper, scissors skill. It brings Electro Cube up to 3, but it's not going to be enough. You see Robot Wizard's reaction here. Where's the Unseen Razor? Pulling that King Square back, re-equipping it for 1, and that 1 cost skill. The exact cards, the exact dice he needed, and that's it. Ting has won.
And for the second game in the row, Ting has the exact combination of cards he needs to win.
Amazing.
I cannot believe it.
I cannot believe it either.
The high roll continues.
What an incredible game there. Well done, Mr. Ting. Robot Wizard, it's not over for you. Still got lower bracket. I know you probably have a lot to say after that series. What do you have to say about that one?
I swear this guy can't get unlucky for his life.
Luck was certainly a part of it, but well played. We will see you again coming out tomorrow in that lower bracket to see if you'll be in the grand finals as well. But you may exit the stage for now as I bring forth the high roller god himself, ladies and gentlemen, Ting. Well done. What a match to watch. That was so fun. I mean, game 1. Come on. That was absolutely ridiculous.
That was.
Do you feel bad to prove to us that a robot can bleed, or is this just what was expected?
I think that my expectations were a bit low going to this, like not knowing how much I would high roll really, but my expectations were really exceeded with game 1.
Absolutely. Caster said, you know, eventually his luck will run out. There will be a point where finally it will all come together and everything will even out. Not so much. Do you have like a rabbit's foot, or what is causing this luck, do you think?
I just have good luck.
Well, it is certainly a mix between luck and skill. What an absolute pleasure to watch. A very fun series. And ladies and gentlemen, our first grand finalist. Give it up for Ting. You will be seeing him tomorrow in the grand final. Yes! Got some applause from your other players there as we will get ready for our next match. Coming up, our final lower bracket. You've seen both of them on stage before, and one of them will be going home. For now, we'll throw it to our casters.
And Robot Wizard knocked into the lower bracket.
That is a
Ting
surprise.
Advancing to the grand finals tomorrow. Our North American Prince Cup champion from last year has not made it to the finals just yet.
Down, but not quite out. He will still have another chance, but here are the highlights for them in the last game before we continue.
Oh, Genshin has that rule of 3, right? And this was the 3rd game on this Mago Kenki deck. Of course, the luck came out in this game, and he was able to get that Kenki burst off so early. There it is on screen right now. You see Robot Wizard's player cam, as he knows, but he survives on 1 HP with that Bennett.
He does. Ting doesn't quite have the White Glove and the Fisherman. The call in for cleanup not quite in the hand. Just 1 card off the top. He does draw it in the end phase, but this time, Robot Wizard was able to get off the Bennett burst. A little bit lucky in that regard, but even so, the summon's doing so much damage.
The Herald Talent would have saved him.
Herald Talent would have saved. It would have made it so Ting didn't have enough dice.
He wouldn't have had enough dice. He had the perfect amount of dice without that Herald Talent. It was free.
I think Robot Wizard was greedy to get the extra discount on Cube Skill because his dice were so bad, but just playing for that greed, you cannot let Ting have the option to get lucky, because if you do, this is what happens.
This is what happens. And wow, what a set. This was so fun to watch on the caster's desk. Here's our post-match data, by the way. So, wow.
Yeah, no, there's nothing for us to say. Ting absolutely blew it out of the park. These stats look more or less even, and these players are great players in their own right, but just the luck on the day favored Ting.
Yeah, look at the actions taken per turn. So Ting having slightly more actions overall than Robot Wizard, just because that ratio is up higher. And Robot Wizard actually drawing more cards out in the first 3 rounds than Ting on average. So he gets more setup, but he doesn't have as many actions.
I think that just kind of points towards the type of decks these players prefer. Robot Wizard brought more setup-oriented combo decks, whereas Ting brought a lot more aggressive options. But before we talk more...
Yes, we have our raffle winners below, so if you see your UID there, congratulations. You've won 1,000 Primo Gems. We will have an entire set of games coming up next, so if you make your way on over to Astro Carnival's YouTube channel, you can figure out how to enter the next raffle. There should be a lovely moderator waiting there to give you instructions on how to do that, so good luck and have fun on that.
good luck, and also enjoy the games while you're down there. We've had 5 absolute showstoppers here in the lower... Wait, no, this is the upper bracket. I was doing them the lower brackets yesterday. In the upper bracket, and we're going to have even more exciting matches coming right up.
Yeah, so I believe Jibu is going to be up next versus Robot Wizard, but while they get ready to go, I do believe we're going to be heading to a very short break, so stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
And we'll see you soon.
Dear Monsieur Nervillette, how are you? I haven't written in a while, so I thought I'd send you an update.
Siege Wing.
The Duke tells me that you're always asking after me. Please, don't worry. Everyone at the Fortress of Meripede is really nice to me.
Walsey, we've had it with you.
What even is this? It's completely inedible.
Suck it up and eat it.
The food here is delicious, and the people are super friendly. The other Melusines come by to visit me sometimes. They're always full of praise for the fortress, and they get along great with everyone here. Sneaky sticker for you. This one's really cute. Let's give it to a cute person. You once said we have to discover the meaning of life for ourselves. I think you're completely right. Life at the fortress is often pretty uneventful, so my infirmary is empty a lot of the time.
He's down! He's down! Ha! Too easy.
But everyone trusts me, which is really great. I really like being a head nurse. Anyway, the Duke and I are planning on taking a trip out, so we'll definitely see you soon.
I look forward to it.
Hope you're not too busy. We're here.
Are we ready? Let's go! Attention, please! Kachina will now release the ball to promote the upcoming tournament.
Huh? Gotta get a photo to remember it.
Hey, that's too close.
Huh? Oh, great. And
No! Too far! Son of a...
Pass.
What the heck is that? Do I have to... Get out of here! Leave me alone!
Is it that time of year again? The tournament. I wonder if she's watching.
The tournament will soon begin! My dear friends, take your positions! Embrace your competitive spirit and give your all! This battle is for winners only! The champion will take all.
Are you brave enough to compete?
To burn again. Even the tiniest of sparks will not go unnoticed.
Did you catch everything? What our eyes see ought to be our fate. But now, close your eyes and feel. For with our blood, we will forge our true fate.
Travelers, welcome back once again. Yes, you are here for our last series of the day. This is a big deal, my friends, because this is yet again a knockout series where one will be going home. Prince demands a card game, and we will be delivering that card game very, very soon. So why don't we welcome our first contestant to the stage who has fought tireless to make it here to this very moment, Jibu. The stage yet again, Jibu, the great survivor. Woo! It has been a long day for you, Jibu. You were our first series of the day, and you are still here. We still feeling alive. We're still feeling awake.
Still alive, still awake.
Fantastic. Any words to Prince, who has been putting on this cup for us, that beautiful black cat?
Prince, please give me the luck you've given Ting.
Fantastic. Well, he's going to need luck if he hopes to defeat his very terrifying opponent. Let us bring to the stage soon, Kevin Z. Ladies and gentlemen, Z, last letter of the alphabet, and one of the last men here in this competition. Welcome back to the stage, Kevin Z. You still feeling awake as well?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Now, you got a chance to watch a lot of the games. You know, you got to watch his game. How do you think you're going to be faring here, Mr. Z?
Hopefully I can completely destroy Jibu.
Oh my, completely destroy him. Are we talking a 3-0? Is that what we're talking?
That'd be ideal.
Ideal. All right. Come on, Jibu, is this going to happen 3-0 here?
I could take one at least, maybe two. Probably all three.
Okay, all right, guys. Well, I know you know each other very well. I know you're very excited, so we'll just cut to the chase here. Any final words for Jibu before you head in?
Good luck. You'll need it.
Oh, my... Kevin, relax. Relax, Jibu.
Have fun.
Dang, he'll need it too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fantastic. Well, please, to your stations here. Now, folks at home, I'd just like to remind you that this is getting down to the wire here. These two will be playing. One of them will go home, and then there is only one more match till our grand finals, which we will see tomorrow. So everything on the line, pull out all your crazy stops. If you could manage to sneak in the whale, now would be a good time, although I don't think that's going to be happening. But I know what will be happening, a fantastically casted game by our casters over here. Let's throw it up to Windflower, Leia, and Sui.
And thank you so much, Slacks. You know, Slacks is not slacking off here. Very amazing host. Thanks for everything you're doing. That banter between those two players, I feel like it's heating up.
It is. We're approaching the end of the competition. These players have been here for so long. I feel like they're getting to know each other more, getting to know their play styles, and of course, the banter is heating up as well.
I've never seen Jibu go for such strong words. Of course, Kevin Z is the honored one, as we all know. And I mean, I expect that from him. I know he's confident.
But just because he's honored doesn't mean he's the best. It just means he's well respected.
Of course, This is Jibu's player profile. He has attended every single Genius Invocation TCG live event in North America. That includes the first USA duels here and every invitational, well, not every invitational, but he's been the person on this side of the world that has went to the most live events. They've all taken place here in Los Angeles, so he's a very seasoned player. And him and Kevin Z, they're good friends. They are fighting for third place, at least.
At the very least, if one of them does fall here, they will go home with that third place prize.
Fourth place.
Fourth place,
So,
sorry.
This is the lower bracket, so whoever gets knocked out here, we are in the top 4 right now, will get 4th place. The last person will be advancing to one more shot at the grand finals.
Yes, they will have to fight through another player. They will have to fight through Robot Wizard, our reigning champions. That is for sure a very hard-fought victory, a hard-fought path there as well. But before we get to that, this is Jibu's player profile, one of the highest single strongest strikes at 9, and average cards drawn almost at 4.
Yeah, not quite getting to the maximum there, kind of on average for cards drawn, but I think that's just testament to the types of decks Jibu prefers playing. I spoke to him a bit earlier. He really likes aggressive type decks, just like Ting, just like Robot Wizard, but you don't have as much card draw in those types of decks. Normally that's reserved for something like combo.
On the other hand, here is Kevin Z. Started playing GITCG to win Welkins, but kept winning bigger prizes from tournaments, and now he plays TCG more than the primary Genshin Impact game.
That is a story that's relatable to many TCG players.
That is true.
I feel like, when Genius Invocation TCG was first released, the people that hopped on that game, played it so much, and especially if they got involved in the tournament scene, they didn't really have time to play the main game. They're grinding out those games, making sure they know every single little thing.
I can relate to that as well. I mean, I started playing because of a cute side mode that they released, right? But it was fun and I loved it, and here we are.
Here we are, and it's great to be casting with you, Subi. But Kevin Z, just some more information about him. He is a versatile player. He will play anything as long as he thinks it's good. He prefers decks that are consistent, doesn't really like anything that is inconsistent, too coin flippy. He actually told me he thinks it's a bad strategy.
Whoa, okay. I would love to see him match up against Ting again, just to see okay, so you might have taken me with rolling really high, but now I'm gonna beat you with the consistency, because getting lucky is not a reliable strategy for most people.
That's true, though. So if Kevin Z advances here, he has a shot to play a revenge match against Ting.
Yeah, that's right. We'd have to go through Robot Wizard as well, a reigning champion. So it's a very, very difficult path, but we cannot count out the Honored One.
And I do believe with this zoom out, we should be seeing our deck choices here soon. There they are.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before. We've seen both players play, but Jibu bringing in a lot of combo options. Of course, Bennett, Cube, Ajdaha, Herald Claymore has been so strong ever since the online phase, as well as Sign Overload, probably the premier deck of the patch, I would say.
That ban makes a lot of sense on that Herald Claymore, that Sayu deck at the bottom right for Kevin Z, but that means we're going to be seeing some Crab here.
Oh, wait, this is the first time this deck is actually unbanned for Kevin Z. Against every other one of his matchups, this is the one that players have been target banning. Sano has just been so strong after his most recent rework, and Crab, if you do not have enough damage efficiency in order to break through his shield before he can generate them again, his burst does infinite scaling damage.
Just to shout out someone else who was in our top 32, but I remember Zero did very well on his own Crab deck with Sino, and now Sino is meta.
Yeah, it was a pre-buff version of Sino.
So, I mean, we're gonna have to see how this deck plays now. It's been banned until now for a reason, but I think Jibu thought that Sayu deck was just too strong.
I think this is actually a great target ban for Jibu, because Kevin Z's Kuki deck has been performing rather poorly from the tournament. His Freeze deck has had poor showings as well, and the Sayu Claymore deck is his best performing deck. He has a near 100% win rate overall in our tournament, and Crab is a stall deck, and Jibu is running a list basically full of combo.
And there is Jibu's own Sayu Claymore deck here. Let's see the list. One copy of Sayu Talent, one copy of Herald Talent. Some players don't take Herald Talent, actually.
That's true. A lot of them have been taking that out. And of course, the Ancient Courier for that consistency in equipping the Gravestone for free. I actually rather like the Ancient Court in this deck now. I liked it before because it allowed you to get more consistent Gravestone equips easier, but now with the change to Lyre Song, it also helps you get your dice generation as well. So it's a double whammy.
Something I want to point out, so Jibu likes to follow the meta rather than create the meta. Meanwhile, Kevin Z is someone who cooks just like Ting.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited. I wonder if he cooked this crab deck himself, spicy crab.
It might have taken some inspiration for Zero, but before that, this is his first deck, bringing out the kooky aggro deck nice and early. Typically, this is his ending deck, but it has been struggling a little bit. Maybe trying to snipe a good match where just get it out of the way early. You don't need to worry about it for the rest of the match.
So this core of Linny Nahida was very popular during the time of the Asia Invitational. It was in a deck called Finale, which ran Fischl for Fi, Nahida for Na, and the Linny for Li, I guess, Finale. And it's like, it's the finale because it's Linny's,
We typically end on Linny as well. With his prop arrows and his skill buffing the damage based off stacks, but that is a talk for later.
But now we have Kuki Shinobu instead of Fischl, so I guess you can call it Kusanali without the Sa. Because, it's, Nihida's Kusanali.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it. This deck is running a lot of stuff that we saw from an old 4.1 finally list. We're bringing back the Chef Mao engine, bring a lot of food to both sustain ourselves off breakpoints and also generate dice off of that as well.
He really is cooking.
Literally, yes.
Just like Ting.
Ting bakes. It's kind of different.
Baking.
Let us know, chat, if you think baking and cooking are two different things or whether or not they are in the same category of just making food.
The debates that us TCG players and casters get into, certainly fun, but also with the start of a new game will come the start of a new raffle. So also let us know in chat who you're rooting for.
Yeah, to enter the raffle, you will actually need to tell us that, because in order to enter, you need to do Let's Go, the player you are rooting for, as well as your UID.
Of course, that is happening over on Astro Carnival's YouTube channel, not Twitch, not Genshin Official. If you're here from Genshin Official, make your way over to Astro Carnival YouTube to enter that Primo Gem raffle. There will be winners announced the end of every match, every individual match. Also, there is a QR code that will be appearing periodically. Make sure you scan that and tell us your thoughts. If you love what we're doing here, if you hate what we're doing here, just let us know. Have your thoughts be heard.
Yeah, speak them out. That's what that's there for. And I mean, why would we post it if we're not going to listen? Also, on a side tangent, I think I hold the record for most Primo Gems given away.
Do you?
Yes. I've had 5 5-0s, right, which is 40,000 each.
So basically,
I've given away
it's your fault we're going to Game 5.
It's good for chat.
It is good for chat.
I've given away a total of 120,000 Primo Gems, Leah. Do you know how many pulls I can get with that?
You're raising the suspense here, Sumi. So does that mean I'm going to be in for Game 5 this one? Is that your prediction?
Currently, that is lost my word for it. Chat, let me know what is the theme. There, that is the theme. I'm sorry, chat. I lost my words right now. My brain is not working right now.
There's a Veterans Visage on Kuki Shinobu generating that Electro die with the first proc. Of course, she does damage to herself when she casts that skill. And a swap off will actually heal her and draw a card. Now, I don't know if Kevin Z even wants to swap here.
I don't think Kevin will swap because we have 3 dice perfectly for Liben, and because Veteran's Visage doesn't generate us a dice for that second stack, you won't actually be able to benefit from him. And Kuki is the one you want to be taking the damage on, because after she does her skill, she has effectively done her job unless you want to come back for an I haven't lost yet burst.
There is a Herald skill. Of course, it's a prepared skill, so the follow-up will also be dealing hydro damage. Kevin D doesn't care. He's just going to pass with Lieben.
Yep.
3 dice are going to go, and he's going to take them and come back and give us treasures.
Maybe.
Just like in the animated trailer.
That's true. I mean, no, I think give him Omni Dice. That's what it was, the 2 glowing orbs.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there's no treasure in Kevin's deck, or Jibu's now that I think about it. Both will just do a single skill and pass on Liben for some nice, juicy ramp.
I do think that Jibu's ramp is a bit better. You have the Dunyarzad into Tamaya's 3 stacks now. I do believe he also has a Gilded Dreams on hand. By the way, those heart rate monitors are working. And look at them. We're at 130, 140 for both these players.
Very much.
So high stakes.
Very much unlike Ting and Robot Wizard, though. In that matchup, it barely spiked above 120, but players right now in turn 1 are already at a very respectably high 130.
I mean, so the stakes are so high in this match specifically because if you lose, you are knocked out of the tournament. You don't have a second life. Both of these players were in the upper bracket. Jibu is even undefeated in the online group stage. Now he's here in the lower bracket. Kevin Z as well had so many expectations on his shoulders. He's here fighting for his life. Whoever loses here gets 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, even 4th place is still respectable, but of course, if you're here, you are here to win it all, and I don't think either players will be satisfied with a measly 4th.
And Nikita has been waiting here for ages because she's out to play. Heart of Camarita equipped on her, of course, that Sanctifying Ring from Kuki Shinobu healing her up.
Herald now dropped down over to 5 HP. If Jibu decides to go for another skill, I think Kevin should have enough damage to knock him out. Both players currently sitting at a very healthy 10 dice, but of course, Jibu is running that magic engine, is able to bring that number much higher.
So something you have to consider here if you're Jibu, that Liar Song has underwent some changes this patch. It has to be the first card you play in your round to get the -2 discount, right?
Yes. Otherwise, it will only discount your card by 1. But not that it matters for Jibu. Currently has a second Amaze and a Golden House in hand. So could still get a free Liar Song equip with the Liar Song anyways.
There is the double Chef Mao. So this is so interesting. This food engine is rarely played, but that Lotus Crisp, with each Chef Mao there, it will give 2 different dice. 1 dice per Mao. And then it will also draw a food card from your deck.
Only the first time you play a food, though, so Kevin Z will no longer have that tutoring effect of searching through his deck to find food, but even so, every time he plays a food now, it will just give him dice to work with. And he can even use unaligned dice for the Chef Mao and hopefully roll into aligned ones for some extra dice generation.
Jibu's gonna have to manage these auras very well. Currently, there is Electro on that Abyss Herald and Dendro on Chongyun. If Jibu stays on Chongyun here, Kevin Z is almost certainly going to go for a second Nihita skill, probably would anyway, to spread those seeds.
Yeah, I think a second Nihita skull on any of Jibu's characters is perfectly fine. Those Seeds of Skandhas do so much damage. Of course, it will only activate if you do a reaction on the character with the seeds equipped. Looks like Jibu is just going to stay Chongyun though to not get extra value.
I think the reason is Jibu is trying to prepare for a very hard round 2. I don't think he's played any cards yet.
No,
so
not yet.
There is a chance. If that is, I'm not sure what artifact that is on Chongyun. I believe it's Golden Troop. But there's a chance that he wants to Liar Song it as his first action.
Ooh, and then you get the free equip. No, that doesn't work out because it will take 1 stack from Timaeus, so you can't freely equip that after, even if you do play the Golden House, because that is how the card order works right now for Jibu, unfortunately. So
I thought Golden House always discounted before Timaeus.
No, it's based off ordering.
It normally is based off ordering. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see what Jibu does here, but there is the skill from Nihita spreading those seeds to the rest of Jibu's characters. Every time he takes an elemental reaction, those seeds are gonna pop 1 by 1 and deal 1 piercing.
Yeah, but of course, because we did stay on the Chongyun, yes, we do spread the seeds, but we do not get a second Dendro aura onto any of our characters. And in a deck like this, where your auras are so hard to come by, it is just denying Kevin of the value he so desperately needs.
This is so sad for Kevin right now because he has double Boreas. I haven't lost yet, and he has 4 food cards in his hand right now. What is he gonna do with all this food?
Of course, with each character, you can only play food on them once per round. So you will have to space those out throughout. Going to play a Lotus for now, just absorb some damage.
Yeah, so that's his last Lotus. Jibu is certainly going to be marking that off, but Jibu has 2 actions here at least, and there's no aura noticeably to swirl on Linny at the moment, so I wonder if he's going to go for normal attack first, or if you just go for the prepared skill anyway on Sayu. What do you think?
I wouldn't mind a normal attack. I think that's fine if you want to get the extra value from the swirls. But on the other hand, though, we could just go for the straight Wolf's Grace and equip, play our Liar Song, play everything, and just do our damage normally.
There is the Gilded on to Sayu. Of course, if you generate an elemental reaction, swirls included, it will draw you a card, but with no elemental auras on Linny, nothing like that is going to be happening here.
I think I saw both players' heart rate spike to 150.
Wait, look at their heart rates. They're so stoic. They're so concentrated right now. no emotion on their face, but you could see the emotion in their pulse.
Yes, internally though, they are sweating it out. There's so much at stake here, and there's so much that can go wrong. Both decks have so much damage, so much dice damage, so much power packed into it.
So Kevin Z is one of the most accomplished players, but in online tournaments specifically, he's never made it to the big stage. He qualified last year, but unfortunately was not able to make it. He has 6 Cattails Gathering first places, 5 Cattails Gathering top 4s, and this is his first time here on the big stage. The nerves are so high, and Jibu here he's a veteran to the live tournaments. He's been at 4.
Yeah, he's been to a lot of them. I mean, in the NA Season 2 Cats, again, that's not an online tournament, though. He did beat Nyahida, who eliminated Ting earlier, so, like, for sure a lot of accomplishments as well. He was here last year's NA's Prince Cup, though, and lost to Ting, but hasn't had the chance to face him just yet. And Ting beat Kevin. So, does that mean Jibu beats Kevin?
All of these players are very good friends. All of these players are. So I'm sure they've all played against each other at some point, whether on a stage or not. But there is the swirl from Sayu.
That Lotus is going to be great to have for Jibu's hand. Kevin Z is very much playing an aggro deck, so a lot of its pressure, a lot of its potential comes from big instances of burst damage to chunk out characters, and Lotus Flower Crisps is basically as good of a counter as you can ask for.
By the way, Jibu did equip that Wolf's Gravestone. I think he went for normal into that Sayu skill, which is why you have that Cryo Infusion, leaving an aura on Linny there. And Kevin Z's characters are very low. They are within Gravestone range. There's no elemental auras on Jibu Sayu. Sayu's so strong. That's why he banned Kevin Z Sayu.
Yeah, I mean, this deck is so good. Herald and like lets you ramp so safely with the revive. Chang'e as well as Gration does a lot of damage. Sayu does even more and also has the additional value of swirls. Looks like Kevin's kind of deciding what dice we want to keep here. I think that's an okay roll. But yeah, as you said, Leah, character's HP very, very low with the exception of Nahida, but we do have some food to maybe even it out.
Food. What is Kevin Z going to cook in this round? Does have the I haven't lost yet. Maybe he could go into some kind of I haven't lost yet burst play.
Maybe you can sacrifice Kuki right now. I think typically Kuki is the one you want to burst on, but with Nahida with burst ready, and I think that is Adeptus currently in hand, there is an argument to go for it.
Well, Nahida's burst is already ready. You don't really need the I haven't lost yet. If you already have the burst up, there is no fast swap for Kevin Z, and additionally, there's no Kuki talent.
That's true. Kuki talent is going to be so huge. It will let Kuki live on 1 HP no matter what the first time her HP is reduced to 0 in a round. Of course, after we play the talent.
But it is Kevin Z's turn. I do see that timer ticking down. He has dice to do something on Linny, but will he? There is the Boar Princess.
I think we are sacrificing Kuki. It might have been for time as well, but I think if we are playing Boar, we go to Kuki, we get an Electro hit over onto Sayu. It will heal her up, give us an Electro dice to work with as well, thanks to veterans. And then after that, we're expecting Jibu to attack into us, in which case we can then go Nahida and then do an Adeptus Temptation into burst and do massive, massive damage. Hopefully, one-shotting the Sayu and removing her from the equation.
This is really scary, though, for Kevin Z. So, I mean, he swaps to Kuki. It's going to deal electro damage to Sayu, but if Sayu swings with their prepared skill, it's immediately going to take Kuki out. We'll do 4. Now, this will be swapped to Nahida, but how much does Adeptus burst do on Nahida with that Quicken reaction?
So, first off, it'll do 4 damage base, plus 1 from Quicken, which is 5, plus 1 from Tizu Skanda, which is 6, and then Adeptus Temptation is plus 3, which brings it to 9 damage. Just enough to one-shot Sayu.
But Jibu is sitting on that Lotus Crisp.
If Jibu is aware of this possibility, if you are going for the prepare skill, you should absolutely play that Lotus. But on the other hand, Jibu actually doesn't have a lot of dice to work with this round. The Liar Song plus 1 stack to maze as well as a Golden House will give you some 2 extra dice to work with. But all in all, like, our dice kind of cringe this round. We're gonna have to tune a lot. And unlike last patch, we don't have like 30 Liar Songs, so we don't actually have too much to work with this round.
You could Liar Song first to get that discount. You also have discounted Timaeus at the moment. I wonder how much dice Jibu could generate just with what's in his hand. He also has Gamblers, but with Nahida at 9 HP, it's kind of rough. This is basically Kevin Z threatening the burst. There goes the second Dunyarzad. Is this going to be Timaeus? It is Timaeus.
What do we tutor out right now? It should be just a Libin. Oh, Gilded
There's
Dreams,
the
that's
other
good.
Gilded.
Into a Libin. Okay, okay. So, if we Lyre Song now, we can play a Gilded for free with the 1 stacked maze, because that will go first. And then 2 stacked maze plus Golden House will give us a second Gilded after that to work with as well. So
Gilded is already free.
Yes, but that's because it's Maze plus Golden House, so we should Lyre Song it first, and we can play it twice. So right now, Jibu has plus 4 dice to work with, and that's not including anything he could get off a Gambler's Reset.
I see what you mean. And Jibu is definitely calculating this. There goes the Lyre Song, bringing back that Gilded Dreams.
Yeah, I mean,
Should be a requip.
if I see the play, Jibu's... Oh, wait, it takes Golden House first. Ooh. It took the 1 stack to maze and the Golden House. I think Jibu got scammed.
Well, of course it did, because it's -1 from Lyre Song, and then...
It would have been -2 because Lyre's... Oh, wait, no, Jibu played Dun Timaeus. Never mind. I thought it was the first card played.
There's the Sayu talent. Let's see what we draw here.
I was...
Ancient Courtyard.
Oh,
Whoa,
that's good. That's
wait,
good. That's
huge.
And second Golden House. Hold on, that's big. That's really big.
Wait. Okay.
That's potentially either free Gravestone over onto Chongyun or another Gilded Equip with free Gamblers.
Very important to note, but Sayu does have that Lotus Crisp on, so Kevin Z is not going to be able to burst down Sayu with that Adeptus either.
We can still burst her down though, because she's locked into her Prepare skill, right? We can do a burst into skill, and that would also be enough to lethal.
That is true, because the follow-up attack is unstoppable, right? It's going to go through anyway. It's not going to take out Nihida.
Nihida's on 7 HP, which is out of Wolf's Gravestone range, and even if she was, Wolf's Gravestone will only do 5 damage on the follow-up hit, so we are able to guarantee a knockout on Sayu. The thing is, though, we don't have Gamblers to do another action after that.
There's the Adeptus. There's the 2 dice from Chef Mao. He's rewarding us for cooking. There's the Veteran's Visage on Nihida.
Gives us 2 more dice to work with, 1 from the boar, and then 1 from the damage Nihida takes when Sayu does her follow-up.
Seeds of Skanda, so painful, and Sayu is within range here.
Yes.
Go down to a Nihida skill.
Yes, skill, the 3 cost will do 3 damage right now, but Nihida is also within range of a Wolf's Gravestone skill from Chongyun.
Which we know Jibu has the Wolf's Gravestone, has the Gamblers, has Golden House, Ancient Courtyard, but there we go, Sayu falls.
The thing is, Kevin Z wants that to happen though, because we have Ivan Lassie at Kooky Birds to eliminate the Chongyun of Jibu, and after that, I do not think a Herald solo is enough to win.
Even if all of the characters have Cryo Aura?
You can swap between 2 and then get a guaranteed hit in.
No fast swap.
Yeah, that's fine. You can swap between 2 characters, and when the Herald inevitably kills one of them, that's when you go into your unfrozen character and do a hit.
But then Herald has Revive.
That's true.
Oh, we're going to Herald now, actually. Saving that Wolf's Gravestone Chongyun for last.
I think this is a great play from Jibu. Knowing that if Kevin Z had fast swap, he would have fast swapped and sniped Sayu earlier. And this way, Kevin Z only has 3 dice remaining, right? We just use our Timaeus stack. That would, like, Kevin Z needs to spend 2 dice swapping if he wants to get a turn, which makes it so after this he doesn't get an additional action. Great thinking from Jibu, not rushing the play. We play it safe to guarantee us the victory.
There is the Golden House and the Gilded Dreams eating up 1 Golden House stack and that Timaeus at 2 stacks. Having exactly the amount of dice to go for this prepared skill from Herald. Ooh, Boar Princess. What does Kevin Z do?
Kevin Z doesn't have any action left. This is great thinking from Jibu right now. There is nothing Kevin Z can do.
Sure. So, will the follow-up take out anyone?
Follow-up attack will do 1/2 with reaction.
So, these breakpoints are just really bad, I think.
They certainly are.
Of course, that's why Jibu didn't play the Gamblers, went for Gilded. Ooh, we're tuning the Gilded on this
we're
side.
sacrificing Nihida. Okay. Oh, and then this way we don't get Jibu the opportunity to maybe get off a Gambler's Reset. Nihida will just fall straight forward right now.
There we go, Nihida falls, and I do believe that food there should be a breakpoint for Herald Burst, right?
Yes, Herald Burst right now does 3 damage base, reaction will do 4, so Linny will live on 1 HP. If Jibu wants to go for the kill, needs to do a skill. Actually, skill also does 4 damage, so Linny always lives. Hold on, I was mathing wrong.
So here's what I'm thinking. If there's a swap to Chongyun,
Courtyard Gravestone isn't enough. We're 1 dice short.
we are 1 dice short. This is...
Linny always lives on 1 HP here.
Why did we swap over to Chongyun, actually?
I'm not sure.
Are we not calculating something here? Because the Boar Princess, there's no way to discount both Gamblers
we don't
and
have a Heart of
Gravestone,
Cavarina.
right?
We don't have a Heart of Cavarina right now. I don't know what that's for.
I think Jibu just wants to finish on Herald.
A touch of frost.
Oh, okay. So we have Golden Troop on Chongyun right now for the skill. And then we have 1 dice remaining for Gamblers, or we can equip Gravestone right now.
Oh, wait.
Wait, no.
Wait.
We can't end on Chong. Linny's skill with Nahida Burst right now does do 4. Okay, no.
Wait. He has Golden Troop on Chongyun. You could have went for a Gravestone skill and take out Linny.
Yes, we could. No. Wait, no, yeah, we could have. We could have. For some reason, I thought it was like an artifact replace. Yeah, we could have done
We
that.
missed the Golden Troop on Chongyun.
Why didn't we do? No, but then we wouldn't have enough dice to swap off, and then Kuki. No, but Kuki
It would
can't
just be
burst
Kuki
when I haven't
solo.
lost yet. Yeah, it's Kuki solo.
would have no, I haven't lost yet. I think that was a mistake from Jibu.
It was. I don't know. Yeah, no, that's a misplay from Jibu. We had the dice for it.
But this way, you swap back to Herald, and now Linny would have to overload
So
Herald onto Chongyun.
Linny prop arrow here is enough to overload onto Chongyun. And then if Jibu swaps back over to Herald, that's when we can normal attack with a Gambler's Reset to get refund our dice. And then if Jibu skills onto Linny, I haven't lost yet burst.
Look at the heart rates of our players, by the way. Kevin Z at 155.
I think that's the highest I've seen so far.
156 earlier. I think that is the highest. Remember Slack saying Runa had the highest at like 152 or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, Kevin Z breaking records all over. 156, the new record.
What is Kevin Z going to do? 10 dice in hand, has that free egg.
Ooh. Okay, so the only thing we're really worried about if we are Kevin Z is if you overload Herald off and Jibu still has a Leave It To Me fast swap Herald to freeze us. But now playing that egg lets us swap over to Nahida nice and safe.
You also have a fast swap. Finally, Kevin drawing that fast swap. Also that I haven't lost yet. Ooh, look at that. Using Sweet Madame for that break point there. Also getting an Electro Dice from Veterans. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's the prop arrow.
That is the overload over. Herald still lives though because of that pesky revive. Now though, what does Jibu do? If we skill, I haven't lost yet burst on Kuki, always loses us the game. But now with Nahida alive, if we lock ourselves into that prepare skill, Kevin Z just goes over onto her. I haven't lost yet burst on Kuki, and then we're just back to square
I think
one.
Jibu made a mistake earlier. I really feel like giving Kevin Z this out in this turn.
Letting Linny live.
Losing the game now.
Letting Linny live was absolutely a mistake because this plays into this overload here, and it plays into the I haven't lost yet Kuki burst. I'm not entirely sure why we didn't do that. I guess we were trying to greed for Golden True Valley because we've played the Wolves Gravestone, we couldn't swap back over onto Herald. But I think just eliminating Linny, leaving on just a Kuki solo and maybe a 1 HP character if Kevin had Egg was a much better play for us.
There's the Boar Princess. There is, ooh, hold on. There's the quick swap.
Yep.
Going over to Herald here.
It should be a Gamblers into Burst.
Burst will apply Curse to the Undercurrent. This is going to slow Kevin Z down considerably, but he does have the Gamblers in hand himself. There is the Gamblers equipped for Jibu. The thing is, can he survive?
No, it doesn't, because keep in mind, we have 1 stack of the Sanctifying Ring left, right? And we haven't swapped this round. So what Kevin should do is go over onto Nahida, right, which will apply the Electro, and then we can normal attack here to avoid the Curse, and then this forces Jibu to kill with Chongyun, and then that's when we come in with I haven't lost yet Kuki Burst.
I think this is over for Jibu. I think Kevin Z, the honorable one, is going to take her first match here. There's the Boar Princess. There's the Heart of Cafarina. There's the Gamblers. It is free. Wait.
Yep. Gamblers reset. Herald falls. And if Jibu attacks again here, because Nahida has an artifact equipped 1 stack of Boar, it will give Kevin Z another stack of Omni Dice to work with from Boar Princess.
What is there even to do here? Would a Lotus save Jibu?
No. Kuki Burst right now does like 7 damage. It's not even close. I think you said it, Leah. Not equipping the Wolf's Gravestone, greeting for the extra golden true value is what cost Jibu this game. Because if Linny had fallen earlier, it'd be much harder for Kevin Z to swap between two characters and we wouldn't have that overload to pop the revive. And it just, I think all in all, it would have been a much harder game for Kevin to win.
Kevin, speaking of falling, is falling behind. You know, he's like dipping underneath the desk right now. Look at his player queue.
I think he's like cooling down a little bit. I think the hardest part of this matchup is over. I do not think there's a way for Jibu to win. He's just cooling down and mentally preparing himself for the next game.
Yeah, Jibu did play strat, drew that Herald talent, and it's just not going to be enough. Herald's already gone, Curse the Undercurrent is already applied. This is going to be it. A skill from Chongyun takes out the Hida. Chongyun's burst is ready to go, but with this, I haven't lost yet. Cookie Shinobu burst. Chongyun's going to fall, and game 1 is going to go to Kevin Z.
And what a close game it was. Just the smallest of mistakes, greeting out that one extra dice, not playing the gravestone, letting Linny live perhaps a bit too long.
We didn't even catch the golden troop, but Jibu knew. Jibu swapped over there, knowing the skill would only cost 2 to not go for the Ancient Courtyard Wolf's Gravestone equip. And I really feel like not taking Linny out there cost him that game.
No, absolutely. Like, having Linny alive there let Kevin Z pop the revive with just a single skill, and also having a Hida to swap to with the egg. I think if it was only just 2 characters that Kevin Z had alive, Jibu had a very good chance. But with 3 characters, it was just too much to deal with what we had.
We can watch it all over again and see how this went, but I do believe that read is correct. Of course, you know, it's really interesting seeing this deck from Kevin Z getting a win here. It is basically like Finale, as we said earlier, and has similar lines, except instead of Fischl, you have Kuki Shinobu with their burst and talent.
Yeah, I think the talent is the really big thing here for Kuki. And also 2 energy bursts makes it much easier to do that big end game damage. Like, if it was Fischl, I don't think it would have been as close because it wouldn't have had that surprise burst damage at the end to eliminate Chongyun before he had a chance to react. But I think it all comes down to this turn right here. Jibu swaps over to Herald and does that first skill. This is perfectly fine. We lower the HP of Kevin. Great job from Kevin as well, playing a Sweet Madame to mess with the breakpoints on Linny, making it so a Herald skill is just barely off. But here,
but this, look,
this
one dice left. An Ancient Courtyard would have made that Wolf's Gravestone only cost 1. He used that dice to swap back to Herald instead of going for the kill onto Linny. And that burst here from Herald was not enough. That egg really saved the day for Kevin Z.
Yeah, it was a mistake for Jibu, letting the Herald live a bit too long. I think greeting the value on that the golden troop. But the thing is, I think he was worried about like Kuki burst coming in and ruining his day. But the thing is, Kevin Z already ended his turn, right? He couldn't have generated that extra energy if we just eliminated Linny right then and there.
Here is our updated deck selection. So of course, Kevin Z winning on that Kuki Shinobu, basically Finale 2.0 deck. Will not be playing it again. He's already won on it, cannot play it again. Only has that Kazuha deck and the Crab Sino deck, Spicy Crab.
I love seeing this Crab deck once again. Crab popped up a lot early on in the Prince Cup Atlantic and then fell off shortly after. So it's great seeing it back once again.
Definitely. And we have our raffle winners here for this last game down below. So if you see your UID there, congratulations. You've won 1,000 Primo Gems. You're gonna have to wait a bit for them to be delivered to your account. But if you make your way on over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel, you can find out how to enter our next raffle. There should be a moderator there giving instructions on how to do that. So good luck, have fun for the next game.
Yeah, good luck to the players, but it's great that Kevin Z got this finally variant out of the way first. This is one of his more poorer performing decks. He even struggled close out games with this, so getting it out of the way game 1 will be a huge boon for Kevin.
Of course, we also have a QR code you can scan to tell us how we're doing here. If you like our raffles, if you like our casting, if you like our set, anything like that, please go tell us your thoughts. Tell us everything you want to say, whether it's good or bad. Also, make sure you're following our socials on Astro Carnival. You know, keep up with the competitive scene. It's so exciting here. There's been so many fun games today, and you can always join us too on the big stage if you start playing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the next time we do one of these tournaments, the guys down there in our wonderful set could be you.
Definitely. I mean, we have had newcomers here in Mr. Pillow. He was definitely the underdog. People were sleeping on him, but here are our next decks. It looks like we're going to run it back with this Herald Claymore deck. Jibu really believing this is strong. It has a great performance in this tournament specifically. He even banned Kevin Z's version of it, so I think he believes he can get a win off on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one of Jibu's comfort decks as well. It was all over the place in the previous patch, so Jibu must have a ton of practice on this deck. And as you said, Leah, it is one of our better performing decks, and it's just oh so consistent.
It is very consistent, and now I'm excited to see what Kevin Z is choosing for us here today. What is it going to be? It's Spicy Crab! Woo!
Yeah, this is Spicy Crab. It's a little bit different from what we're used to. I think the Spicy Crab variation from before in Atlantic, it did use Thunder Manifestation, except for Jir, who did bring Sino. But now that Sino has gotten a massive, massive buff with his most recent rework, I am not at all surprised to see him here.
So something to note is that there are two different decks that have very fun names. Crab can also be played with Layla. Crab hasn't really been played in general lately, but when it was more popular, it was played with Layla. That's called Snow Crab. This one's called Spicy Crab because it means an overload reaction.
Yeah, and also there's a bunch of Pyro characters too with the Pyro Resonance. This is a super scary deck. It has a ton of early game damage with the Pyro Resonance with Sino and Toma combined. And then end game as well, you will have to worry about Crab's shield stacking. And of course, its burst is an infinite scaling ability. It will do half of your shielded number rounded down +1.
Oh, who do you think is favored in this matchup, Sumi?
Oh, I think, so back when Crab was popular, it had a really bad matchup against Mess. Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone, because Crab only has 6 max HP, right? You're always getting that Wolf's Gravestone passive. It lets Sayu chunk through Crab's shield so fast, and a lot of players struggle to deal with it.
It's really interesting seeing how many changes that MES that Mona, Eula, Sayu deck has gone through. Just considering now we have Herald instead of Mona and Chongyun instead of Eula. But I just want to remind you all, there is a raffle for Primo Gems ongoing at the Astro Carnival YouTube channel. It's starting now. Make your way on over there, especially if you're watching on Genshin Official. Welcome. We've had so many exciting matches here today. Make your way on over there to enter into that raffle. There should be a lovely moderator there instructing you on how to do that. Additionally, there is a QR code that will appear periodically between these two players' cameras. So if you scan it, you can tell us how we're doing here. We definitely appreciate hearing from you.
First off, though, this is game 2. Kevin Z on Spicy Crab versus Jibu on Herald Claymore.
Look at Kevin's player game. It looks like he's falling asleep. You know he's not. He's thinking so hard right now.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin is getting into a nice, comfortable position, you know.
Yeah, you got 140 pulls.
Yeah, you know, like
comfortable.
When you're here for the long run, you got to get yourself into the thinking position, you know, just lock in.
Oh, not, you know, like Nahida, who was going back and forth. He would like lean to the right, and then the camera would follow him. Then he like lean all the way to the left, and then the camera would follow him there.
I wasn't actually really paying it. Oh, we can see it right here. Kevin's moving. Camera's following. It looks like it'll be a little bit of a slow start. I'm expecting Kevin to just go for the full ramp play. It has Tenacity Amulet plus General's Ancient Helm and Liban Timaeus on top of that. So by the way, for those of you who do not know why Crab is such a threatening deck and why damage efficiency against this one in particular is so important, is because Crab will yoink the shields of other characters.
Especially with this talent.
Especially with this talent. So the way Crab passive works is that at the start of every single turn, when you do an action or play a card, whatever, every single shield amount in the game will just go straight to Crab. So if you equip all your characters with shield artifacts, it'll gain +6 shield every round, not accounting for abilities.
And speaking of shield artifacts, look at Kevin Z's hand. We have a General's Ancient Helm and a Tenacity of the Millith. Those 2 and 3 cost artifacts respectively. The main difference between them, they both give you 2 shield points at the start of a turn. However, if your character who has a Tenacity of the Millith is hit, they get a dice that corresponds with the element of that character.
Yeah, and not just that. So the reason in Crab we run either Snow Crab or Spicy Crab with Toma and Layla respectively is because their skill also gives you that shield. And because of the way Crab passive works, it will yoink it.
So tell me, what else does Crab do? What does he do with those shields?
So I explained this earlier, but after you give Crab 2 energy on his burst is infinitely scaling, doing 2 rounded down of your shield amount +1 damage. We have seen Crab do like 20-30 damage easily, but of course you do have to get your shield stacked to that amount. I think the record damage in the game is 1,090 with a Crab with like 2k stack shields.
So it's like Whale but with shields, because Whale goes off discard.
It's more of like Serpent with shields, because like Serpent is like with the blocks. Whale with shield actually works as well, but it's only on burst.
I see.
Yeah, I mean we have a lot of. Also, no, it's more like Serpent plus Burst because like it's infinitely scaling, whereas Will has a max.
I do believe that General's Ancient Helm is on one of Kevin Z's characters there. Wait, actually, Tenacity of the Millith might also be on there.
I think it's Tenacity on Crab and then General's Ancient
On
Helm
Toma.
on Toma, yes.
And
Sano
that's
doesn't
the other
get
tenacity
anything.
from Timaeus, by the way.
Oh, what? Oh, what a high roller. That's great tap, by the way.
Well, so the Timaeus stacks did go to General's Ancient Helm. So we're not going to see a free equip going to next round, unfortunately for Kevin Z. But it is Jibu's turn to go, having both Sayun Herald Talon in hand and Wolf's Gravestone, but no card draw. That's a bit scary.
Can you remind me again if Kevin was winning Crab Talent in the deck? Because I do see Sano Talent in there. He might have chose not to run it.
There is 1 copy of Sino Talent and 2 copies of Crab Talent.
Right, okay. Good that you remember, because I don't. Golden Troop as well coming in. Unfortunately, just a little bit late. Won't be able to capitalize off of it this round. Although if Kevin Z waits 2 more rounds, my sex will go back to 3 and he will have a free equip.
Something interesting about Crab, by the way. So Crab is at 6 health starting, right?
Yep.
And Jibu just equipped a Wolf's Gravestone, just paid for it up front and whacked at Crab, who had 5 shields, I believe.
Yep.
And it did 5 damage because Wolf's Gravestone range doesn't count shields.
Yep, Crab 8 only has 6 HP and Gravestone range is exactly 6 HP. So Kevin Z's Crab will always get that extra damage applied to it.
Strategize, giving another countdown. I'm really not sure Kevin wanted to see either of those cards there, unfortunately, but he's going to. Of course, those shield stacks from Toma are going over to Crab. You see he's back basically at 10 health.
Another thing to consider as well when you are playing against Crab is that his supporting characters are a lot less tanky than you would expect them to be. Normally, Layla and Toma have great survivability because they generate shields, but because Crab yoinks it all, they're just regular 10 HP characters now.
They are, but I mean, you need talent for those shields to be yoinked immediately, right?
That is true. Otherwise, it will only be yoinked at the start of the next round.
Something else to note about Crab's talent is that it does apply Pyro, so you can use it to cleanse and quick swap.
That as well, but the thing, you can equip it off field as well, but the thing is though, if you equip it before you have an element on Crab, it will just give your opponent a free aura to react with.
True. Also, there is that Opera Epiclese because the equips on Kevin Z's side equal or outnumber the value of the equips on Jibu's side, so it does proc and give a Pyro dice.
Because Crab is the active character. What does Kevin Z do here? I think you really do want to go on Toma and start scaling at least once. Partly to mitigate the damage taken on Crab because Toma currently is out of Wolf's Gravestone range, as well as to generate that shield. And if Jibu stays on Chongyun a bit too long, we do have Sino with another fast swap in hand as well, plus talent. That'll do a lot of damage.
Will do a lot of damage. You were asking if Kevin Z is running Sino talent. There is that singular copy.
Yeah. No Crab talent just yet, though, so it won't be yoinking shields immediately, which will make it so Toma has his survivability again, though.
That timer is ticking down. I don't think Kevin Z liked what he drew from that strategize, because he is really thinking about what to do here, and he is going to play a countdown. Draws Pyro Res, draws Vanarana, draws another Opera, and draws that Woven.
Pyro Res is actually really, really big here. If we're able to apply Pyro Aura onto Chongyun, we can go fast swap over onto Sino, and with the Woven in hand, we can instantly eliminate him from the game. Of course, Jibu is also a bit fortunate, has the Lotus Flower Crypts in hand, so we can negate the extra damage from Pyro Res, but it will all depend on whether or not he actually sees the need to play it.
There is the elemental skill from Crab, building up 2 more of those shield points. And what does Jibu draw?
Oh, also, another thing as well is that Crab will only do 1 damage on skill if we do not have at least 6 shields. So currently, the Chongyun of Jibu is out of Pyro Res range. I think it will only do 8 damage unless Sino Talent for some reason it gives the +2, but I think it only gives the +2 when you're at least 4 stacks.
Oh, this is really scary, actually. So Jibu has 2 energy points on Chongyun already and could go for another normal attack. What if he just goes for burst right off the bat?
I don't think Jibu actually has enough dice for that this turn, unfortunately. Just a little bit off. Actually, no. With Borrelar, Golden House, and Gilda, we actually can normal into burst. Hold on.
Well, he might not burst this turn. He might normal attack swap off.
Yeah, that works as well.
Speaking of swapping off, looks like Kevin Z will be going on over to Toma. Still has enough dice to go for one more action here. What is Jibu going to do in response?
Normal attack would be fine. Unfortunately, we do not have any ramp to work with, so that's not ideal. Could choose to swap Herald Tune 1 and do a skill, or we can normal attack and just play talent as well. That works as well.
I think ideally, if you're Jibu, you want to deploy Chongyun's Frost Field, but you'd have to tune 2 for that. Feels a bit bad.
Yeah, no, it doesn't feel great. might be the best play to go for. Normal attack is still 3 damage because we do have Gravestone, so it's not the worst thing in the world. And it does charge energy, so if Kevin Z swaps back to Crab, we could threaten that with a Wolves Gravestone Empowered Burst to do 10 damage.
Do you think Kevin Z would swap back to Crab, though? This is the Kevin Z we're talking about. Is he going to leave his Crab or sign of vulnerable?
Not right now. I think what Kevin Z wants to do right now is wait for Jibu to do an action and then just equip the Tenacity Amulet over onto Sino, and then we can get our shield stacking going even faster for Crab. And also, because the way Tenacity Amulet works, if Jibu ever attacks into Sino, it will also give Kevin Z an extra dice per round to work with.
By the way, if you're unfamiliar with these players, Kevin Z is someone who actually gets shouted out at nearly every live event, including international ones, not just the ones here in Los Angeles. He helps these high-level players achieve such great things, and he's just always supporting the community. I mean, all of these players are, but Kevin Z in particular does get those shout-outs. He's gotten one from Robot Wizard when he won last year. He's gotten one from Binzu.
Yeah.
He's gotten one from Z Krumlet, if you're familiar. So even though this is his first live showing,
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Z is known as one of the great innovators of Genius Invocation TCG. He's cooked so many decks throughout the year that have seen competitive play, and just being able to find the meta ahead of everyone else is a skill that not a lot of other players have. A lot of these players prefer to, like, perfect decks as opposed to cook it, right? It's all about the optimization, just playing better than your opponent, whereas Kevin is kind of coming from a different angle where he finds decks that beat his opponents.
for sure. But it looks like Kevin Z is going to Vana Rana pass the turn, floating one of those dice and giving 2 of those Omnis back at the start of next round. He does know that if he goes to Sino or Crab, there is a chance that Jibu would be able to burst on Tongyun, so he's not going to risk it, as expected of the Honorable One.
Yeah, no, plays it safe, is aware of all of these possibilities. So this is what I like about Kevin. He just plays the consistent lines. He doesn't really take risks, and that consistency is what helps him win games. But at some point in the game, when your HP starts dropping, when your hand runs low, and when your dice cringe a bit, you need to start taking these gambles.
Definitely, for sure. Looking at these dice, there's so much Electro for Saito to work with, and Jibu did roll a lot of Anemo for Sayu. And look at those Opera Epiclase procking. It is Kevin Z's turn. It will be a slow swap over to Crab.
Yoink.
Yoink. Getting those shield points. Oh, wait, there's Crab Talent.
There is Crab Talent. Crab Talent nice and early is great because it, as we said before, Leah, without the Crab Talent, it doesn't actually instantly yoink the shields from your characters. But with that Crab Talent now, Kevin Z is going to have a lot more freedom over onto Toma and just skill after skill after skill in order to generate those shield points for Crab. It will allow Kevin Z to stack it that much faster.
And the question is, what does Jibu do? There is one usage of that Frost Field left over, but nothing to swirl right now. I wonder if you go for normal attack, it will take out all of those shield points.
But it will also let Crab get a free cleanse with Crab Talent.
That's true.
I think Jibu doesn't know for sure that Kevin Z has it, but with how many cards Kevin Z has drawn and how much he currently has in hand, he should be playing around it, or at least be aware of the possibility.
There's the Liar Song. It was the first card Jibu played this round, so you do see the -2 discount on that Gilded Dreams. Now, the question is, are we going to see a Golden House for a free Gilded Dreams? Probably.
I think we go for it. It's not like we have a Gravestone or anything that can discount instead, so 100% we should just go for that free Gilded. It'll put us onto a nice 10 dice.
Nice 10 dice. There's the Heart of Cavalrina onto Chongyun. Hang on, this is a fast swap.
Is it? I think that's the Liar Song effect there. Okay, no, there's
the fast swap.
Wait, the burst of 10 damage. Crab's at 11. This is fine.
Crab's at 11, but a swirl. That means that Kevin Z cannot go back to Toma either.
Yeah, you're right.
This is actually really scary for Kevin Z here. There's the Boar Princess.
I don't think there's a way to get +1 damage.
Countdown.
Crab was
There's
1.
the first, and Crab is left on 1 HP, eating through those 5 shield points because Crab is still in Wolf's Gravestone range because of that HP.
Here's my question though: does Kevin Z have 9 damage with Pyro-Res? I know 3 damage scale plus Overload plus Pyro-Res does do 8 damage, but if Talent can give you an additional +2 right now, that'd be really nice. But I think it is only when Sino is at 4 stacks. It hasn't received a change recently, so I'm not entirely sure with the wording on it.
We're about to find out. There is Kevin Z's fast swap, and Sino is coming out. That talent being reduced by 1, only costing 2 to play. There's the Pyro Res, there's the Sino talent, and Chongyun falling -10. Out comes Herald.
This is great. We just got rid of the Wolves Grayson on the side of Jibu, and Sino right now has no aura on him.
There's the Boar Princess stacks coming in though. Now Jibu has 2 actions.
3. We're getting another one with with the Golden House. No, we're still 1 off. Never mind.
Still one off, but you can swap and
you can
still
swap
play
it. Yeah.
So that'll be good because Herald here is going to apply Hydro if Jibu chooses to stay. Oh no, we're just going to swap to Sayu immediately.
Right now we are threatening a normal attack into Swirl, but I think if you are Kevin Z, you don't care. We just skill on Sino. Look, Jibu has no equips right now. Crab is already on 1 HP. Sano's equipped with Tenacity and Millilith. He's about to get 4 stacks next turn, right? 4 stacks plus talent makes you do 7 damage on a skill. Why don't we just do Sino solo from this point?
I mean, you definitely could. Sino is just already so strong. Doesn't even have his weapon. Speaking of weapons,
and we have Moon Piercer. Okay, so like, Kevin, if you're listening, like Sino solo, hear me out.
I don't think they can hear us, but I mean, maybe your wishes will get through to him somehow.
If you can hear my telepathic, I can't speak today, telepathic thoughts, Sino solo, it's the play. Trust me, Kevin.
Well, the countdown did eat up 3 dice, though.
That's true.
General's Ancient Helm on Sino. There's Golden House. Is this going to be a Moon Piercer? It is a Moon Piercer. Now the skill only costs 1, -4.
We have another skill after this as well with the Woven.
We do.
And we're at 4 stacks. If Jibu skills here on Sayu, she's dead.
That's a bit scary.
Because Sino with 4 stacks, base damage is 5, and then with Moon Piercer, that is 6. If Jibu normals or skills here on Sayu, she's dead. If Jibu swaps over onto Herald, Herald also, I mean, he's not dead, but his Revive gets popped.
And I don't even know if you want to Lotus Sayu here and do anything. You're not going to have enough dice for another action if you do. Well, you could play Golden House.
You could Lotus Golden House Guild, which you should do anyways because we did play Lyre Song.
I wonder if that countdown was a bit greedy. You did draw Moon Piercer, but...
I think it's fine. Without it, Kevin would have had 1 more action.
Look at Kevin's
the break points wouldn't have worked as much. Oh, 157.
It was at 159. It was at 159.
Almost 160.
Almost 160. He is so nervous. There's so much at stake here. There is the Lotus. There is the normal.
Now, I think we aren't able to threaten Sayu off. We only do 6 damage. Gravestone will eat that. We should use our remaining 2 dice to swap over onto Crab. Maybe even play Talent for the Cleanse as well.
You could play Talent for the Cleanse.
I think we should just swap over to Crab because no matter what we do, Crab is going to fall with the Swirl. Oh, I guess passing 2 dice.
There's the Golden House. There's the Gilded Dreams. Is this going to be a Sayu talent as well?
I don't see why not.
There's the Sayu talent. Let's see what we draw.
So I think the reason Kevin Z ended turn there is just to pass over the 2 Omni dice with Fauna Rana. And I think that it makes perfect sense as well because Crowd was always going to fall. There was no reason to try to preserve the extra HP. Sano is already healthy right now, and we're going to have 2 extra shield points coming in from the General's Ancient Helm next turn anyway, so there was no reason to try to greed for the extra HP.
Kevin Z is going to have so many dice going into this next round, and Jibu, despite being able to get off those moves on Sayu, I feel like is still in a sticky situation.
It's because of the surprise Fast Swap Pyrus Sino talent. The perfect 3-card combination to just barely go through the breakpoints. It looks like you only need 2 stacks in Sino for the +2 damage. That's nice to know.
Here we go, though. This is going to be the most crucial round yet, and it is Kevin Z's turn to go with the Stern Prio. 12 dice.
Wait, the Upper Epiclus.
Yeah, those Upper Epiclus giving 2 more Electro.
You can also get another action with Golden House for a 1-cost Moon Piercer.
He can. And Woven, there's so much in Kevin Z's hand right now. We have not seen this deck played yet, and honestly, I thought Crab would be more central. Maybe it was just because of the matchup.
I think, like, combo was... I think a huge hit with the treasure change and lyre changes as well. So I was actually expecting a lot of stall as well, but it looks like Sign Overload. Players were expecting a lot of people to bring that, and Sign Over has a pretty good matchup in the stall, so we're not seeing that as much. Players are kind of leaning back towards more Gilded Lyre Song-related strategies, because despite being a lot weaker, it is still immensely powerful.
It is still immensely powerful. And Kevin Z, the timer is going down for you. What is the Honored One going to do here? So many resources. Really have to think about it. You could just take out Tayu.
I think you just skill for 6 damage, take out Tayu.
Take out Tayu.
Oh, but then your Sino gets frozen. That's not as great.
Where's that? Ta-da!
This deck doesn't have it.
I know.
Okay, so...
-8, Sayu falling. There's Herald.
So
alone.
Sino should just get frozen here with a Herald skill. I'm not expecting anything else. Yeah. If you are Kevin Z right now, I think you should fast swap over to Toma, just in order to get the skill. Because like there's no more Cryo Aura, right? It's possible to get frozen, so just get the damage down.
There is the fast swap. Yeah, I don't think there's anything Jibu can do here.
Wait, Moon Piercer for the discount? All right, and the extra damage as well. That's good.
There is the Moon Piercer. Toma's gonna get frozen of this, but doesn't matter. We're just trying to apply that Pyro.
So 3 HP here is great, which means we can Toma skill and pop the revive, and then we can swap Sino after that to one-shot him. Jibu has...
Sino would one-shot anyway.
One-shot anyways, but no. It's just great that we can have Toma take out the revive. That way Sino's in less risk because he is our finisher. Looks like Jibu as well only has 1 action remaining even if he tunes his entire hand. Oh, we're rampant. Okay.
Wow, I mean, we have Vana Rana, now we have Liven. So this is just perfect for Kevin Z. He is set up perfectly for next turn. Those Cryo Auras are gone. Jibu does not have enough damage on solo Herald. I do think that game 2 is going to be going to Kevin Z here. We're going to have to see.
Yeah, we will. The thing is, with no more Cryo Auras to freeze on Herald, there really isn't a way for Jibu to come back into the game. It was a great start on Jibu, though, just recognizing the fact that you need to go aggressive early, stop Crowd from shield stacking, equips the Wolf's Gravestone early onto Chung Yun, but like just not being aware of the possibility of the fast swap power res Sino talent doing just enough damage to snipe him off the field.
That normal attack just shatter on Toma, and then the Gamblers. I think Jibu is going to try to go for Gamblers refresh next round, but he's not going to be able to do enough damage to Sino in one hit, unfortunately.
No, nice and healthy with 6 HP. The most Hero can do is 4 damage on a burst after Revive is popped with the bonus Hydra damage boost that it provides. But unfortunately, though, all Kevin Z needs is 2 actions.
And here's the first one. Herald's Revive is popped. There's no Herald talent in hand for Jibu. And honestly, I don't think he can even hit through Toma's shields right now. Toma is effectively at 5 HP. There's no Pulse Gravestone for Herald.
Yeah, I mean, Herald being a unarmed character cannot equip the weapon, so Toma is perfectly safe here. Actually, I mean, I think Kevin Z would prefer if Toma fell so he can go get a free swap over to Sino, but it only delays the inevitable by a single turn. There is in no way Herald can do 6 damage to chunk through Sino before he has a chance to cast a skill.
Jibu is really thinking about everything he can do here, because even though it looks so scary for him, he doesn't want to give up just yet, you know? Like, there's so much at stake here. You have to try to find it out. Playing the Timaeus, drawing that Gilded, it's definitely not going to be enough, but at least he's trying.
Yeah, there's an attempt at least. Unfortunately, we don't find what we need. All Kevin Z needs to do now is swap over onto the Sino.
No, not even. We're just going to tune everything on Toma.
Normal attack should only be...
I got you covered.
It's just a burst.
Yeah, 1 HP. Okay, we live.
Doesn't need to swap over whatsoever. Doesn't want to risk it. Doesn't want to play any funny games. Just going for that burst, knowing he has plenty of dice to go for another action here. Jibu has to tune 1 more, and he will be able to take Toma out. But at what cost?
All right, Kevin, big damage showcase. Pyro Res Burst, double woven.
No,
Ah,
but it's just a skill. It's still -10. That is huge damage. But Jibu losing game 2. Kevin Z is going to take it. And one more game, Kevin Z will be advancing.
Yeah, just 1 more. It is currently a 2-0 for Kevin Z, but it is not quite over for Jibu. He does still have 1 more chance, and we have seen reverse sweeps happen before.
Reverse sweeps can totally happen, and you know, looking at the last deck Kevin Z has available, it is that Kazuha Signora Mona deck, which we know did not perform too well yesterday. Kevin Z is going to be stuck on it, and Jibu having the Sign Overload deck, having access to that Bennett Cube deck himself, having that Sayu Claymore deck, they're still very strong, even though he took losses here.
Yeah, the main problem we had with this freeze lock deck, the Kazuha Signorabona, was it really did lack damage. It felt like it couldn't keep up with other decks, and Jibu has a lot of very damage efficient ones. Still has Sayu Claymore available, still has Sign Overload, the premier deck of the patch, and also just Bennett Cube does Bennett Cube things.
It does. Look at these highlights here. Sayu managing to take out that crab, but yeah, I mean, Sino just sweeps, right?
Sino just sweeps. He does so much damage now, especially because you're able to control when he does get into that empowered form. And also the empowered form lasts longer as well. It's just such a threatening character overall. And Crab was kind of there just as a backup plan. We thought it was the main character, but that was in fact Sino.
And I really feel like, you have this Herald Anchor and it just does not do enough damage. Sure, you can freeze lock Kevin Z's characters, but especially with those shields coming back every round, that's 4 shields to break through, and Jibu just wasn't able to do it on that Herald, unfortunately. So we're going to have to see what deck he rolls with this time, but he's going to have to take a win on every single one.
Yeah, Jibu still needs to win 3 games to advance, but Kevin Z forced onto freeze lock. He's struggled in the past to achieve victory with this deck, and Jibu will have 3 opportunities to triumph over it.
3 opportunities, he has to win them all. That's the thing. Kevin Z takes 1 game, he will be advancing to at least 3rd place. Jibu will be falling out in 4th if he loses, so this is going to be a very crucial match for Jibu. I mean, every match coming after this will be crucial. If he wins one, the next one's crucial. If he wins that one, the next one after that's crucial, so.
I mean, with 1 life on the line, every single match might be your last, so every single match is equally as important. Even so, though, I think I will just give Jibu the advantage, at least in this next match, Game 3, because historically, this deck from Kevin Z has struggled.
It has struggled, and the thing is, now Kevin Z is locked onto it. He has no other options because this is Conquest format. Every deck you bring, you have to win once with. But here we have our raffle winners. Speaking of winners, if you see your UID below there, you've won 1,000 primos each. Make your run over to the Astro Carnival YouTube channel if you want to enter into our next raffle, and pray that Jibu wins some games so we can go on to Game 4 or Game 5.
I mean, I've only casted 5 games up to this point, so we'll need to see if the trend does continue or if it'll be a clean sweep for Kevin Z. I expect it to at least take 1 game off Kevin Z. Just this deck is really not performing well. I cannot help stress this enough. It has not done well. I'm not even sure it's won a single game yet.
I think he has. I mean, Kevin Z had to make it here with it.
He did make it here, you're right.
So he has won with it, but here we go. Jibu is going to toss it up a bit with this Sign Overload. Now that Kevin Z is locked on this Perma Freeze deck, he's going to go for the matchup. He thinks he has the best chance of winning.
I think this is one of the better matchups into it because Freeze Lock really struggles with damage. Sign Overload, not so much. And of course, this deck also has Tada in order to combat the freeze and then have Sino clap back even harder.
Yeah, the Tada, of course, also having an effect with Prospector's Drill. So, yeah, I think this deck is pretty straightforward at this point. It has been the highlight of this Prince Cup Atlantic tournament so far, just because of how strong it's proven to be. Overload is a reaction that hasn't seen much play in a long time, but here it is, and there's Kevin Z's deck. We knew it was coming.
Yep, it is the Freeze Lock deck. Historically not done very well, but of course, in order to make it to this point, Kevin Z has to have won with it at least once. So we know there is a strong point to this deck. It's all about finding it.
Yes, it is possible, and it's also possible that Kevin Z might have low rolled a bit against Ting. He did face Ting.
Yes, he did face Ting.
Notorious high roller, we know.
Ting top deck 2, 1 in 15 chances in a row, back to back.
That first set we cast earlier today was just...
Also, like, Sign Overload is not a deck you think of a high roll deck, but apparently it is.
Anyway, so anything you want to point out from this list going into the next set of matches?
It is mainly the Passing of Judgment. That is an arcane card that I've seen continuous drop in play rates, especially as we are moving out of a Hyper Magic meta. Yes, it is still strong, but it is less prevalent, so I'm rather curious as to why Kevin Z brought it.
I think, and I've heard from Kevin Z personally that he doesn't believe in arcane sometimes. So maybe he thought that it's very necessary to basically cripple his opponent, maybe even early judgment to make sure they can't play any event cards. Because, you have to break through 3 stacks of that Judgment if it's played.
That's true.
I mean, play in a bad card.
That Judgment is going to help a lot with preventing Jibu from Tadaing himself and also breaking that freeze.
But here we go. We're getting into our game 3. The QR code on the screen will send you to a feedback form where you can tell us your thoughts. Additionally, our raffle over on Astro Carnival's YouTube has started, so make your way on over there. If you're watching on Genshin Official, we welcome you. There's been very many exciting games today. And, I mean, what a great series to wrap it up with.
Absolutely.
All right,
it will
team.
be
Let's
both
move
players
it
starting off here. Great thinking here. Jibu starting out on the Chevreuse. Just absorb that initial crowd hit from Kevin Z. As it does appear, he is going first because Jibu typically wants to skill on Dea turn 1. This way would make it so Kevin Z cannot get an initial free swirl by eating the first crowd hit and then swapping off to a character with no aura in Dea.
Hydro.
What did I say?
Cryo.
Oh, they sound the same.
Well, I mean, there's both in this deck, but it is Hydro, because Mona started. This is a very standard start for Mona decks. You normally go Mona and skill, and then, especially if you're playing some kind of swirl, you'll go to the animal character, and you swirl that, and then the Hydro application is where you want it.
Yeah, but because Jibu knows it's how this deck wants to be played, he now can swap over onto Dea and avoid that swirl from Kazuha.
There is the strategize. What is Jibu going to get from this? It is Prospector's Drill and that second Wolven, having Countdown, Gamblers, and also Fast Swap, which Fast Swap is very crucial against freeze decks. I feel like Jibu has an okay start.
So Fast Swap is great against freeze decks because you're able to get another action on another character before they also get frozen, but not in this deck because Sino is the only one that actually does any damage. Dea does basically nothing, and neither does Chevreuse. So the Fast Swap is mainly actually to snipe a character with Pyro before the opponent has a chance to swap off and surprise them with Sino damage, with Talent, with Pyro Res, with Drill, etc.
There's a Junior Zod from Kevin Z. Is it going to be the Wagner weapon banner? Is it going to be the Timaeus artifact banner?
Could be both.
Could be both. You could play both here. There is an argument for that. There is Wagner. We're drawing Lo-Fi.
Oh, wait.
And Lieben.
That's great. We can just pass here.
Yeah, Lieben is really good here. This is kind of the ideal thing, and passing the turn will generate 2 Omni and draw 2 cards at the start of next round for Kevin Z. This is a really good start, honestly.
Yeah, on the side of Jibu, though, not so much. You can still play the countdown to the show, and then it will also turn all of his dice into Omni, so we can Dea skill shortly thereafter. But what Jibu would have preferred was just Dea skill into Lieben. Unfortunately, we did not draw that from the strategize.
Yeah, I mean, you could still play Countdown, but then even if you draw Lieben, you're going to be choosing between Lieben and the Dea skill, and I think you want the Dea skill down. Though the Pyro app is going to go on Mona.
That's fine, because this deck is lacking so much in early Pyro application that I think you just need to take what you can get.
True. You need to generate an overload reaction before you... Oh, wait, it is going to be a Woven.
Okay.
Wait, why did we Woven not play Countdown?
I think it's because you want to play Prospector's Drill and then discard the Countdown to make it cheaper. Might be a bit of a greed play here from Jibu. I think... Oh, and the Gamblers.
Interesting. Okay. So yeah, we're going to discount... I mean, we're going to discard Countdown. Prospector's Drill and Gamblers both going on Sino, just preparing for later rounds. This is also a form of ramp.
But, oh, there's the Tada. That's going to be super crucial when Kevin Z does go try to freeze the Sino of Jibu. But also, the Woven being played earlier is one less surprise dice Kevin Z needs to worry about. Because unlike decks like Mew, like Herald Claymore, Sign Overload does not run the magic engine, of course, because they're all, you know, aligned element. It will not generate dice out of nowhere, and those Wovens are actually the only real way Jibu has to get extra dice.
Kevin Z with his chin in hands. His pulse has been skyrocketing this entire time. He looks like he's bored, but he's definitely not.
No, this is potentially his final match before advancing forward through the bracket. All he needs to do is win this game, and he's through. That's all he needs.
He's at least 3rd place. He has to face off. Whoever wins this match has to go face off against Robot Wizard, which is already so huge. I think Jibu has already faced him once. So that would be a revenge match.
But for Kevin Z, it'll be his chance to maybe advance all the way to the finals and face off against the one who knocked him down in the first place in Ting.
Strategize, drawing out Sapwood. Sapwood is pretty huge with Kazuha, and with that high drop location on Chevreuse, I wonder what we're gonna see here.
I think we should go over to get that swirl over onto Kazuha, and of course that will also swap us over onto Senora as well. So that way if Jibu decides to go over onto Sino, we can instantly just freeze him. And if not, that's fine as well, because Senora does have that revive, right? Before it is popped, she is effectively immortal.
Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar with Signora, she does have two different states. Right now, she's in her cryo state, just like the boss fight. She has her cryo state until she flips over to the Crimson Witch of Embers, and that is triggered either by bringing her below 10 HP. Basically, you have to knock her out and trigger a revive, or if she is 4 HP or under, she will automatically transform at the start of next turn.
Yeah, but that does give you an opportunity to heal her above that breakpoint in order to keep her cryo form, also keep the revive. There's also a trade-off as well when you swap forms, because if you give up that cryo, right, you can't freeze anymore, but then you also gain the extra 2 damage on your burst, making it from 4 damage and healing 2 into just 6 power damage. It is an absolute nuke of a burst.
Her burst also transforms her.
Yes,
So
if you do in cryo form, it will.
Cryo form, it transforms her
And
into Crimson
heals.
Witch of Embers and heals her, but her Pyro burst, so much damage.
It's actually so
Let's head
much.
off.
Especially in a freeze deck that applies so much cryo. If you get like a Pyro Burst with a Shatter Vaporize, it's like 10 damage.
Ooh. One with nature. All right, we're not going for the Sapwood. This is the skill, though, from Kazuha.
So Kevin Z is equipping the Light of Foliar Incision. Therefore, I'm going to call it a low-fi from now on because it is faster. So what it does is that, of course, as most weapons do, it will make Kazuha's base damage do +1. And also, every time you do a normal attack on the equipped character, it will generate you 1 random dice. And equipping something that generates you dice throughout the game early is great.
Jibu playing that strategize, drawing out a second quick swap and the 2-cost countdown to the show. Going for Shiver's elemental skill. So what do you think about Jibu's position right now? Because I'm really curious. This Sino deck takes some time to set up, but once it's set up, Sino just kind of goes off, right?
You do need to get to 4 stacks. It can be accelerated with skilling on Sino. Oh, we should absolutely go to Sino right now. Yes, Kazuha has no aura, but that is perfectly fine. We get those overcharged balls later. It will do us work. And also, we're going to bait Kevin Z into potentially attacking us again to discard the countdown to the show and getting us 1 for 1 dice.
Yeah, because Countdown is the highest cost card in Jibu's hand. When Jibu's Sino is hit, it will be discarded.
Another thing to consider as well, this is going to be an interesting mind game between the two, is when Jibu actually uses the Tada. Because, of course, it has great synergy with Prospector Drill. It can force a discard typically on the overcharged balls, but if you use it, you don't have it for when your Sino gets frozen. So it's all about when Jibu decides to go in. Would you want that extra damage or extra draw / extra discard now? Or do you want to wait for that moment when you get frozen and you can still take your turn after that? Because, of course, extra damage is useless if you can't actually skill.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, so this deck runs 2 copies of it, but you never know when you're going to draw the other one. And it's a very important resource, especially knowing Kevin Z has a Judgment, because this card will also be affected by Judgment, right? So you have to time these things very carefully. And something that's going to be crucial for Kevin Z is basically controlling all of Jibu's characters with that freeze so that Sino can't do his thing.
I mean, Jibu is running a mono carry deck. Sino is the only character on that roster that is dealing any real damage. So as long as Kevin Z is able to keep him on lockdown, his own lack of damage doesn't actually matter that much.
Does it?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Shev and Day also don't do damage.
I mean, that's true. If Sino can't do anything, Sino is definitely your carry here. He does, -10 per hit with those overloads. If you lock him down, then Kevin Z can just slowly whittle Jibu away this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kazuha does a little bit of damage to swap him back in, which is more than the no damage that Chevreuse and Dea do. So as long as we were to keep that Sino who does real damage on lockdown, we are good.
Okay, Kevin Z putting the Heart of Cavarena on to Kazuha, placing down that Lieben is just going to pass the turn. This is a very bold move.
Absolutely. The thing is, though, Jibu doesn't actually have enough to do Pyres. Of course, Kazuha has no aura. He will take a lot of damage when you get overloaded in the end phase, and it will actually give Jibu that overload ball as well. But most critically, he will live. The investment Kevin Z has put onto that Kazuha will remain for quite a while longer.
One of the problems that I think Jibu's going to face is overloading Kazuha onto Signora means that Signora can go for a freeze at the start of next turn. Of course, we know Jibu has Tada. Kevin Z has probably guessed it.
Jibu
but
no longer has
using
Tada.
it now. Wait, why?
Yeah, that's rather... we have Woven to swap off, so it's fine as well. We can play our second Woven and swap off onto another character, which will make it so Sino is no longer frozen at the start of next turn.
The other fast swap was tuned. This is pretty rough. We do have our 1 cost countdown now, but one of those Tadas being gone, this is going to be kind of scary for Jibu when he's faced with this perma freeze. We are going to be playing that Woven here and swapping off the Dea.
So it's still fine for Jibu. We finally get our overcharged ball as well, which is great. And then if Kevin Z decides to go for the skill on Signora, we could go fast up over onto Sino, and now that we are at 3 stacks with Prospector, with Pyro Res,
we can knock
her out of that cryo form, and then now Kevin Z no longer has access to freeze, and I think the most threatening part of the deck in this matchup is gone.
That's true, because if Sino can't be locked down with freeze, the deck Kevin Z is playing does not do a lot of damage itself. It is trying to perma-freeze you.
Sig getting flipped will kind of change that a little bit, but I think overall, Jibu will be way ahead in terms of damage if Kevin Z does not have access to freeze. So now Kevin is in a tight spot here.
Yeah, and especially looking at Jibu's hand, so there are resources for getting what he wants. He has a 1 cost countdown, which will draw 4 cards. He has the 1 cost to mirror res. If he is missing something, he can go dig for it. He has the Lotus. He has one of his overcharge balls. He has a power res. He has fast swap. He has everything he needs right now.
No, absolutely. And if Kevin Z decides to swap over onto Kazuha and do a burst or something, the overcharged ball will be the one getting discarded as well. Of course, if you are going to Kazuha with no infusion, it should just be the skill. So it kind of be a wasted power aura, as of course he is well within lethal range already. Ooh, that Lotus plays around it.
That Lotus is going to be huge. Of course, Kevin Z not have any fast swaps in his hand right now. However,
but hear me out. Jibu, countdown, Sumera Res, top deck talent. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so basically, you know, Jibu's pre-match interview, he said, please give me the same look Ting had. So if he gets the same look Ting had, then he can win.
He doesn't even need the same look Ting has, though, because he's going to have much more cards to work with when he does go for them all. He only needs, like, a quarter of Ting's luck, and he'll still be fine.
But look how much dice Kevin Z has to work with this turn.
It is certainly... Oh, there's Sino talent.
There's 2 talents.
I think that's enough.
There's White Glove as well.
I think that's enough to knock Sig out of her revive.
So do the math.
So it is 3 damage base, right? Plus 2 from Overload, which is 5. Plus 2 from Talent, which is 7. Plus 3 from Power Res, which is 10. That is 10 damage. Signora has 8 plus 3 HP, which is 11. But we can then play Overcharged Ball.
How do we play it?
We just play it for 2 dice. It's fine.
You just play it.
We play it.
You play it first?
Yeah, just play it for play it, and then we don't need the Power Res. We can just Talent Skill, and then it's 8 damage and Sig dies.
So you play it for 2 dice, eat through the Lotus.
And then Skill, right?
And Sino has Gamblers.
Gamblers doesn't work on revives.
Oh, true. Wait, Signora wouldn't fall. Signora would pop her revive. That's true.
And then after that, we have enough dice to Skill again, right? Because Signora doesn't have Burst. Isn't enough to go through Sino 10 HP with Prospector's Drill.
Look at Kevin Z's player cam, by the way. He's like hiding behind his hands. Looks like he's peeking out. Shadow was doing something similar earlier.
I think if we're Jibu, we go to try to knock Signora out of her revive. Because after that, if Kevin Z goes back to Signora to do a skill, we kill her Gambler's Reset, and then we're chilling. If we don't have enough dice for that, that's also fine. Because what we do is we swap back over to Dea, we can sack our remaining 2 characters, and it's fine as well. Because the only character that matters in this deck is Sino.
There's the fast swap onto Sino. This is definitely going to be the talent. However, are we going to play the ball as well?
It's all about the math. If the skill brings down to 4 stacks before damage calculations, we don't need to play the ball. If it does it afterwards, we do.
Nope, we're not going to play the ball. We're just going to equip Sino talent here and go on over to Mona. Mona's also going to be threatened by an overload. Now we have 2 overcharged balls in hand. And the thing is, the unfortunate thing is, Sino gets to hear what's going to be discarded is his talent, which, I mean, if
Jibu
only
already
Jibu,
played one, so it's
yeah,
fine.
if only, no, but you want it to be the ball, right? Or I guess you don't care now.
Right now, I don't think it matters too much. It would be ideal if it's the ball, but of course, Signor is already within 1-shot range anyway, so it hardly matters. You would actually like to keep that second talent, though, because the +2 damage from talent is only a once per turn thing, but you can refresh it if you play it again.
There goes the other Sino talent getting burned to a crisp, and now the Hydro aura is gone. However, with sheer cold from Signora's skill, it will be a cryo aura instead. And now Jibu has to decide what to do with those 3 Omni. So does he set it for next round? Maybe he can Sumeru Res, put back some things he doesn't want.
Unfortunately, here we do not have the Tada, so it looks like we are just going to swap over to Chevreuse with the Lotus Flower Crest in conjunction with Heart of Caverna, and we will just sacrifice her for this turn.
Well, with Lotus, you're hopefully keeping her alive, but she will at least be able to take additional hits. The thing is,
sounds good to me.
I feel like losing her is a bit scary.
So you want Chevreuse here for the overcharge ball generation, but the thing is we already have 2 in hand, and it's not like we need a 3rd right now. Prospector's Drill can only discard 2 around anyways, and next turn we're expecting the game to be over by then. Because, like, look at Sino. He is stacked.
He is stacked indeed. He's in his burst form. And honestly, Jibu with those 2 Sumeru Res could definitely be looking to, swap onto Sino.
So we swap onto Sino because we do not want the Lotus to be burnt by a 1 damage Kazuha skill.
But when will it ever get burnt now? Because you can't swap back, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So why we swap off?
Good question. I'm sure there's a reason for it. I'm just not seeing it right now. Oh, you know... No, because we want to get swirled, because then it'll be Hydro Cryo and it'll cleanse Sino. Why? Because if we swirl Cryo over onto Sino, he has the sheer cold, right? He would cleanse himself end phase. Why did we do this? I don't understand this either.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, because maybe Jibu forgot about the sheer cold.
I think the only reason we swap is we don't want to eat the swirl and let Sino get frozen. But the thing is, we already have the cryo on there, right? He would have cleansed himself. Wait, is this enough damage to kill?
Really bad. This is really bad. There's the skill.
Wait, this is enough damage to kill.
And
swap
now
back to
we
4.
have Signora Burst, Boar Princess, into Gamblers.
All right.
Swap back to Kazuha kills.
There it is. Normal attack takes down Sino. Kevin Z is taking down Jibu's damage dealer. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be it.
Yeah, that's
I don't know why Jibu swapped back to
Jibu had
Sino.
the game in his hands.
He did.
Why did he swap off? The only reason is because you would avoid a freeze next gen. But if Kevin Z swirled Hydra, it's good for you because there was shield cold on Sino. He would have cleansed himself end phase.
We even have more actions here. If you're Kevin Z, look at all of this happening. Generating yet 1 more action. You could tune 2 for Signora Burst if you wanted.
First, we'll only do 4, so Chef does live on 1.
You probably wouldn't.
You win anyways.
Probably just
you win
skill.
anyways, yeah.
Tune skill.
Tune skill is fine.
I mean, you're going to transform anyway, though. Maybe
Yeah,
you do
that's
Twin
true.
Burst.
No, but
It doesn't matter.
You want to keep the damage on the
Sino's
burst.
gone. It doesn't matter.
No Electro either, so it's not like you can do some power res shenanigans in order to bring the game back.
Oh, look at Jibu's heart rate. It is going down slowly.
He knows it's done.
This is the last game for him, unfortunately. Kevin Z really making a comeback in this series.
I think if you were to swap to anyone, it should have been Dea, because she had no aura either. I don't know why we swapped Sino.
It is as the
You know, it's late in the day.
stars
This is the second set Jibu's played today.
I suppose.
So maybe it's like getting to him. He's had to be on the stage playing all these games. There's the sheer cold. Dea going down to 1 HP. It is just Chevreuse and Dea against the world, but the world is very big and scary. I think Kevin Z's taking this.
No, absolutely. I do not think there is a world in which Jibu can come back. Both characters on basically 1 HP. No Electro Aura to mess around with a Pyro Res. A fully stacked Sino was taken out prematurely. I think the game was Jibu's, but just a
Oh,
few
you just
single.
instantly ends. That's it. Fast swap onto Runa. Kevin Z is gonna make this fast with the burst from Kazuha, taking out 2 and 1. Kevin Z is advancing, and Jibu falls out of the tournament.
A single
Fourth place.
mistake is all it takes. Jibu knocked down, but Kevin Z, the honored one, moves forward.
Yes, congratulations to Kevin Z.
Thank you so much. Yes, we had quite a run here today. You fought valiantly. Any words out there for the fans?
I'm a little bit disappointed at how I played. I think I made a couple misplays I could have avoided, but I'm glad I was able to make it all the way here. I'm really excited to be here and had a lot of fun, and just glad I was able to make it as far as I did.
You've played very, very well, and it was great having you again. We hope to see you one more time. You've been at everyone, so next one you'll be here too. But please, if you could, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us in the Cat's Tail. And of course, we have to bring you up for your victory here from getting 3-0 to 3-0ing. Gotta feel pretty good.
Yeah, it went pretty much how I wanted it to. I feel like I managed to play quite well.
Absolutely. We got to see the crab for the first time. Very hype. So many powerful sea creatures coming out of this tournament. Whales and crabs. What made you pick that one?
I think crab is pretty strong. Similar to whale, it can stack up a lot of HP, but in crab's case, it's in the form of shields. And being able to have a lot of max HP is very good against characters like Sino, who try to one-shot you.
Absolutely. Well, it is going to come down to you and now Robot Wizard yet again, with the winner going over to Ting. Are you excited to face off against Robot Wizard?
Not really.
How do you think that one's gonna play out? Gonna be a kind of a tough fight?
I would have been more scared of him if I faced him in grand finals.
Oh, okay. Well, it was a heck of a performance. Thank you so much for your great plays there. Very fun to watch. And we will welcome our boy tomorrow to the lowers to see who will be going home. But until then, let's talk a little bit more about the game from our wonderful casters. Great job.
Wow. Kevin Z went 0-3 in the first day and got knocked down to the lower bracket. And now look at him. He's 3-0 sweeping. I think he's found his groove. Of course, so many players believe in his capabilities. We can watch the highlights here from that match.
And
but
we can absolutely see why. Like, Kevin is such an absurdly good player. Just knowing every single interaction. Like, we saw against Mr. Pello, where he knew he can proc the Paramedic Transformer in a single turn.
Oh,
and right here as well. Jibu, I think, was trying to greed for an overcharged ball onto Kazuha, for his name for a second, for an overload next turn into a double kill with Signior and a fresh one of Freedom top deck. But Kevin Z knows his breakpoints and knows just how to get barely enough dice in order to take him out.
I think Jibu had that game in the bag, but that swap to Sino was just so scary, and he had no way to swap back, and that was just it. Look at all of these actions Kevin Z was able to take after that swap in the same round. All this dice generation from the Light of Fuller Incision, because with every normal attack,
He generates 1 dice, up to 2 per round. But I think it's also Kevin Z just knowing these interactions, right? Knowing how to min-max every single thing he has in hand that allowed him to take advantage of Jibu's mistake.
Definitely. Here's our post-match data. Look, tied for... Wait, no. That's average rounds. Never mind. Look at the max dice per round for Kevin Z. It is so much higher than Jibu. 21 was the max for him. That is incredible.
That is incredible, especially considering the decks he's running, right? Yes, he has Herald Clone, but that's banned right now. The Kuki deck is an aggro deck, so it does have a lot of dice generation. Neither does Crab. And it all comes down to how he played this Kazuha Freeze Lockdown deck. And being able to generate 21 dice from that is so impressive.
On average, also drawing more cards in the first few rounds. But here we have our raffle winners, by the way, the last ones of the day, unfortunately. So that was our final match. If you see your UID there, congratulations. You've won 1,000 primos. You're gonna have to wait a bit for them to be delivered to you, but you've definitely won them. And I would say make your way on over to Astro Carnival's YouTube channel, but that was the last one for the day. I hope you'll be back with us tomorrow for the grand finals, though.
And it looks like my title is misplaced. I am not, in fact, the caster of 5-0s. I'm the caster of extremes, either 5-0 or 3-0, one way or another.
Okay, so we're gonna have to test that one tomorrow too. But here is our updated tournament bracket. So of course, Ting did make it into that grand final. But we're gonna have to figure out who will be joining him tomorrow. First off, it will be Robot Wizard versus Kevin Z, two enormous titans in the Atlantic Prince Cup TCG scene.
And then after that, the winner will face off against Ting, our own high roller. Whether or not the skill that these players have demonstrated will be enough to overcome the favor of the Archons remains to be seen for tomorrow.
Definitely, but that is it from us today. Once again, my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah,
and this is Sumi, your player turned caster, and we're gonna throw it over to Slacks.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sumi and Leah. What a wonderful day it has been. We have seen 3 more competitors head on home, and we are left with only 3 left. Travelers, we've had one heck of a series so far. It has been such a pleasure having you join us, but your journey is not over, my friends. Tomorrow is the big day. One more elimination match, and then the grand final. So don't go anywhere, or you're gonna disappoint Prince. I know we don't want to do that. But we will be back tomorrow for more of the Prince Cup Atlantic. So please get comfy, go, grind out, get yourself some primos in the game. Come back to us tomorrow, same time, same place, as we will get you even more action. Thanks a lot for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Goodbye. Have a fun time. Yes, Prince, they will be back. I promise. Yes.